Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Every journey has its final day. Don't rush. Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Every journey has its final day. Don't rush. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references. Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth, and those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while, so it is where many things come to settle. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share
Jesus
memory?
Christ, dude, that took way too long to figure out. Ay, ay, ay. Now I was trying to figure out how the hell to like watch my own live, make sure it's not lagging or anything. But it was giving me mad trouble. Anyways, alrighty. Okay, before I even start, well, while I'm doing it, I probably would just start blabbing anyway. But, yeah, let's just do these. Oh, now that I'm doing the daily commissions. Dude, I don't understand why in the live stream they show like one thing. Excuse me. They showed one thing, but then you will go to like Hoyo Lab and read like the what you call it, like the little like developer notices that they be showing, and it'd be like something else completely different. Because when they talked about the Hex and Circle buff in the live stream, the thing that they literally just said was you just needed the character and you had to be able to like do the Hex and Circles quest for those were like 8-9 characters, and then after that you will obviously get the buff, but you will need to be paired with another Hex and Circle member to activate the buff, which honestly that's fine because the way that they did it is the best teammates for the Hex and Circles are other Hex and Circle members, so I'm not entirely like against that, honestly. I know some people are, but which, you know, I can't really blame them because I do agree a little bit with what some people are saying. It does kind of limit. Why am I doing all this when I could just do this? It does kind of limit like the teams that you could put certain people in. And then, anyways, that's just a whole nother thing. But I just brung that up because with with the post that they made, all of a sudden the requirements to even do the Hex and Circle quest to unlock the buffs for those characters had to be level 70 and above. Like, what? Why didn't they say that in a live stream? Like, that's ridiculous. That's so stupid. Because you know how many... Well, every single update there's a wave of new players coming. But you're gonna have a gigantic wave of returning players just because Alice and Nicole shows up. Even though they're not playable yet, but... Yeah, so like... I don't understand why they introduced something so amazing, like with the character buffs, and then have a dumbass requirement. Not knowing, like, I guarantee you, probably like more than half of the people, including myself, but for me, it's just out of pure laziness, to be completely honest. And I could level them up to 70. It's very easy for me to do. But like for other people, again, like returning or new players, or even players who just play like just like here and there, or maybe someone has been playing for like a while now, but they still like like in the early stages of everything. So not like completely new, but like semi new. And then you introduce a ridiculous like requirement harming like those type of players to like level up their characters, or they can't level up the characters so they can't unlock the requirements to do the buff, and then they have to wait till later on. Like I don't know. I don't know. To me that's just stupid. Honestly, I think like if there was gonna be a requirement, I think it should have been like level 50. Because that's very, very, very manageable to do. Like a day one player, no, not a day one, like a brand new player playing on that same day. That's what I meant to say for like day one. But yeah, like that player could get to like level 30 or 40, and then by the next day, even 50. Or if you have someone, who's like me and gets really into it, you can level up the character to 50 that same day, even if you are a brand new player. So, for level 70 and above, that's honestly stupid. I don't know why they did that. It just reminds me of the whole constellation thing when you have to do all those requirements. The requirements wasn't bad, but the whole like yeah, the characters in it itself, and honestly, I don't care about like some people saying, oh, but whales, if they give a free character, then it's like a slap in the face towards the whales. Like that's a dumb argument because whales would just wail on every single character regardless. And besides, those characters are not even that much useful anymore. So might as well just let the person choose the character they want and then let them get them for free. Just let them do the requirements. Just stupid. Only constellations for the people that you do have. And another thing, though, all those people basically don't have like reruns. So that's dumb in itself. And you can't say Chronicle Wish because Chronicle Wish is so random that by the time you get a gold, it will most likely be another character. So then you have to keep on just to get like to like activate like the fate point, which is dumb because a majority of all the people that's in the Chronicle runs, and then you have the reruns themselves when the rerun characters are better than the people on the Chronicle. So like I don't know. It's just that I yeah. That's just my 2 cents, but people are entitled to their own opinion. Oh, well, it just said chase it away, not kill it, but I just have the habit of hitting birds. Why did I even bring? Oh, because I'm doing the daily commissions. That's why I brought that whole entire thing up, and then it reminded me of the Hex and Circle buff. But yeah, I wonder when. Okay, that's also another thing. Because when I saw the Hoyo Lab post about the events, for some reason, I don't know if it was a typo, like they mistakenly put it, because the new update is on the 3rd, but supposedly the new like cycle of choosing a person for the constellation, that's supposed to come out on the 1st, which again is weird because aren't they usually supposed to do that at the beginning of a new update? So is it really supposed to be the 3rd or is it actually the 1st? Like it wasn't a typo. But yeah, also that being said, I wonder if it's gonna be the same cycle of characters. Like Wanderer, Nilou, um, of course the standards, which I don't even know why the hell the standards are there in the first place, but that's a entirely different thing. So yeah, I don't know. Just gotta wait and see. What is that a chest inside? Am I just like seeing stuff? That is a chest inside. How the hell have I not done this before?
Solidify.
Crazy, I should have done all this already.
Full throttle.
Well, just to show you that even if you get the 100%, it's literally not 100%. Which I never understood that. They honestly need to fix that.
Gather.
It's like when I was playing Wuthering Waves last week. Great quest, by the way. I don't understand why people didn't like it. I don't see what was. Maybe they thought like what I thought that that when Chisa comes out, we'll be going to the new place. Which I'm still thinking that it might be New Federation. Just like Hanamo City and Lahoy Roy or Lahao Roy, whatever it's called. Lahao Roy? Like that might be just like a city inside the Federation. But even if it's not and it's something completely different, then that's fine also. Not a big deal. It just proves once again that that the leakers are getting beat at their own game. But anyways, yeah, cause I thought when Chisa came out, we were going to like the new map, not the little Hanamo city thing. But the quest was so good that I honestly didn't even care
God should broaden
that
their horizons in the world below.
That we didn't go to like the new place, like the new, like gigantic place, not the little Hanami city.
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
But yeah, I really don't understand like what was so bad about it.
Gather.
Everyone hold hands.
Light of the blazing sun. Full throttle.
Didn't it say 4? Aren't they just like... I swore, I thought I only saw 3. Alright, well. That's fine. Maybe they were just jumbled up together that I didn't see. Another person. Ruin guard. But not ruin, you know. The same mechanics. That's like the ruin guard. Not the actual ruin guard. The ruin scout. Same thing.
Rev the engines! Incinerate! Ha!
This may hurt a little.
Solidify!
Try and stop me!
Oh, now that I'm here, I wonder if... Okay, I just ran into another one.
Stabilize!
Because there has been this
The show
door
begins.
Rev the engines!
with some like weird text next to it.
Pyroclastic surge!
And they never explain what the hell it is. I wonder if... I doubt it changed, but... What am I doing? Okay. Okay. You know what, let's just... For the hell of it, why not?
Stop!
Gather!
I see everything. Make yourselves at home. Let the world come alive.
I will have order!
Incinerate! Yeah!
The show begins.
Where is I even going with all this? Like, I just... about the Wuthering Waves quest. Yeah, I don't know.
Everyone
I thought it was really good. I liked it a lot. Like I said, I think people just expected to go to a new place with, Shisa. But, to be fair, I never said that in the game.
Full throttle!
And I never said it in a live stream. So it was all due to, like, leaks. So again, it's like what I just said. Everybody, just got, tricked with leaks, basically. Because, I did also. I'm not gonna just, you know, pretend that I didn't think we was also gonna go to a new place. But, you know, like I said, it's just, it was just a leak. And there's been, wow, that took a lot of damage. Been a lot of false stuff, so I'm pretty sure there's a leak within the leak community. Dude, I would not be surprised, like, if developers come out and start saying that, like, they're inside, like, the leaking communities of, like, whatever game it is. Like, for an example, like this game. And then that's why they've been getting so much stuff wrong in terms of like characters, like elements and whatnot. Cause dude, the perfect example is Nicole. I saw so many leaks that if you was to take it as a fact, then you would be 100% wrong. Because I saw so many saying that Nicole is Geo, but in the live stream, when you slow it down, when she's talking to Varka and the Traveler, cause it's like very quick. It's like less than a second.
Many insects have a
So
compulsion
you
to
have to
follow
slow
the
it
light,
down.
and humans
But
are
it
the
shows
same.
the back of her neck,
Except we call that light.
and she has a pyro vision, which honestly I'm kind of surprised about. Pyro was the last one I was expecting, honestly. Because Pyro is pretty... Well, actually, now that I think about it, that does make sense. Because, I'm pretty sure she is the first angel. Which the angel is, the first angel is the one that fell in love with, the Voyager. And you already know my whole theory about that. I think the Voyager is the Damselette. That's why she would never ascend to a moon. Even though, you know, they keep on trying to push towards it. And I'm not falling for that trick. I know Hoyoverse too well, man. Too well. I know that, oh, maybe this could be something with Reed Miller. Now this... I doubt it. Just probably one of his,
my hammer.
The show begins!
you know, goons. Speaking of Reed Miller, dude, I'm still convinced that the Doctor is Reed Miller now. I mean, I just something just seems off with Reed Miller, man. And Hoyoverse always tends to like...
Light it up!
Ah, damn it.
Try and stop me!
You know, like, try to like good guy the villain. Which I know it sounds weird, but I mean, look what happened with Rear. Like, I genuinely thought he was, Are you serious? I genuinely thought he was
Try and stop me!
just someone who got, like, probably, like, tricked or manipulated into doing stuff, but he did all that killing willingly against the Crimson Moon people.
Rev the engine!
And then he only cared when it was Stelindis, when she was the next target. So that whole thing of, you know, people trying to say, oh, he's just like a quote-unquote broken villain. Which honestly, well, in some cases, that's a good term. Like Obito from Naruto. That's a good example. Itachi. I can't really think of anyone else. But yeah, in terms of that, like, those are like actual broken villains. But Rear, no. No, absolutely not. Rear is not a broken villain. Like I said, he knew what he was doing. He was doing it willingly. And then I don't want to hear that whole crap of, oh, he's just following the king's orders. No. No. Stupid. Because if he was, quote-unquote, just following the king's orders, then why he didn't kill Thelindis? Like, this is a dumb argument. But anyways, um, again, where the hell was I even going with all this, dude? I keep like, I'm thinking about that, and then I'm also thinking about like, other like Sinner stuff. So I'm like sidetracking in some of my mind. But what you call it? Um, speaking of sinners, there's been this picture going around Hoyolab like a wildfire that it's fan art, so it's not real. I don't know why people keep thinking it's real, but someone did a fan art of Vedofenir, which is Danzler's brother, of him having like the blindfold on and kind like those what are those robes called? It's like a special robe, and then it has like the star in his chest, and then all over the robe it has like the sign of like Mora and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know why people think that's real. I mean, it's an amazing picture. It would be cool if Hoyoverse actually paid the fan to use that art to make Vedofenir a TCG card and just use that picture that the person drew. But yeah, everybody just saying it like, oh, that's how he looks 100%. I don't. Especially like when like we just did the quest, and in the quest, even though um what you call it, Reverie is not a wolf, but the chess pieces literally basically resemble like what the people kind of wear, what they stood for, and stuff like that. Even though again, Reverie isn't a wolf, obviously, but it's like his like wolf-like mentality that he has, and the wolf was kind of like binded with like a whole bunch of like, I don't know what the hell it's supposed to be, like leather or whatever, because the chess pieces are like concrete, so it shows detail, but it don't show like everything to show like what exactly like the bondage that he had on is. But when you look at Rear, like when you fight him, clearly he has all that bondage stuff on. So again, it like basically resembles. So for people to think that the Vedofenir TCG card is real doesn't make sense. Because on his chest piece, he has the snake like wrapped around him, and in that he didn't have a snake. He just had that robe on with the blindfold. But yeah, um, oh yeah, I was talking about Wuthering Waves. See how I be like sidetracking so much, dude? This is probably gonna happen like basically the whole stream, since I'm gonna like go into like literally basically almost everything and in every single game also. So starting with Wuthering Waves. So actually, you know what, let me just read this first, and then let's just see. Okay, discover. Okay, 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 okay. See, that's the thing I'm talking about. Because I wonder exactly who or what it is. Because they introduced this, like this area was here when Fontaine first came out. Like literally like what was it? Like 4.0? This was here. And then nothing ever like happened with this. The Archon quest didn't talk on anything about this ruins. The people's character quest didn't talk about this. No world story talk about this. No secret quest. Because you know, sometimes when you walk around, you like meet people or you fight enemies, you save a person, and then it starts like a whole branch of like quest. Nothing like that happened. The only thing that's been here is the two enemies that I just fought. The treasure hoarder and the robot dog. And then nothing else. And then you come here and just interact with this. Because there wasn't, I don't think there was even a chest here. That I could be wrong. Maybe there was a chest. It definitely wasn't, those like luxurious chests. If it was a chest, maybe it was probably like a precious. Or like the one below it. Because I doubt it was a common. I know for a fact it wasn't luxurious. Because usually you have to do stuff to get luxurious. Or do like fights. You know, like a whole like slew of things. But there was like literally nothing here. So again, not entirely sure. And when you interact with the chest, it's not like you got any like secret like those quest items that they put in your inventory. It was literally just like regular like relics and maybe some talents on a sword or some type of weapon. So they never explain exactly what this is. So who the hell is buried inside of this place? Hmm. Yeah, because this is obviously has to do something with Conria. You could just tell by the ruins. And well, what it says right there, black stains. Black and purple is usually a like abyssal corruption, so hmm. I wonder exactly. I'm gonna get to this again. Cause maybe you know, let's just stand here and look at this random beautiful view. I guess a beautiful view of you know, the Fatui destroying everything. With the whole Project Stuja. But anyways, yeah, let me just start with Wuthering Waves. Cause in the quest, well, like while I was doing a quest, which I got right,
Instead of
but
confining themselves to the heavens,
in
gods
doing
should
so,
broaden their horizons in the
I
world
don't
below.
know about the next part. Because, like I said, when I was doing the quest, I figured that Hanamo City is connected to Lahai Ruin. And then by the ending of the quest, when you're like playing as wait, are you playing as Chisa or are you playing as a rover at that point? Anyway, it's like near the ending of the quest when you're playing as both of them.
Many
Like
insects
one
have a
one
compulsion to
part.
follow the light,
Oh my
and
god.
humans are the same.
Maybe
Except we call
is
that
there
light
like any
hope.
sitting points? Hold on,
Full throttle!
because her just blabbing is kind of driving me crazy. Alright, so you know what? Let me just instead just walk in circles or whatever. But anyways, yeah. So yeah, and then at the ending of the quest, when you're playing the part with both of them, like you're switching from both perspectives. There's no, that part is Rover, because Rover wakes up in a place inside a building, and you can interact with like documents, and when you interact with it, it says that researchers, which is most likely Fraxidus doing, that Fraxidus manipulated that school that's for the Resonators. I forgot the name of it. It'll come back to me. Or maybe I'll just look at it, because... Oh, actually, you know what? Yeah, because I actually did find a post, like, right before I started. Because they're supposed to show something tomorrow. So it might be, like, drip marketing, probably, in Wuthering Waves. For the next character. Yeah. Because it says, carry the spark starward as... No. We as torch barriers rekindle the torch on November 26th. Then it says letter of acceptance. Then Space Trek Collective. Star Torch Academy. Yeah, that's the name of the school. Star Torch Academy. Damn, I wonder what this is though. Because it could be drip marketing, but then also maybe not. Because it says letter of acceptance. Maybe it could be something related to Rover. Because for Rover, you find out that he was a student. Which, dude, there's so much stuff around this guy. I've come out with a new theory about him, but I will get to that after. But yeah, so researchers at Star, what the hell is it called again? I literally just forgot and I mentioned it like 5 seconds ago. Star Torch Academy. Okay. Yeah, so researchers from there was doing experiments, and then it was connected to Lahai Roy, which that's where the school is located. And it to me, it basically implied, because it didn't say it 100%, but it basically implied that Hanamo City is the research project that they were doing. So Star Torch, my god, my like words today, like Jesus Christ. Dude, I hope it'll be like the all stream. I'm gonna be like stuck on stupid so many times. But anyways, yeah, so that Star Torch Academy created Hanamo City as kind of like a backup plan, because the Lament is gonna destroy like Lahai Roy. Even though when you talk to an NPC that says she's from Hanamo City, so that's why like I'm not entirely sure, because it could be two things with that NPC. That maybe, because like I said, since it was like a research most likely done by the Fraxidus, but using the Star Torch Academy to do it in the first place. Um, that maybe they had actual people inside of it besides Chisa. Like maybe Chisa is like the last one and she just doesn't remember of her being in it. Or maybe she tried to, because it never really said how the hell she even got in there in the first place. But that's a whole nother thing. Um, so yeah, like I wonder if the NPC, which I forgot her name, I wonder if she was like born like inside of it and then just thinks that Hanamo City was a real place besides that like little bubble that we went into. Or like what I was originally thinking, that it's just like a made up city that's basically based on Lahai Roy, because Lahai Roy still faces like some type of lament. So I'm not entirely sure. It could be either or. But yeah, as far as Chisa being in it, I got no clue. I don't, maybe, because when you listen to the radio, her mother talks, and now she's like the lead person of Star Torch Academy, which is weird because when you was doing the quest, it was her and her dad that kind of started to like resent Chisa a little bit because she was different than everyone else, because you know she's a resonator. So, but I really don't know. I just kind of got that like vibe. So I really don't know if like maybe she put her own daughter in it for some like research project. That's again obviously going to be connected to the Fraxidus, because even the Fraxidus shows up in Hanamo City, and they're trying to do like some frequency thing. But yeah, like while I was doing the quest, I actually got a lot of stuff right. Like Hanamo City being basically like a duplicate of like a real city. The 2 points of entry, that the second one was in Lahai Roy. But then I also got a lot of stuff wrong. You know, basically like usual. Get stuff right, get stuff wrong. Like the guardian of Hanamo City, that little animal, I forgot the name of it. It starts with an N. Is it Nami Poen, Nami Pien, something like that? Anyways, that little thing that they call the guardian. I thought Suminka, like the Black Shore member, I thought that was the guardian, but that's not the case. Also, I was talking about Suminka. I wonder if, because when you was doing the quest, you find out like her like forte was like preserving memories and creating like amber out of it, and then the memories will be inside the amber. But then there was this special one when this was the end of the first part of the quest. But yeah, at the end, when Rover and Chisa goes back to the cafe with the Guardian of Hanamo City, which I'm just gonna call Nami because I know it's Nami something. I just don't remember the last part. But yeah, that's the Guardian's name, Nami, whatever. But yeah, so anyways, when they go back to the cafe, and then they talk, and Chisa basically like accepts what Sumika did, and you know, they can't like fully like save her and whatnot. It like an amber appeared, but the amber was in the shape of a teardrop. So when I saw that, it reminded me of Mia and Septimon when she used her forte to create that teardrop. And then that teardrop also had her memories and wishes of becoming like, like the next Sentinel. Which that's why I swore I thought she was going to become a Sentinel of Septimon. But, we don't need to talk about that horrible prediction. Because that was so far off. Insanely far off. She was nowhere near like becoming a Sentinel. But she did almost become a Thermodian, so it's the opposite of a Sentinel. But anyways, yeah, it just reminded me of that. And then how Furlova used the tear to create her like little bubble, kind of like Haname City is in its own bubble. With Furlova could like interact with all the people in her village from back then. So I wonder like if that's the thing, because I got kind of two theories about it, which they both kind of go against each other. Because one of them I have is, what if all resonators have the power, basically with like their last dying breath, you could say, to put all their memories into a teardrop for another resonator to like interact with or like do something with, which again, that's like interacting with. Or maybe there's like a specific special types of resonators that could do that. And if that's the case, why would they be like a special class of resonators that are only able to do something like that? Which honestly, I'm kind of leaning a little more towards that one. But it still could be the possibility that maybe all resonators could do that. So I'm not entirely sure. But I really don't know. Because then maybe not. Because I, for the first time, finally decided to do Characters Quest. Even though I didn't do all of them. But I finished Chang Li's. Because I did it off stream. And I swore I was done with it. Because nothing popped up when I was like leaving that like what's that game called? The Wei Chi or something like that? That you go inside the Wei Chi game and then you find out that it was Chang Li's master that created that game specifically for Chang Li. Or that Serenal Sphere for Chang Li. Which I'll get to that also. And then I did Encores a second time because I did it on my other account, but now I finally did it on my main account. And yeah, that quest made me teary-eyed again. I thought I thought I was gonna not feel it because I already felt it once. So a second go around, I should be already used to it, but nope, that did not happen. That did not happen. Uh, yeah. I think I even got more teary-eyed the second time doing it than the first time. So, yeah, I wonder what's gonna happen when I play on my sister's account and I do that quest. Like, am I probably just gonna like burst into tears and like sob?
Rise with the sun.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, to me, that's still the best quest that I've done so far. Because I haven't done all of them, but that I think that's still the best one on course. Oh yeah, but even speaking about Encore, like even her, like she creates all these like fantasy like stories and worlds, and then like it just ends up becoming real. Because like when you do her quest, with like the whole like Woolly story, with the Woolly Warrior, and then that other little girl, forgot her name. That her mom told her a story about the Woolly Warrior, and then like later in the quest, you find out that it was Encore and her mom that created that story. But then, yeah, like towards like the middle going to the end, you figure that it's just like a random story, like it's like can't be real or whatever. But then at the end, when the girl like literally meets her mom, and then even Encore meets her mom also. Because I'm not dumb. They think, dude, I'm telling you, they hide little stuff right in front of you. They make it obvious and then try to say that it's not the case. And then like later on they'd be like, "Oh, yeah, these people did get it right." So, I'm telling you, I'm not falling for it, man. I know for a fact that after that little girl saw her mom and then Rover like turned and looked because like the flowers was like what the flower like petals was like blowing like against like their face. So when they like turned and looked away, and then it showed Encore like walking, and then she stopped, and then she looked back, and then she heard a voice, and I guarantee it was her mom talking to Encore, because we didn't hear what the voice said. Because there should be no reason for Encore to be walking, stop, turn around. It looks like she's like listening to someone, and then all of a sudden she burst into tears. Like, I'm telling you 100% she met her mom. But anyways, I said all that just to say that that there's been like other people who could create like Seronospheres, and the way that I look at it with the tears, it's like the tears are also Seronospheres, but they just have to be like kind of like activated by like someone else in order to like fully like bring it to life, or something like along those lines. That's why I think maybe everyone has the potential to do it, especially like Encore. because like I just said, it was her and her mom that created that story. And then even with what you call it, that that anniversary quest, oh my god, what is it called? It's the thing with the cubes. Encore is the one who created that also, which is actually hilarious how she predicted Avarax or Abby being evil. Because in that quest, Abby was like the villain. And then when you do the like the finale of Renacita, the Leviathan calls out to Abby, but the Leviathan doesn't say Abby. It calls Abaraxis or Abarax, same thing. Doesn't matter. And then the Leviathan comes out and says that why did you betray us? So, Abby is connected to like the whole entire Leviathan stuff. Leviathan, Dark Tide, Lament, all that destruction. Which like as I said earlier, it's insane how Encore like predicted that. Because I don't think she's doing it intentionally. Because I don't think she actually knows. But it's like, with her power, like anything she basically does kind of becomes like reality. Like, it's insane. That's why I always compare her to like Klee and Alice. Because I'm telling you, I think Encore's mother is like some type of like super sentinel. And I don't think she's just some ordinary resonator. Or I don't think she's just some regular human either. She has to be like some. Because that's also another thing. Because I don't think she's a sentinel. I think she is a resonator, but she might be like an extremely powerful resonator, like how Galbrina is. But Galbrina is like a little bit different because she has both powers of Thernodian and um small part Sentinel, but mostly Thernodian. So yeah, that's just what I just think. I think Hanamo City is I guess you could say kind of almost like a failsafe of when Lahai Roy gets destroyed, they have somewhere to go. And I think Hanamo City is based on Lahai Roy. Like it probably looks like that now. Because I don't think Hanamo City is like an actual city on the outside. I think it was just created. So yeah, there's that. Trying to think of anything else before I get to Rover, because Rover is probably gonna take me a long time. Oh, I did see a leak of some quote-unquote new characters that's gonna come out. And this is really interesting. Because, well, it is interesting, but it's also bad. Well, for me, in my case. Because when I look at leaks, it's literally only just to see characters and characters' animations. I don't want to see anything about story, maps, even though, I saw supposedly we're going to New Federation. But like I didn't see like an actual physical like map or anything. Um, but yeah, so like stuff like that I don't like to see because it's sometimes it kind of like spoils story stuff, and I hate that because I love stories, man. I love to be like the feeling of like, you know, getting proved right or even being proved wrong or just being like completely like shocked by like something like I didn't expect, like Avidius. Like Avidius being like fake, like Cristofaro created Avidius. Dude, that was like such a like oh my god moment. That's crazy. I'm still honestly kind of a little mad about that. Dude, like what an insane way to die, man. Like he falls into the arms of Cristofaro and then he just his body turns into like the pages of his book, like literally indicating that he was fake the whole time. Like, oh my god. Dude, I swear, man. I don't care what no one says. He will be real to me forever in my heart. He was a real person. Even though factually, you know, that's incorrect, but who cares, man? It's like Farina. Like when it was revealed that Farina wasn't the Archon, I don't care, man. Deep down in my heart, she will always be an Archon. And the best Archon. Because to me, Fontaine is still the best story. Even though there's been so many good lore that's been revealed and Not Cry. But one, Not Cry is not done. And two, um, yeah, I just got a soft spot for Fontaine, man. I think Fontaine has literally done everything like perfect. Character quests, character designs, characters like fights, like the mechanics that they like do, map design, um, a second map design, which is like the whole Rimuru place. I don't know. I literally just love Fontaine. So it will have to take a lot more for it to be dethroned. Even though, like I said, the lore and Not Cry, oh my god, it's been phenomenal. Literally phenomenal. I'm very excited to see what's more, what's gonna be introduced and more updates. But anyway, oh, huh, I know one. This one is gonna sound insane, but dude, this quote unquote Praxis overseer called Excellency. I don't know, man. I don't know if this person is actually real. Which I know that sounds crazy to say. But I don't know, because when I was doing Chang Li's quest and the way that they were addressing His Excellency, like it kind of made it sound like when the minions of the Praxidus were mentioning His Excellency, it kind of sounded like they were talking about the Grand Architect. So I don't know if Excellency is like a real codename for a real resonator or overseer, which technically overseers are resonators, but that's besides the point. Um, or it's just how they refer to the Grand Architect because he is the highest position of the Fraxidus. So it would make sense for the minions to address him as Excellency. Or it could just be the Architect just shapeshifting into uh, a quote unquote different overseer, which would be Excellency. But whatever the case is, I don't know, man. I don't know. I could be extremely wrong, because I've been extremely wrong before, like a lot of times. So I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, I don't know. Just like with all the stuff addressing His Excellency, and he's not mentioned like in a lot of stuff either. Because what, it's Chang Li's quest, and then what is a small part of Ying Ling's quest, like through some like document, and then the court of Savante. I think they also talked about him, which we also know that the Grand Architect was part of that stuff. So like you see what I'm like trying to get at? Like it basically looks like His Excellency is the Grand Architect. Like I don't think it's two different people. Or if it is two different people, it's just probably the Architect shape-shifting into two different people. And then maybe the purpose of him doing that, like if that is the case, which I don't think so, but if that is the case, then maybe he's doing that to see if like any people like from the bottom, probably like bottom going towards up, is trying to like overthrow him or trying to like do anything that could hurt the Fraxidus goals. Maybe that's why he would create a quote unquote overseer that's codenamed Excellency. But yeah, again, that's just what I think. Yeah, so there's that. I already talked about Hanuma City, Lahai Roy. The teardrops with the Forte. Oh, I was gonna talk about the leak of a character. That's why I said it's interesting and it would be pretty cool, but the fact that I saw it, don't like it because I think it will spoil stuff for Lahai Roy. Because supposedly, the Sentinel that's supposed to come from Lahai Roy is a digitalized Sentinel. So it's like a person made up. Probably like in something with kind of like Hanuma City, like it's his own like bubble, like research topic thing that Star Torch was obviously a part of with the Fraxidus. So I don't know like if like they also are trying to create the perfect like Sentinel and then somehow trying to create a perfect Resonator and then somehow created a Sentinel. Or maybe it could be something almost like not to sidetrack completely, because I know I tend to do that once I start mentioning other stuff. But kind of like how Cyrene is in Star Rail. Like she's just numbers like digitalized, and then the Demiurge gained like consciousness when the Stellaron blew up. And then how Cyrene and Demiurge came together and it basically became like Fully, or like Amphoris is Fully. So I don't know if it could be something kind of like that also in Lahai Roi, that they're like digitally creating resonators and they created the perfect one, and then some Sentinel probably merged with it because the Sentinel was probably dying, or just became a Sentinel, just I don't know, because it was just so perfect, or who knows? They could probably do something with Rover also, because this guy is like literally Mr. Worldwide. This guy has been everywhere. It's insane. It's insane how he's connected to so many people. I'm telling you. Okay, now this is where I get into the big part of Wuthering Waves. Dude, I'm convinced that he has been rovering around more than 2 times. Because in the game, I'm just speaking like factually now, not like theorize like stuff, but factually. Like again, with everything that we know so far in the game, because it could change like later on. But with everything that we have right now, it's assumed that he came to the planet 2 times. That he was there the first time, and then he disappears, he leaves, and then that's when that other godlike figure wakes him up, and then, or her, whatever gender you pick. But for me, I picked boy, so I'm just gonna say him. So yeah, so then that godlike being wakes him up and then sends him back on the planet. So that's assumed to be the second go around. And then while you're doing the quest and stuff like that, you find out that he's connected to all these different people. So, in saying that, because I know it sounds kind of weird that I don't think he did all the connections in one round, because, you know, in this current like state of like playing with the rover, he's doing like a whole bunch of stuff, which it could be possible he did all this the first time, but I don't know. I feel like it's too much stuff that happened and he was a part of for him to do in one like cycle. I think he's just visiting the planet like over and over and over and over and over, like literally nonstop. Like basically like Finon. Like Finon was in that loop of like the 33 million. I don't remember everything else, but I know it's over 33 million cycles. So I wonder if Rover is kind of doing the same thing. I don't know if it's that high. I don't think it's that high, because that would be insane. But I do think he's been to the planet like way more than 2 times. Honestly, probably way more than 10 times, honestly. Because it's just too much stuff. Especially with like the Sentinels. Like him becoming the master of Jiu, and then meeting the Sentinel for Renacita. And then the second time you meet the Sentinel for Renacita, you also see that godlike figure. That was in the finale of the Renacita quest. Dude, I knew I was not crazy. Because while I was playing the quest, I swore I saw someone there. And then like a couple of days later, I checked, and there actually was someone there. And it's the girl that sends you to the planet. She was there. Because it's like when you reach like that whole like um, kind of like that whole like consciousness place, but everything is also like digitalized, kind of like technology. So oh, now that I say that, I wonder if Wahai Roy is connected to that place. Because if it is, then maybe that's how they created a Sentinel. Maybe that's the birthplace of Sentinels. Oh wow, hold on, I just fascinated myself. That's wow. Okay, anyways, I'll look more into that stuff, see if I could find anything. Even though I doubt it because it was literally in the Renacita quest. That's the only time it mentions that place, the only time you visit that place, and the only time, well, yeah, because I was gonna say like mention in documents, but there's not even no documents even there, so. But anyways, um, yeah, in that place, even the birth of that woman, which I assume, because that's kind of what it looked like. It didn't say, it didn't give a definitive answer. Another basically like implication. But when you do that quest with Encore and Alto, and you go, I forgot what the place is called, but you go into some place, and you like read documents, and you also have to like turn the power on and stuff like that. Because it's the same place where you fight that gigantic machine. It's Ying Lin's. I believe it's her. It's her like boss that you fight to like level her up. It's that gigantic robot. It's in that place where the quest is. It's like also in the beginning of the game. But anyways, in that place, it shows that girl there also. Kinda like if those researchers created that woman. Which again is insane. And now that I'm saying all this stuff, I think that's exactly what Lahai Roy is doing. They're somehow creating Sentinels. But yeah, anyways, then there's that, of course, the Black Shores, um, being founded by him and Shorekeeper. I'm telling you, dude, he also founded the Fraxidus. I'm telling you. I am telling you, he started it, man. There's no doubt in my mind he started that. There's like, wait, this like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just like the Fraxidus is like way too obsessed with Rover and him basically becoming like I guess you could say like the new hope. Well, quote unquote new hope. You know, that's what the Fraxidus tries to use him for. Because, you know, this whole thing of creating a new world and whatnot, but using Rover to like lead the way. Now I'm telling you, he created the Fraxidus. Like he probably did that in one cycle, and then in the next cycle he created the Black Shores to combat the Fraxidus. So he kind of did both, like good and evil. Which also reminds me, like, I wonder what his true intentions is. Because if it is the case of him doing this, like, endlessly, like, why? what is it that he's trying to achieve? Like, is it like a perfect, like, because I don't think it would be like a perfect world. I mean, like, I don't know. Because it, like, if it was me, right? And I did once, like, go into the next one, why would I remove my memories, like, purposefully, and then just rover around, basically learning from the beginning? When I could just use what I know to just do better the second time. But even though, that always doesn't work. So, because, that's kind of my theory for the proxies and Zenless Zone. That they failed and then they erased their memories to go back in time to give them like an actual different outcome and possibly save Eridu. So it could be, but that's okay. That's the thing, because with them is like a little different, because they're like basically like born to like save the world or whatever. But like Rover is like so powerful. Like he's basically almost like the equivalent of like like eons of like Star Rail or like Herishers of like Void of Origin or whatever, like a Honka Impact in this game. Even though I think there's a higher power than the Primordial one, but that's something else. But like as far as we know, the Primordial one is like the highest, the strongest power up to that. So Rover is basically like the equivalent to that, and possibly even stronger than that. So for him to like erase his memories and do all this stuff, I don't know. I really don't know. But yeah, so there's that, and then he was the mysterious person that was helping Cheng Li's master with that Seronosphere. And then the only way to actually complete the game was, even though they destroyed it at that point, or Cheng Li destroyed it with her Eternal Flame. Which is actually pretty cool that her name, Cheng Li, also translates to Eternal Flame. That was, I didn't expect that. But yeah, and then she destroyed the Seronosphere. But then when Rover and Cheng Li meets, they actually finish the game that Rover and her master started. So I don't know. There's just like so many like different stuff. And then, okay, this is the biggest one. This is the dude. Camellia. I did her quest for the first time, and it makes so much sense why she keeps referring to Rover as my seed of fate. Because when you do her quest, it's revealed that Flora, which is like an earlier version of Camellia, basically, that she met Rover when Rover was there, quote unquote, the first time, because I basically already explained my whole theory. of him being there multiple times. Um, but again, just based on what we know in the game, that's stated as a fact. His quote unquote first time when he founded the Black Shores. When he was there and he founded it, he met Flora, and when he was leaving and he erased his memories, then Flora also erased her memories. And then she created, again, basically another Seronosphere, like how all the other people have done it, which is like literally insane to me now that I like keep talking about it. It's like, it's really starting to like register in my head. Like, I'm starting to think that maybe everyone really does have the possibility of doing it. But then I'm also so conflicted because, like, I don't know. Anyways, I already uh, explained that. That's why I have two theories on that. So, you know, the all resonators could create that, or special resonators could create it with probably like the help of someone else that has to activate it. But anyways, back to Camellia. So yeah, Flora did that, and then she wiped away her memories, and then Camellia appeared, and then when Camellia first came to the Black Shores, she was trying to find her like origin story, you could say, basically. And every time she did, and she found out about Floral and what she did and how she's connected to Rover, that she erased her memories because Rover erased his memories, then Camellia would like overclock, go into a chamber, and then she would lose her memories again. So it's just like an endless cycle. But then in this quest, of course, obviously, it's different. It's revealed that there's different timelines of Camellia that's like intertwining and like merging together, and all of them has the connection of Rover, because Rover is the one in every single timeline is the one that basically like mentors her, like in some way you could say. And that's why all like Camellias, or like Camellia and Floral, because I shouldn't say all Camellia because it's probably gonna get very confusing. But yeah, all timelines are connected just for the simple fact of Rover is in it and he appears. And he has like a major impact on Camellia's like life and the other Camellias in the different timelines. So when I saw that and I was doing that quest, like it dawned to me that maybe it's not really quote unquote timelines. Like okay, how do I explain it? Like it would be timelines for the people on the planet. Because it will be like one cycle and then the next cycle it will be the same person, but it'll be like a different version of that person. If that makes sense. So kinda like when okay, here's the best way to put it. When Rover came the first time and founded the Black Shores, he met Flora. So that was like the quote unquote first Camellia, right? So if that like world ended and then it like recycled and then became, you know, like a different quote unquote timeline, then the second time again, quote unquote, Rover came, or Yeah, I did explain it right. I'm like confusing myself. The time when Rover quote unquote came the second time. That's what I meant to say. Which I probably did already said that and I just restated it and just confused myself. But anyways. um so yeah. So when he came and then met Camellia, then that would be again considered quote unquote a different timeline. So like you see like basically what I'm getting at? Like one timeline is Flora, then the planet goes on a cycle, and then it's Camellia. And then that cycle ends, and then Camellia is reborn again, and then over and over. I just realized I'm like doing this like in a circle because I'm like when I'm saying circle, I'm also like circling my thumb on the analog stick. So stupid. But anyways, yeah. So that's what I think. So people born on the planet is affected by this like different timelines. But for Rover, it's not a timeline for him because it's him just like recycling himself also. Again, like when he founded the Black Shores and then erased his memories, and then now he's rovering around again, the quote unquote second time. So for him, it's not different timelines, but for the people, it is timelines. That's why Camellia has all these timelines that's intertwined together, and it's all connected by Rover. Because Rover is the person that's been visiting the planet over and over and over and over, and he's always interacting with a different version of Camellia. That's what I think is happening. And honestly, I think that's the biggest like the biggest proof right there of him like being in an endless cycle of rovering around. Just because of Camellia's story and her quote unquote different timelines of Camellia when it's literally just the same person. It's kind of like this game. Like there's a lot of theories about this that Tevet is in a cycle, and then when the cycle ends and a new cycle happens, then all these people like Zhongli, Farina, Nahida, like everyone is kind of like reborn again, and then they go through the same stuff like they did previously. Which I really don't know. I mean, probably like yes and no. Like I do think there is a cycle, but like living out the exact same scenarios like over and over, I don't think that's accurate. Because in all honesty, I don't think there would be the whole point of Descenders appearing then. Because like a Descender is supposed to come and change the fate of Tevet. Like however they see fit. So if Descenders are supposed to change the fate of Tevet, but they still somehow like fall like in the same cycle also of repeating everything, then what would be the whole point of a Descender appearing in the first place? So like I said, like yes and no. Like it probably is a cycle. Some stuff probably do happen. But for everything to happen exactly the same, I don't think that's accurate. But But yeah, that's basically what I think with Rover. I think he's in an endless loop, and I don't think uh the story that we're playing now is the second time. And the previous time of him founding the Black Shores and being a master of GU and playing the game with Chang Li's master and all this other stuff. I don't think he did all that in one cycle also. I think all the cycles are probably like starting to like intertwine together. Like a little bit like how Camellia is. Like all her memories are like intertwining now. Well, it is intertwined now because I finished the story. That's why she calls them my seed of fate. So possibly the same thing's happening with the world. But yeah, that's basically all my Wuthering Waves stuff. Um, trying to think. Because everything else I basically already said before. Like all the Fraxodus members kind of resemble like some parts of a theater. So this is just like one big gigantic kind of like script for them or like stage. Let's see what else. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Cause there's not too much like insanely like details about that. I think it's literally just the fact of the people's code names. Like Christopher. Oh, how did I miss that? Dude, that's embarrassing. Like Cristofaro's script writer. Okay, I don't know why I said that. Rich or completion. Is that like some sort of secret quest? Or did I do something before and I just forgot? Anywho. Yeah, Cristofaro's playwright, of course, the Grand Architect, that's his code name, conductor. So it's kind of like stuff that's like, kind of like theater related. And I don't mean like only like movie theater related, like actual like Broadway plays or, those like orchestras or whatever, like theater stuff. Um, yeah, I think that's pretty much it, honestly. I probably like once I start doing other stuff, I probably something will like click to me and I'll be like, oh, and this and this and this, because that always happens. That's a chest over there. No, that's just a barrel. Thought that was a chest. But yeah, oh, when I was also doing Wuthering Waves, I sidetracked like always, but I didn't go into like insane amount of detail about that. I mean, I went into a lot, but like not every single thing, because I also had to look stuff up, which just reminds me well, I could do that now actually, because I know it's very early, extremely early, like extremely early. But dude, I'm telling you, I think I already found the connection with um the new Hoyoverse game. I think I found the connection with that with the other Hoyoverse games, which the new one is called Bar. What is it? Barsu Barsapura. That's what it is. Barsapura, which translates to City of Rain. Um. So yeah, I've been looking into like some Chinese mythology about stuff like that, about who made this City of Rain, which is this dragon called Ying Long, which is very interesting because it kind of reminds me something almost like this, not exactly like this, because from what I understand, uh, I didn't look into every single thing, but I'll get into it more because I am gonna look stuff up because I do want to talk about that. Because I want to see maybe if I could find something about the main character. Because I have a theory about the main character. Because when she talks to Mr. Shadow, she says she's looking for her killer. But when she does her animation burst, she puts the gun towards her head and she shoots herself. And then rain basically like appears. So like, is the killer she looking for herself? Like, is she going through like some type of like, not really like a split personality thing, kind of like False Solar and Farina. Like, technically they're different people, but also technically they're the same person. Because Farina is literally just Fossilor's humanity. So they're entirely two separate beings, but they're both birthed from one body, basically. I know that sounds kind of confusing, but I wonder if it's like it's basically like Nahida also. Like Ruka Devada, she sacrificed herself to become Nahida. So they're two different people, but technically both born from the same body. Because they also both born from Irminsul, the Irminsul tree. So it's like something like that, like Farina and Nahida. Like I wonder if the Hollow One and Varsapura, because that's their name. Well, that's their name, like for now, because I don't know if they have like an actual name, or that's just like their title. Kind of how like Lu Ming and Ether's title is Traveler. So I don't know if it's like that for her. But as far as we know, her name is Hollow One. But anyways, I said all that stuff just to say that I wonder if maybe she's in that same like boat. Like maybe her real self like probably killed her and then she became the Hollow One or something like that. But yeah, I'm not entirely too sure. Like I said, it's just a theory. Mostly all the stuff I say is basically theories. So But yeah, that's why I want to look more into like the Chinese mythology like stuff. Because maybe there could be someone that's kind of like resembles her. And if I could find out if there is someone that resembles her, and if they did kill themselves and then give themselves a new body, then I think that's exactly what it is. Because you gotta remember, with Hoyoverse games, they take like real life, like mythology or religion, like a way of thinking, like whatever you want to call it. They take real life stuff and then they put it in the game, but they add their own spin to it. Kind of like Natlan is like Aztec and Mayans and stuff like that. Nahida is what's the first place? Well, the deserts obviously is Egyptian, but I'm trying to think of the rainforest place. I forgot what country it's supposed to be based off. I believe it's some Arabic thing, because even like the academia, like some of the names and stuff, it like translates to some uh some Arabic like stuff. Like even Zandik, that translates to a heretic. Even though I think he's Rita Miller, so. But I'll get to that eventually. um, but yeah, so we know they take real stuff and put like their own spin on it. So for this game, Varsupura, yeah, Varsupura, it's literally the same thing with all their other games, but their lore is like Chinese mythology related. Because like I said, even the name of the game itself translates to City of Rain. And the person that created City of Rain... Oh, that's where I was going before I completely talked about something else. But, yeah, so in this game, you have like Celestia, then the Moons, and New Belong, and how they created stuff. So for the Chinese mythology that I was looking up, it's three sovereigns and it's three dragons. Because the sovereigns are dragons. But you have different dragons that are not considered sovereigns, but they are like kind of like sovereign level. So like what's a way to explain it? Like Neuvillette. Neuvillette, well, no, Neuvillette is different because he literally is the sovereign. Okay, let's put it like this. When you first do this quest, Neuvillette is the sovereign of Hydro, right? But he doesn't have full authority, so he's not full sovereign power until you finish the end of the quest, and then he absorbs the Gnosis and all the other stuff. Then he becomes full-fledged, like full authority sovereign. So it's something almost like that with the Chinese mythology that I've been looking at. That you have three full-fledged sovereigns, and then you have other dragons that have sovereign-like capabilities, but they're not considered a sovereign because they don't have full-fledged authority. That's basically the difference. So Ying Long, which the one that created the City of Rain, he's in that boat of like a sovereign level like person, but he doesn't have the authority to be the sovereign. because the three sovereigns is a red dragon, a yellow. Actually, you know what? Let's well, hold on. Before I do that, let me find some place to sit. Um, and honestly, I don't even remember because I want to sit. I know there's like some chairs around here that you could sit. It's like some fancy. Hold on, maybe it's here. Because if not, I'll probably just sit in the uh in the courtroom thing. But you know, I'd rather have like a nice looking view. Mm, damn, I don't remember where it
Rev the
is.
engines.
No, that's not it. I don't even think it's this way. Where the hell is this thing? Yeah, because that's the secret boss right there. Well, what the hell is... Oh, I thought I saw... Like, those red marks that you see on the chest. You know, basically indicating that it's locked.
Try and stop me.
Bro, I don't even think I'm nowhere near close. They snore? I never knew that.
Rev the engines.
I never heard that before. That's gotta be new. What the hell? That has to be new. I literally never heard them snore before.
Full throttle.
What the hell, dude? That's crazy. Bro, I don't even think I'm anywhere near close. No, because this is the little Hilichurl village that they made. I don't think it's near there. Is this thing still following me? Just like this crap. Are the other ones still following me also? It's just showing the red mark.
Solidify.
Oh.
Rev the engines.
Because I do know there's a chair around here.
Wrath from the sky.
Because, it's related to that quest
Incinerate.
with, what's that girl's name? It's related to a quest with a little girl. That she's a painter. And then you interact with her and you have to fix like the paintings or something like that. You have to fix the area for the area to match the painting. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
I don't even think it's this way either. Dude, I have no memory of where the hell this crap is. Oh my god. I know it's somewhere in this area. Because I remember you see the cubes from where the seat is. Dude, this is driving me insane. Whatever. Who the hell knows? I'll probably run into it if I decide to just walk around. But yeah, alright, let's go sit in that seat. Honestly, I could just sit anywhere. Doesn't even matter. Actually, no, let's, you know, more professional. Even though I'm literally just gonna be blabbing. Oh. Did this thing freeze? Oh, no, it didn't. Okay, thank God that it froze. Oh. I forgot to... Well, this thing is not gonna take me 2 hours. Well, it's not gonna take me 2 hours to explain the whole Varsapora thing. Or Varsapora. Yeah, I keep getting that name like mixed up. Yeah, so anyways, as far as I know, it's the 3 sovereigns that control and created everything. And then Yinglong created the City of Rain. Then there's 4 beasts. I'm not entirely sure what they do. But I do know one of them is a dragon. I believe it's Asur dragon. That's one of the 4 beasts. Oh, actually, yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. Because I think the sovereigns is red, yellow, and white. Actually, you know what? Again, let me just see. Let me see. Nope, it is not on... Yeah, it is on this phone. Never mind. Okay. Oh my god, dude. I got 40 tabs open. God damn, dude. Bro, are we going hardcore on this? Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah. The City of Rain. Where's the dragons? There it is. Let's see. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. That I remember. Because one of the emperors went to war with a dragon. I don't remember which one. I think it was the yellow emperor. Went to war with a dragon. Okay. What are the colors? Okay, so the sovereign's name is... Oh my god, I'm gonna pronounce this horribly. Fushu? Nuwa and Shengnong? Those are the 3 sovereign dragons. Okay, Fushu... credited along with his sister and wife, Nuwu. What the hell? I shouldn't be surprised. You know, I read into Greek mythology. That, oh my god, those like sister, wives, brother, lovers, uncle, cousins. Yeah, that's. Yeah, that's a whole nother thing. But okay. Alright, so they're brother and sister and husband and wife. That's okay, that's interesting. So both of them is credited with creating humanity, the invention of music, hunting, fishing, domestication, and cooking, as well as the writing system of, I cannot pronounce that, but it says Chinese characters around 2900 BC or 2000 BC. He is also the originator of Baguya, the 8 trigrams, after observing that there were 8 fundamental building blocks in nature. Oh, okay, so these are the 8. Heaven, earth, water, fire, thunder, wind, mountain, and lake. These 8 are all made of different combinations of yin and yang. Oh! Okay, now that I say that, just a sidetrack real quick. It's still related to Var Sopora. But it's related to that, but I think I could relate something in that relates to all Hoyoverse games. Because if you think about it, all Hoyoverse games has some type of form of like a yin and yang. But there's something in between a yin and yang. So, the other day, I was looking up, well, while I was also looking up stuff about the Chinese mythology, I came across a video of like stuff about Qi. So I watched that, and then I just stopped and I was watching random stuff. But when I was watching random stuff, there was this guy talking about how all Legend of Zelda games are connected by like blue, like this blue greenish or like turquoise color, like liquid, or this turquoise like element, whatever it is. But in that video, there was this guy, I still do not remember his name, because it's a real person, but there's like a fictional version of that real person in Lies of P, which is the character that you find out at the end that he kind of wanted all this stuff to happen, and he's like evil himself, and he's part of like a larger group, and then he says it's time to like, you know, do like Dorothy or whatever, and then after that it shows like Dorothy with like clicking her heels. But that guy, I know it starts with a P, but that person is an actual real person, because he discovered, well, quote unquote discovered, because honestly he just stole it from Chinese mythology. But he was talking about like the yin and yang stuff, like good and evil. But then he said that there's something in the middle of that, kind of like a gray area, which would be considered like Qi. So, yeah, he was explaining that, how that guy, you know, thinks there's like a third element in terms of like the yin and yang. Which again, like I said, that guy literally just stole stuff from the Chinese mythology. But you know, it was in Europe, so everything they say basically gets credited to them because they just steal everything. That's a whole nother subject. but yeah, so while I was watching that video, then the person explained what the guy so-called like theorized or whatever, which again, it starts with a P. I just cannot remember the dude's name. But anyways, and then the person who made the video went back to talk about Legend of Zelda. So he was talking about that and how I really don't know too much about Legend of Zelda, but I know supposedly to him because he said he played every single one. But there's always like this turquoise like power that's like related to like Zelda or something like that, or like the gods of like Zelda. So, but yeah, he said that, and then he used another game. I forgot that game's name. But anyways, that game actually kind of reminds me of this, because it was talking about like an Irmisol tree and Chi, of course, how the world is like in a cycle. There was some other stuff I can't remember, but anyways, I just said that just to say that that game also has something that's related to like turquoise color. Zelda has it, and which this one I already knew, but like all the like Shadow of the Colossus games is also like turquoise colors, because the Shadow of the Colossus, The Last Guardian, Eco, and the fourth one that's coming out. Dude, I'm so excited for the fourth one. They better show another trailer. Hopefully they show it in the Game Awards. But anyways, so like while I was watching that video, and I was like trying to understand stuff about like how turquoise kind of is like the representation of like chi, and like the in-between of like yin and yang, and basically chi kind of is like the like willpower, almost, you could say. I was thinking about how that relates to all these other games, and then that's when I saw the Varsapur trailer, which is 30 minutes, but I took really long. I took like an hour and a half because I was like dissecting like every little thing, and I was also screenshotting stuff. But yeah, so I just realized I don't know if this place is. Hold on, because I think the music is maybe too loud. Honestly, can't even tell the difference. I'll probably have to check after. And also, I gotta do the what you call it, the daily commission stuff. But anyways, so yeah, I was watching that, and then there's a part when the Hollow One like sneaks, and when they do their sneak attack, they like perfect. Yeah, it's basically the same thing with the sound of the music. But anyways, so yeah, so when the Hollow One sneaks and does a sneak attack for the enemies, which the enemies are called Mind Rot. I'll get into all that stuff later. That she hits directly where the heart is of the Mind Rot. And when you look at the Mind Rot's heart, it has like this blue, like this blue stuff inside. It's like if the heart is blue. So that made me remember the stuff I was watching about like chi and all this stuff. That if that is what it is, like if that is chi, or the chi like, like figure, or the chi like thing inside that game, then there's two things. I wonder why she's hitting the person there and absorbing the chi. Is that to like, is that how it will fully kill the mind rot? Because again, chi will basically be like in the middle of like the yin and yang. So it'll be inside good and inside evil. So to fully kill the mind rot, you have to take their like willpower away, basically. Maybe, I'm not entirely sure. But anyways, when I saw that, and then I saw her absorb it, it kind of dawned to me that I think all these other games also have that same thing. But I don't think it's just like a physical, like a physical thing that you could actually see. Kind of like how I would, like how I was just explaining with the Hollow One absorbing the chi from the mind rot enemies. Like that you can physically see. But in these games, you don't physically see anything like that. But what you do see is the willpower of certain characters. And due to those people's willpower, they supersede like all expectations. Like Finon, perfect example. A person who's not even real. He's a computerized, human. And he hit Nanook in the face and scratched him. When no other human has ever done that before. Because according to Kafka, no human could hurt an Aeon at all. So for him, that's kinda less than a human, because he's just like numbers. For him to do that and scratch an Aeon, like, do you know how much like amount of like rage and like the will to kill Nanook you gotta have? So it's stuff like that that kind of like, to me at least, that it's stuff like that kind of looks like that's the representation of like chi in the other Hoyoverse games. Like, I think it's humanity's willpower. So again, like Finon, Auto Apocalypse, when he reached the imaginary tree, even Kevin, or Kevin, same thing, and Haka Impact. What's the other example? Like even the other Kiana, Raiden Mei, Himiko. Like it's like all these stuff. And in this game, I think it's really with the Descenders. I think the Descenders have the strongest amount of willpower. That's why they're able to change fate. Even though, I have my theory about that also. Because, well, just real quick. But I think that there's people above dragons, and it will probably be the Auto variant and what I think is Paimon, that they created Nubelon, and then, 3 sons and 3 daughters, and then, they went to war or whatnot, and then Paimon lost, then she created the Abyss, and all that other stuff. Yeah, it's just crazy ass stuff, but for Paimon it does make a little bit sense, especially when you talk to like that Mulezing creature that says that she represents like darkness and stuff, but the Traveler represents like light and like a rainbow. So again, like good and evil. But yeah, I think all Descenders are still technically like kind of like how do I explain it? They're like the first like original true leaders of Tibet. But then, of course, stuff happened, and then New Belong was able to change things. So they don't have that full authority. It's dragons that have full authority. But they still able to change fate just because they were original, like, rulers in the beginning, even before New Belong. That's what I think, at least. But anyways, so yeah, so due to that, I wonder like if that's the reason why Descenders have like the probably like the strongest will to change the fate of Tevet, because it's like their willpower. So, and then Zenlizone, that one is a little tricky. Because I do believe there's willpower. And like chi is involved. Or chi is the willpower. Same thing. But it's like, well, obviously we see willpower to fight and you know, save our like companions and stuff. Because even with the proxies, they use the ethereal power to get rid of Vivian's corruption, and then the power of perception and stuff like that. So, you know, and that one, it's there, but it's not as much noticeable like how it is in Honkai Impact, Genshin, and Star Rail. But to be fair, the game is still basically new, so we're only a year and some change in. So we're gonna start getting into like the real heavy stuff. But I have some thoughts about that, especially the Void Hunters, but that's later on. So yeah, I think all the games have some type of chi related like presence, but in Varsapura, I think that one is much more like involved with like chi and stuff like that, because we physically see it. It's not like in the other games is the representation of chi, which would be the willpower of humans, like humanity's will, basically. I think in Varsapura, it's like physically seeing it. So yeah, there's that. Okay, yeah. Alright, let's get back to this. Okay, what exactly does the other two do now? Even though the sister is said that she was she was credited with doing the same stuff that the guy did, but she probably did a little more stuff or different stuff. She is credited with creating humanity, yeah, just like the other guy. Repairing the Pillar of Heaven. Oh, that's what she did. Okay.
Can we play Banker next time?
Okay.
But none of them believed me.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so I wonder what is the original like the original like story to this, because it says there's two different versions that people have, because it says she created humans with yellow clay, and then in some stories she created all of humanity, and in other stories she only created nobles or the rich out of yellow soil. That's interesting. So I wonder who's, because you know what that kind of reminds me of? It kind of reminds me of like the story with Ares and what's that animal? Ares and I believe it's the rooster. Because when Romans told that story, it was Ares put the husband into a rooster so he could do stuff for his wife. But in the actual Greek, like mythology, like from the Greeks themselves, it was he put the guy into a rooster because that guy was beating his wife. And Ares is like the... Actually, Ares is the only one who really protects humanity in Greek mythology. But like I just said, in the Roman version of that story, he turned the guy into a rooster so Ares could be, do stuff with the wife. So I wonder, maybe it could be similar to this? Like maybe the original stories where she created all humans with yellow clay, and then probably some country that they have problems with saw a story and then spun it and then said she only created nobles and the rich out of yellow soil. That's interesting. Okay. Oh, okay, I see. So she repaired the Pillar of Heaven because there was a war that broke out between the deities, and it broke the pillars, and it caused great devastation. So that's why she was the only one that repaired the pillars. Interesting, okay. Okay. Alright, so what is this? What is the last dragon? Or the last sovereign? Shenlong. Dude, I hope I'm saying all these names right. Dude, I could barely get normal people's names right. Oh, yeah. Okay. It's translated, his name, Shenlong, translates to divine farmer or divine husbandman. Husbandman. Okay, that's interesting.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
Okay, so agricultural herbal medicine. That makes sense why they call him divine farmer then. Okay, he's attributed to therapeutic understanding of taking pulse measurements, acupuncture, the harvesting of Thanksgiving, sacrificial rite, moxibustion. I'm not sure what that means. What does that mean?
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, it's a therapy consists of burning dried moxie and particular. Oh, so like kind of like more acupuncture stuff. Ah, okay. Wait, so alright, these were the three sovereigns, but what were the? Because I know I saw this before when I was looking this stuff up. What was the colors of the sovereigns?
None of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Wait, what? Groupings of the three sovereigns consist of combinations of the following? Wait, what the fuck? Hold on, wait a minute.
An antique's
Exactly.
value
But none
is
of
in
them
the eye
believed
of the
me.
beholder. An
Oh,
antique's
because
value
it
is
says
in the
that
eye
there's
of the
other
beholder.
dragons that consist of the three sovereigns. Oh, okay, I see. Another. Okay, that makes sense. Because it says there are 6 to 7 known variations, of which people.
Exactly.
I
But
don't know what
none
the
of
hell
them
that
believed
means.
me.
I don't even know what that says. I'm just gonna say consider. On which people consider the three sovereigns and 5 emperors, depending on the source. Okay. So that's why there's multiple other dragon names. But the original Chinese ones was Fushu, Nua, and Shengnong. And then the 5 emperors. Okay.
But none of them believed me.
Yeah, because there's 3 other
An
names.
antique's value is in the eye of the
Shuru,
beholder.
Shururen, Gong Gong, Shurong. Dude, I'm so horrible at reading all these damn names. Hold on, so if they're different, what do they do though? Or what do they consider them doing?
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Fire, drill, wood.
An antique's value
Usually
is in the eye of the
bronze mirrors to start fires by reflecting the sun. Oh, okay. Flint Emperor. That's his title. Okay, what did the other guy do? God of Fire, God of the South.
None of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, I really don't say anything else. Okay.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, okay, so Gong Gong is the destructive one. He's destructive and blamed for various cosmic catastrophes. He's depicted with a copper human head, an iron forehead, red hair,
Exactly. But none of them
body of
believed
a
me.
serpent, and the tail of a serpent
An
also.
antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Alright. Good to know. But I'm still trying to figure out exactly what. Cause, dude, I swore I thought I saw. What was
Exactly. But
the?
none of them believed me.
Hold on, let me check the Ying Long thing. Yeah, the rain deity, a winged dragon,
An antique's value
created
is
the
in the
city
eye
of
of the
rain.
beholder.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Dude, this is annoying me because I swore I saw. What were the three sovereigns' colors? Just like driving me up a wall that I can't find it now.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Cause I know the beast, well, the four beasts. I only remember two. I don't even know what the other two are. But I'll just look it up after. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different myths of Ying Long going to war with the Yellow Emperor. Some of them saying that
An
he
antique's
helped
value
him,
is in
others
the
saying
eye
he
of
went
the
against
beholder.
him. Jeez. I wonder how many different versions is this? And again, what is the original version? But anyways,
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
the dragon was Asur, and then the other of the four beasts was a tortoise.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Oh, hold on. You know, I'm gonna look up. Let me see.
An antique's value is in the
Um,
eye of the beholder.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
bro. Okay. I
Exactly.
put in a very
But none of them
specific
believed
question
me.
in Google. Google's over here talking about Dungeons and Dragons. Like what? Bro, I swear to God.
Value is in the eye of the beholder.
Ah, Google's just getting stupider and stupider, man.
Exactly.
Oh,
But none of them
okay,
believed
never
me.
mind.
An antique's value
I
is in the
swore I
eye of
thought
the
I saw
beholder.
something, or maybe what I just read was wrong. But it's not the sovereigns that are like the colored dragons.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Is tr-
An
well, the
antique's
three
value
main
is in
sovereigns.
the eye of the
Because
beholder.
here say something else about five sovereigns that are associated with color and cardinal direction. Asura is the east, red is south, white is west, black is north, and yellow is center. The yellow dragon often holds the highest status, representing the emperor and this. Oh, okay. So hold on. These sovereigns are related to the five emperor stuff. Okay, I see. I'm starting to understand little by little. Okay.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Exactly. But none of them believed.
Okay, so now that we are on that,
An antique's value is in
okay,
the
I
eye
don't
of
need
the
this
beholder.
anymore. I don't need that. I don't need this.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Okay, now, what are the four beasts and what do they represent?
Can we play banker next time?
I wonder if it's basically almost the same
An
thing
antique's value is in
like
the
the
eye of the
apocalypse
beholder.
stuff.
Exactly. But none of them
Oh,
believed
nope.
me.
Never mind. Represents the seasons. So a sword dragon is spring. Vermilion bird is
An
summer
antique's value
and
is in the eye
fire.
of the beholder.
Oh, a sword dragon also is wood. White tiger is autumn and metal.
Exactly. But
Black
none of them
tortoise is
believed me.
winter and water. Interesting, okay. I'm doing all this because I also want to see, because before they even showed the 30-minute
An
gameplay
antique's
trailer,
value is in the eye of the beholder.
maybe like 2 or 3 days before that, they showed a clip of kind of like this mountain, or like under a
Exactly.
mountain,
But none
something
of them
like that,
believed me.
and like water and rain in the background. And then it showed this creature like running across, and then the video stopped. It was literally like 4 seconds, 4 or 5 seconds. So, and also me doing this and seeing what they represent, I want to see if I see something that kind of looks like that creature that was running across also.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Okay, actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Dude, if I had a PC, I could have
But none
literally
of them
just looked all
believed
this
me.
stuff up while doing it. But I literally just have to do it on my phone. That's why I'm just sitting in one spot. But to be fair, I didn't feel like playing. Like really, really playing. I just kind of wanted to like let all my like theories like out and about.
Exactly.
Just kind of
An
talk about
antique's
everything.
value is in the eye of the beholder.
But okay, yeah, let's see. And then I have the biggest connection, which is the light realm and dark realm, which that's in all Hoyoverse games.
Exactly.
But
But
I'll
none
get
of
to
them
that.
believed me.
I still want to see stuff about like the godlike figures basically. Dude, where is I can't find it now.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Can we play banker next time?
The only thing I keep finding is just the gameplay.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Oh, that reminds me. I'm glad I saw that. Because that has to do with the mine rot stuff. And the mine bog. But it kind of looks like a sun and a moon. Or a moon. One of those.
An antique's
I'll
value
get
is
to
in
that
the eye of the
after.
beholder.
Dude.
Exactly.
Hold on.
But none
Let
of
me
them
see.
believed me.
Um... Oh, god damn, I cannot find this shit. Oh, there we go. I found it.
Yep, you're right.
Okay. Yeah, so exactly. That's what I thought before.
Exactly. But
Oh,
none of them believed me.
and the top part is all black, but then gold starts appearing through it. Okay, forgot about that. Okay, it's like creatures running behind. Can't tell what those things are.
An
Some
antique's
birds.
value is in
None
the
of them
eye of the
believed me.
beholder.
I can't tell what those creatures are. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know if I could figure what those things are. Because
Exactly.
maybe I could
None of them
Is in
believed
the
me.
eye of the
connect it to this stuff, and then see if I could try to figure out exactly what is probably the base of the game.
Exactly. But
An
none of them
antique's
believed me.
value is in the eye of the
Oh,
beholder.
hold on. I never even noticed that before. Something falls near the front of the screen. But where's it falling from? Is it jumping from one water to the other water? Or is it falling from like the thing
None of
above?
them believed me.
Oh no, it's jumping from one water to the
An
other water.
antique's
What
value
creature
in
is
the eye
that?
of the beholder.
Okay, it just stays in the water and then it rolls in itself.
Exactly. But none
Hmm.
of them believed me.
Okay, it rolls into like a circle. That's interesting. I wonder if that's like some slick way of telling that there's some loop in the game also. Like maybe that. Oh, hold on. Let me see. What if there's a creature that is kind of like the world serpent in Norse mythology?
Exactly. But none of them believed
Okay.
me.
But what would I put though? Let me see.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Okay.
Yep, you're right.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Can we play Banker next time?
Representing cycles. Let's see if that works.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Yep, you're right.
No, it just shows all animals in a circle, like a zodiac thing. That's not what I'm looking for.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Shit. And it kind of looks like some frog-looking thing.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
'Cause it just jumps from one water to a different water, and then it like falls up in a circle.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
And dude, if there's anything that looks suspicious in Hoyoverse, then that means it means something. These guys are notorious for hiding stuff right in front of you, and you think it's nothing, but it actually does mean something.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Okay, let me see this.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Bro, what the hell just happened? Oh. Ooh, hold on.
Is in the eye of the beholder.
These creatures kind of look like the ones behind that they were running. And it matches the description.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Hold on. Because it says they live under the city or under mountains. A neon beast?
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Exactly.
Is a key character in Chinese New Year.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Okay, neon
Exactly.
means
But none of them believed me.
ripeness, grains. Okay. Fear of noise and
An
fire.
antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Using firecrackers to drive off ape-like creatures in the mountains called Sen Xiao.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
So if these are the creatures, yeah, they do look a
An
lot like
antique's
them.
value is in the eye of the beholder.
I wonder if that's exactly what it is. I wonder if those are the same creatures in the teaser. Like in that
Exactly.
mountain
But none of
thing,
them
or
believed
whatever
me.
it's supposed to be. It kind of looks like a mountain, but also kind of looks like under the sea. That's why I think these are the same
An
creatures.
antique's value is in the eye of
Neon.
the beholder.
Exactly.
So, if Varsopora is in... Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me see something with City of Rain.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Let me see exactly, like, what happens. Like, in it, like, in the mythology.
But none of them believed me.
Excuse me. Hey, this is just showing up random stuff. Okay. No, okay, I gotta look back up Ying Wong.
An antique's value
Okay.
is in the eye of the beholder.
Ying Wong.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Let me see. Because what if he's the one that creates cycles, and then using those creatures, they bring forth a new cycle? Since they basically the representation of new stuff, which mostly a new year. But in the Hoyoverse game, it would probably be a new cycle.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Jeez, dude. There's so many different interpretations of this also.
An
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Yep, you're right.
I just want to see if he creates something and then like cycles it. Because if that's the case, I think that's exactly what the game is. That city, it's probably in a cycle.
Yep, you're right. An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Can we play banker next time?
Huh, well that actually makes sense also because even rain itself is a cycle.
An antique's
You know,
value is in the
precipitation,
eye of the beholder.
evaporation, all that other fancy stuff. I literally didn't even think about that till just now.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Huh. Wow, dude, this is way deeper than I thought. I honestly thought the light realm and dark realm was gonna take a long time. But this is wow.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Yep, you're right.
Still not seeing anything of a cycle.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Dude is crazy. Cause I
An
I was
antique's
still gonna
value is
look
in the
stuff
eye
up
of the
also
beholder.
about
But none of them believed me.
Star Rail. Cause I basically did the same thing with Polka Kakamon. Like I was looking up her name. Dude, that thing was like so ridiculously hard to find some origin stuff on that
An
name.
antique's value is in the eye of
But
the beholder.
I got a little bit somewhere.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
You're right.
Oh, this is interesting. Okay. Because in
An
the
antique's
gameplay
value is in the
trailer,
eye of the beholder.
I actually have the screenshots. Let me see.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
No, not this one. So it's this one.
Yep,
Banker
you're
next time?
right.
Because I see something about rain like splitting into two ways, so stuff don't get
An
like
antique's
too
value
heavy
is
to
in the eye
burden.
of the beholder.
And that reminded me of because this is
Exactly.
the
But none of them
conversation
believed
that
me.
the Hollow One is having with that other police member. I forgot her name. It starts with a S. Um, because that police officer puts in like some like device thing, almost kind of like an AI device, and it starts talking to the Hollow One, which
An
that device is
antique's
called
value is in
Dawn,
the eye
which
of the
that's
beholder.
interesting in itself. I wonder if that's a bigger meaning towards
Exactly. But
something.
none of them
Banker
believed
next
me.
time?
But anyways, it starts off saying, as you've learned, humanity's collective thoughts manifest as the rain of thought. Like water stagnating without proper
An
drainage, it
antique's
can
value
build
is
up
in
and
the eye
cause
of the
rot.
beholder.
Exactly.
Mine
But
rot
none of them
builds
believed
up,
me.
Banker next time?
erode reality,
Yep,
breaking minds, spawning monsters. I was about to say enemies. And warping our world. Alright, that's the end of the conversation. So I read that because I'm still trying to look up this Yi Long thing, seeing if is there any type of cycle that he does. Which I'm not finding any, so maybe not. But I'm not done yet. I'm almost at the end. But anyways, it comes out and it says, Yi Long, which uses its tail to sketch on the land a map channel-like formations whereby the floodwaters were allowed to drain. As the tail of the celestial dragon, Scorpius, which is insinuated precisely to where the Milky Way splits into two branches. And then it says, the 4th century I don't even know how the hell to pronounce that. Some 4th century person retells the Yu flood control myth in terms of the 4 symbols, naming the yellow dragon or Asur dragon and the black tortoise. Yu exhausted his energy creating channels, diverting waters, and establishing mountains as the yellow dragon dragged its tail in front and the black turtle carried green-black mud used to build the channels in its back. Hold on. So maybe that little teaser that we saw, maybe those are the doings of the Asur dragon and black tortoise? Because there's like some creatures all the way in the back, which I'm starting to think is the Neons, which could be a representation of a new cycle. And then maybe the place that kind of looks like some mountain is a black tortoise. And now that it says it carries green-black mud, maybe that could be where the mind bog like started, like from the birth of that. Interesting. And it makes sense. Because again, in the teaser trailer, it shows like everything is like all black and muddy, but you still see creatures like running around and some birds flying. And then all of a sudden, a gigantic like golden light starts appearing from the back coming towards the front, and it's like illuminating everything. I think that's exactly what it is. I think it's literally showing us, like, maybe, because again, everything is based off real stuff, but it's not directly like every single thing like happens exactly like that. Hoyoverse puts their own spin on their games. So I'm also still trying to see like how would Hoyoverse put their own spin on it. Because if everything I'm guessing so far is correct about those creatures representing cycles, the City of Rain is a cycle. The cheese, like the hollow one absorbs, and then the golden light going through the mountains. Then what if what we saw in the teaser trailer is the very beginning of how the cycle started in the game
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Varsapura. Like, what if it's the death of the yellow dragon or a sword dragon and the black tortoise? And then that's how you get the good and evil, and then of course the chi in the middle. Hmm,
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
that's interesting.
Yep, you're right.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about a cycle with being long. That's fine.
Can we play
Hmm.
bingo next time?
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, I never even thought about that.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Ah, okay. Alright. So that's
An
pretty much
antique's
everything.
value
With
is
like
in
the
the eye
Chinese
of the beholder.
mythology going into
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
like possibly what could go into from Chinese mythology into the game. That might be exactly what it is. It could probably be the death of the dragon and the tortoise that creates everything. And
An
then
antique's
the
value is in the
neons
eye of
writing
the
in the
beholder.
back, and then that is representing the beginning of a cycle.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Hmm. All right, now for dude, this was really long.
It's in the eye of the beholder.
But yeah, now for the Hoyoverse connections,
Exactly.
which is
But none of them
this
believed me.
is the real interesting part. The light realm and the dark realm. Yeah. So when you look
An
at the
antique's
gameplay
value is in the
trailer,
eye of the beholder.
it shows, you know,
Exactly. But none
the
of them
Hollow
believed
One
me.
getting interviewed, and then going into a dark place, and then all of a sudden a light appears, and then Mr. Shadow is sitting down with the cat, and then they start talking, and then the
An
Hollow One
antique's
passes
value
the
is in
first
the eye
part,
of the beholder.
and then the second part, she interacts with the other officer, the one that starts with an S. I cannot remember her
Exactly.
name,
But none of them believed me.
but then that one, they turn on
Can we
like
play bingo
cameras.
next time?
But when they turn on the cameras, they don't turn on cameras to record. They're turning on the cameras for the light to go on, and then the light is reflecting off of each
An
other
antique's
because
value
there's
is in
three.
the
There's
eye
three
of the
cameras there.
beholder.
So the light is reflecting off of each other,
Exactly.
creating a
But none of them
triangle.
believed me.
Which, by the way, if you look at the floor, it kind of looks like a sun also. So again, kind of looking like a light and dark realm type of situation. But anyways, the cameras reflect off each other, creates the
An
triangle of light,
antique's value
and then
is in
in
the
the
eye of the
middle,
beholder.
where the sun is on the floor, it creates a doorway. And then they go in the
Exactly. But none
doorway
of them
and they go
believed me.
deeper into like the
Can we play
darkness.
together next time?
And then, of course, they fight enemies and whatnot. And then at the end, when she passes the trial, the person responsible
An
for
antique's
like doing
value
the
is in the eye of the
evaluation
beholder.
can't get her out of
Exactly. But
the
none of
the
them believed me.
darkness. So then the other cop joins her, and then they're like running out of it, and then in the back, it looks is definitely a circle sphere. I maybe I know what it is, but that's something else. But
An antique's value
there's
is in the eye of the
a circular, you
Exactly.
know,
But none of them believed me.
I don't know, planet, moon, whatever. That's like starting to absorb everything inside. So that's basically that. So with the light realm and dark
An
realm and all
antique's
these
value
other
is in the
games,
eye of the
and
beholder.
this,
Exactly. But
it's
none of
literally
them
called
believed
light
me.
realm and dark realm. And both, well, no, I'll just separate the two so I don't confuse them. But even though I think it's the exact same thing, but I'll get to that. But in this is literally light realm and dark realm. That's what it's
An
called.
antique's value
Because
is in the eye of
the
the beholder.
dragons talk about the light realm, and the dark realm is like the abyss and
Exactly.
stuff like
But
that.
none of them believed me.
Um, and then in Honkai Impact, you have the imaginary tree, so imaginary energy, and the Sea of Quanta. In Star Rail, you have imaginary energy,
An
again,
antique's
imaginary
value is
tree.
in the eye of the beholder.
The path space, which I think that will probably be somewhat in the middle of imaginary
Exactly.
tree
But
and
none of them believed me.
like the quantum realm. But I also think that's probably where Tevet most likely blew up and created the path space. But yeah, that's something else. um, so yeah,
An antique's value is in
I
the eye of
I
the
think the
beholder.
quantum realm it's literally still the same thing of the Sea of Quanta. It's just probably like a different
Exactly. But none
like
of
a
them believed
different
me.
level of the Sea of Quanta. Honestly, it's probably like has like the same like functions, but could be like less
An
powerful.
antique's value is in the eye of the
That's why they
beholder.
probably just call it quantum realm. Or maybe they just call it quantum realm just to call it that. And then later on they probably would call it Sea of Quanta. We just gotta see what happens. That would have to do stuff with like Acha
Exactly. But none of
and the
them
Genius
believed me.
Society and whatnot. Because I'm pretty sure they're gonna make an appearance. Because for Hoyoverse
An
to have
antique's
that
value
Genius
is in the
Society
eye of the
meeting
beholder.
and for those people to have voice lines, they're gonna have very, very, very big roles in the future. I don't think that's just like a one-time thing. Because we already know Dr. Primitive is gonna have a big role because the whole Penacony thing
Exactly.
with
But none of
Rappa.
them believed me.
Of course, Ron May, because she was helping Jing Liu and Lucha do all this
An
do all
antique's
this stuff
value is
to
in the
try to
eye of
kill
the beholder.
Abundance because they want to mix stuff with Lance Arrow and whatnot. That's a whole other thing. Of course,
Exactly. But none of them believed
Herda
me.
and Skrullum are always, gonna be involved with everything. Lygus, of course, because he was an Amphorius, and you still have the other 8 fragments, so
An
they're
antique's
gonna be a
value
big
is in the
role.
eye of the
Polka,
beholder.
of course, she's running around killing everyone like a psycho.
Exactly.
And then
But none of them
Acha
believed me.
also appears, and she talks. So I'm pretty sure she'll have a gigantic role in the future, especially that she's related to the whole quantum realm stuff. So,
An
and I
antique's
think
value is in
that's
the eye
also
of the
part of the
beholder.
Sea of Quanta from Honka Impact Third. So that's also a very big deal. And then even Silverwolf herself, that she
Exactly. But none of them believed
does
me.
this thing called like ether editing, which I think that's also gonna be related to that. So yeah, and Zenless right now is still like, I mean, there's like a little bit tiny stuff, but then not really. Because the problem with Zenless, well, connecting everything to Zenless, because Zenless is a really good game. There's nothing really wrong with it. I'm just talking about like the connections, because it's still too early. We gotta wait a little bit more to give like more definitive answers. But so far with Zenless, it's kinda a little bit in its own like bubble. Because everything we've seen so far has been like human created. Like nothing like, you know, any like higher beings, you know, using light realm or dark realm or quantum, like none of that stuff. Mostly everything has been human, like human evolution basically. So I'm not gonna count that for right now. But in Var and Varsapura, I think with them showing like the lights reflecting off each other, and even again like the symbol on the ground is literally a sun. I think what's happening is they use light realm technology in order to go into the dark realm, so they could probably destroy the dark realm while using light realm technology. Again, with the cameras reflecting the lights off each other, and then literally a doorway appears. Like, that's basically almost like some Natlon type shit, like what the dragons were doing. Like, literally, like reflecting light off each other, and then doing other, like, light technology, and then also using philogistine, but philogistine is also like light realm technology also in itself. And then they created all these like hidden cities and whatnot, and all this other stuff. So we already know that there's a pattern of using stuff like that. So for this game to also use patterns of like using light to go into dark places, I think that's literally the connection right there. And then as far as this like mind rot, well, mind rot is the enemies. The mind bog, I think, is the thing that's absorbing everything. So that's also another thing. But then again, like I said, this is like the earliest of earliest stuff that they showed. So there's like way more things in the future. But I'm just going based off on what I see so far. Yeah, I'm not really sure if it's kind of like how you say, like the Abyss and the Abyss Order, that they're two completely different things, but they both work kind of towards like one same goal. Because, you know, they want to destroy like the light realm, and then the Abyss Order wants to destroy the Heavenly Principles, which is the representation of the light realm basically. So I don't know if the mind rot is kind of like the quote-unquote Abyss Order of Varsapura, and the mind bog is the Abyss, or is the mind rot just the enemies? The mind bog is the thing sucking everything in, and then the darkness itself is called something else. I'm not sure. But anyways, yeah, I think the mind bog probably is everything, including the thing sucking everything in, like the darkness. Though again, it's like extremely early, and I'm not I'm kind of
Exactly.
surprised. I
But none
haven't
of them
seen
believed
anyone
me.
really talk about it. But then again, like I just said, it's extremely early. But it's very like it's very clearly is showing stuff of Light Realm and Dark Realm, and that's literally the connection to all the other Hoyoverse games. So I don't know. That's just me.
Exactly.
An
But
But
none
antique
of
yeah,
them
value
so
believed
is in
me.
the eye of the beholder.
yeah, I don't know if because also in other Hoyoverse games, the you have like Sun and Moon, which again represents light and dark. So I don't know if the Mind Fog in
Exactly.
Farsapura
But none of
Antique's
them
value
believed
is
me.
is
in the
probably
eye of the
supposed to be like a
beholder.
moon or like a fallen moon, and then it just absorbs everything. So it's kind of almost like the finality. Hmm. It's pretty interesting. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Now that I say that, let me see something real quick.
An
Let
antique's
me see
value
if there's
is
a
in the
Exactly.
eye
moon.
of the
But none of them
beholder.
believed me.
Um, wait, hold on. That's not what I'm looking for. It's showing me the wrong thing. Okay, let me see.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Chang Yi is the Chinese moon goddess, best known for a story where she accidentally drank an elixir of immortality and floated to the moon. Okay, that's
Exactly.
interesting.
But none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Wow. According to legend, Chang Yi was the wife of Hu Yi, an archer who
Exactly. But
shot
none of them
down
believed
9
me.
of the 10 suns to save the Earth. What the hell? Wait,
An
why did he
antique's
shoot
value
down
is in the eye of
10
the beholder.
or try to shoot down 10 suns? Let me see. Bro. Ay, ay, ay. The rabbit hole I've been going into.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, scorching the earth and causing immense suffering. So he climbed the mountain, drew his powerful bow, and shot down 9 of
An
the 10
antique's
suns,
value is
restoring
in the
But none
eye
of
balance
of
to
them
the
the
believed me.
sky.
beholder.
Oh, okay. Alright, that's interesting. Alright, back to the moon thing. I want to see, because maybe there could be someone that's like some moon deity that like
An
absorbs and
antique's
destroys
value
Exactly.
everything.
is
But
in the
none of
eye
them
of the
believed me.
beholder.
Let me see.
Bigger next time?
An antique's value
Exactly.
is in the
But none
eye
of
of
them
the
believed
beholder.
me. Exactly. But none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, there is one, but it's Japanese.
Exactly. But none of them
Honestly, I don't even think it matters, because I'm pretty sure they probably do a merge of like everything. I don't think every single thing is Chinese related or Chinese like mythology related. And Barsapura, because supposedly, which I actually have to look that up, but that's not really important to the theory stuff. I could do that later or tomorrow. But what you call it?
Exactly.
Like the city, like in the gameplay trailer that the Hollow One was like driving in.
Eye of the beholder.
Supposedly that's like a real city in Singapore. So, like I said, it's probably a mixture of everything. But there is a destructive moon. Tsukuyomi no Mikito that is the Japanese moon god. He's associated with destruction and is considered a destructive deity in myths. Oh, and one myth is creation of the Susanoo. That's funny. Oh yeah, that I completely forgot about that. Naruto basically is Japanese and Buddhist mythology. Cause even Amaterasu, that's the sun goddess. And then the thing with the eye, it's the Uchihas. The Uchihas do it. They like they turn like their eye white. That's also like another deity. I think it's like related to the sky or the clouds or the moon, something like that.
An antique's
Izanagi, I think it's called. Interesting. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. Alright, so yeah, let me just wrap up with this and then I'll get back to that. Because it's talking about an eclipse, and that reminded me of a video I saw about Genshin, which is pretty long, so oh. But yeah, the only other moon thing,
Exactly.
but it was a Buddhist thing, but it was a demon who captured the moon deity, and then the demon causes eclipse by eating the moon. That's really it. I can't find anything else. But anyways, so Varsapura, I think that's exactly what it is. I think the Mind Bog is
But none of them believed me.
like stuff related to the Dark Realm, and most likely a moon destroying everything, and then the Light Realm. Obviously the seal. What is it called? Let me see. There's a screenshot of that also.
But none of them believed me.
Seal, shadow entity and analysis. No, shadow entity analysis and limitation. That's also another thing about this. I don't know if the Shadow Bureau is a division inside Seal, or if Seal is a division inside the Shadow Bureau. That I'm not entirely sure of either. But anyways, I just said that just to say that the Shadow Bureau is using like realm technology to destroy the Mind Bog.
Antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Trying to see if anything else before I move on and go to Genshin. Oh yeah, there's this one thing that Mr. Shadow calls the Hollow One a nameless also. Well, the Shadow One calls the Hollow One a Hollow One and calls him or calls her nameless. Because it says you're haunted by a nameless eye.
Exactly.
Which I don't think that's like a direct connection towards like Star Rail with like the Astro Express or anything. I think nameless is just like you know, just like something like random. Not really completely random, but you know, completely two different things. I don't think it's connected to Star Rail. Because I know once this gameplay trailer came out, there was so many people talking about the game, and it's saying it connects to Star Rail because he called her a nameless, which is ridiculous. And the Black Cat, that some were saying, some were jokingly saying it's Elio, and then you had other people really saying that it's Elio, which again, that's just ridiculous in itself.
Yep, you're right.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
But yeah, I wonder if the reason why he says to her, "You're haunted by a nameless eye," is because again, it's her herself that killed herself. And then the player that we see in the gameplay trailer is considered a Hollow One because her real body or her real self was killed, creating her basically. Like she is her own killer. Is basically what I'm getting at. So yeah, there's that.
Yep, you're right.
Oh yeah, there's another division called Sun,
But none of them believed me.
but we don't know what the acronym is or what the full thing is.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah, cause I also screenshotted that.
Yep.
Oh, and it shows the girl's name. Which this is the other cop, the cop that's helping the Hollow One, Sayuki. That's her name. But this is the part in the trailer when Sayuki is taking the Hollow One to go into the room with the cameras and do the whole triangle thing. This is while they're walking. She says, "Code Red, Sun's going to have their hands full." That's the only time she's mentioned it. And then, of course, the Dawn, which I think is probably like the AI of like the SEAL group, most likely. But that's interesting. Okay, so now that I'm thinking about it, maybe the Shadow Bureau is the whole entire police department, and then SEAL is a division. And then Dawn is a device that they use for SEAL. And then Sun is probably a different division inside the Shadow Bureau. That's interesting. That might be what it is. Oh yeah, and then there's one last thing about Mr. Shadow.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But none
that
of them believed
guy
me.
is weird in himself. Because with when you look at the mind bog enemies, all of them have like or the mind rot enemies, not mind bog. They all have like an actual like how to explain it, like a definitive
Exactly.
like
But none of them
figure
believed me.
of like what you see. Like you could tell it's like the shape to it is kind of human like. With Mr. Shadow, it's the same thing. Like he has a human like figure. But when you look at his face is like not really there. It's kind of like hence the name Mr. Shadow. It's kind of like a shadow in
An
his face.
antique's value is
It
in the
kind of looks
eye
like
of
a
the
But
ghost
none
beholder.
of them
basically.
believed me.
So I wonder if he is maybe like a person that survived the mind bog or born from the mind bog or like who the hell knows. But I don't think he's like well obviously he's not normal
Is in the
because
eye
even
of
in
the
the
beholder.
trailer the Hollow One calls Mr.
Exactly.
Shadow an
But none of them
entity.
believed me.
So he's much more than human obviously. But he might be like not just like any entity, like maybe like someone like super important. Actually, you know what? Now that I say that also, let me see.
Exactly. But none of them believed
An
me.
Um
antique's value
I
is
didn't
in
mean to
the
do
eye
that.
of the beholder.
Let me shit, hold on. Damn it, dude.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Bro, what the hell happened with
An
the
antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
oh no, the Buddhist thing is still there. But it'll say the demon's name though. Why when I refreshed it, it just disappeared? Whatever.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Alright, let me see. Um, hold on.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Okay, is an entity known as. Oh my god, I
Exactly.
cannot
But none
pronounce
of them
that.
believed me.
Oh, but it means loss of honor and prestige.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh. So again, I wonder if he's related to the mind box somehow.
Exactly. But none of them
And then the
believed me.
reason why his face is not like a face, it's kind of like a ghostly shadow in between his face,
An antique's
is
value
because the
is in the
mind bog
eye of
did
the
that to
beholder.
him. Hmm, that's interesting.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Oh, that's so okay. So again, I don't even know how the hell you pronounce this.
An antique's
Not
value
not
is in the
not
eye of the
poper
beholder.
not para bo. Yeah, because not para translates to losing face, and then also it means loss of honor, prestige. Which again, I think that could be related to the mind bog. That
Exactly.
they
But
probably
none
did
of them
that to
believed
him.
me.
Or maybe okay, hold on.
An antique's
I
value
know
is in
this
the
is
eye of the beholder.
even crazier than before. Well, literally everything has been crazy so far. But, because remember how I said that the Azure Dragon and the Tortoise, they probably both died, and then
Exactly.
their like
But none of
bodies
them
was
believed
used to create basically like a cycle. So what if Mr. Shadow was supposed to do
An
something
antique's value is in the
before
eye
and
of the
he
beholder.
failed, and then the deities had to sacrifice himself due to him failing? So that's why he has no face.
me.
Because again, it
Exactly.
would be like
But none of them
seeing
believed
like he
me.
lost honor and prestige. So now he's doing this and using light realm technology to destroy the
An
mind bog.
antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
That's like an insane reach, but hey man, I mean, kinda, it makes sense for now.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Yeah, because it says the appearance, that's exactly who this guy is. This guy is a Naperabo. Because it says the appearance typically looks like a normal human at first glance. The face only disappears when the victim looks closer or tries to interact with it. That's exactly what happens to the Hollow One. Because when the Hollow One first met Mr. Shadow, they're
Exactly.
like
But none of
far
them
away
believed me.
apart, and he's sitting on a bench, and then he gets up with the umbrella, and that cat is there also.
An antique's
And then
value
they
is in the
talk,
eye of the
and then
beholder.
he walks away. The girl leaves, and then that's where she goes into the second evaluation like stage. And then after that, Mr. Shadow meets with her again, but this time they're really close. And when they're close, his face is like all like
Exactly.
distorted
But
and
none of them
like
believed
a
me.
ghostly like like figure at his face. So that's exactly who he is. He's the representation of this. So if he's the representation of this, that's because that means he failed to do something. Because that's the only way these
Exactly.
ghosts
But
appear.
none of them believed me.
But yeah, anyway, so that's their appearance, their behavior, unlike many other
An
yokai,
antique's value is
the
in the eye of the
Naperabo
beholder.
boy, whatever, is usually harmless, aiming solely to inflict psychological terror and shock on its
Exactly. But none of them
victims,
believed me.
after which it typically vanishes. Oh, well, that's still too early to say. But he didn't seem like he was. Well, unless if he was the one that did the whole mind block thing in the
An
first
antique's
place and it
value is
wasn't
in the
real.
eye of the beholder.
Which honestly, I didn't get that vibe.
Exactly.
And he
But none
didn't
of them
say
believed me.
about doing that to her. But if that is the case, that he did do that to her to see how she would handle it, then again, that's the second evidence right there. Inflicting psychological terror.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Hmm.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Okay. Okay, so this is what losing face means. This is a severe. This isn't mythology. This is like real, um, like social.
An antique's
How the hell do I
value
explain
is
it?
in the
Like
eye of the beholder.
social
Exactly. But
concepts
none of
of
them
like what's
believed me.
acceptable or not acceptable. So losing face means this is a severe form of public embarrassment or humiliation that damages a person. Oh, it's 4 o'clock. I forgot. Okay. Oh, so server basically reset. All right. Where was I?
An antique's
Exactly.
value is
That
in the
damages a
eye of the
person's
beholder.
social standing and influence. It can occur from emitting a mistake publicly, being criticized in front of others, or failing to meet social expectations. Giving face, showing respect, offering gifts, avoiding public confrontation are ways to give or save someone's face, which maintain social harmony. Shamelessness. To be without face or not wanting face is a serious condemnation implying someone is audacious or does not care about societal moral standards. It's interesting.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Wow. What a rabbit hole we went into. Dude, I still didn't even talk about
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
some other stuff. This whole entire time has been Wuthering Waves and this, Varsopura. Okay, just one last thing, because he also has this feather on him, which is like so out of place with his whole entire outfit. So this should be the last thing for this.
None of them believed me.
Let's see if there's anything like with a feather.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, there's a lot of different.
Exactly.
Okay, but what does it mean? Let's see. Hold on.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Okay, it represents authority or rank, especially peacock, kingfisher feathers. I can't even tell what feather that is. Honestly, I don't even know what the hell the difference is in feathers. But I guess the feather he has is probably peacock or kingfisher, because he is the highest member of the Shadow Bureau, so maybe that's exactly what it is. It also means high status, beauty and protection, and good luck.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Okay, so yeah, I'm pretty sure in his case, it means authority. Alright. Yeah. After that whole entire thing, that's basically what I think about Varsopura. I know that was extremely long, but you know, like I said, I just wanted to just talk, not really play anything. Excuse me. And besides, I'm saving all my energy up for tomorrow for Zenless Zone. Oh, speaking of Zenless Zone, I'll just get on that real quick, because I don't have too much stuff on that, so it's not gonna be extremely long. But yeah, the usual of what you call it. Hold on. Do I have the screenshots here? About no, I don't. No, I don't have the screenshots here. So it's over here. Okay. Because when they did the live stream a while ago, after the live stream, they did like a developer's note. Or whatever you want to call it. I usually just call it developer's note. But they talk about like some stuff, like the pacing of the story, which honestly the pacing is fine. I don't know what people are complaining about. but that's something else entirely. Then they talked about that this is gonna be the last Exaltus part. That the next group would be something else. So the next big bad won't be the Exaltus. It'll be something else. Even though I don't think Sarah's gonna die. I don't even think we're gonna fight Sarah. I think she's gonna run away like always. But she probably will interact with this mysterious group and try to make them do God knows what, probably something with the curator, or maybe just something else entirely. Who knows? But that's what I don't think. I don't think she's going to jail. I don't think she's dying. I don't think she's gonna get hurt. I don't think she's gonna fight. We're probably just gonna see her face to face. She's probably just gonna talk a lot of shit and most likely say that the proxies were like the chosen one to help the curator become real or whatever, something along those lines. That I do think is gonna happen because I do believe that the teacher Arno Arna Carol, I think she did do the Hollow disaster at the old Capitol. Like, I don't think she was framed. Like how the proxies are basically trying to make it seem like. I don't think she was framed. I think she did do it. But I do think she did it in the sense of trying to kill off the Exaltus, most likely. And probably all the other groups. And then probably realizing that that's not working, then she probably had the proxies as like a failsafe to keep on fighting the Hollow disasters even after her death or after her disappearance. Because that one, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if she's dead or she's just in hiding. I'm not sure. But anyways, yeah, the Sarah will probably just get away scot-free, like always. Let's see. Of course, the Lady Sunbringer being the sea god and also being the curator of the Exaltist. Oh, speaking about Lady Sunbringer, because this was also talked about in the live stream, that the developer came out and said that we will interact with the original Void Hunters, and some of them are alive and some of them disappeared, which probably means dead, honestly. So, because I've had this theory for a while. I know I've said it in the last YouTube stream also. But dude, for some reason it did, because this makes no sense to me. Because Void Hunters by themselves can destroy hollows, right? So if one Void Hunter can do that by themselves, then why all 5 or 6 of them, however many it is, which is either 5 or 6, then how do you have all Void Hunters together in one spot fighting a hollow and can't destroy it? Like, that does not make any sense to me. That's dumb. That's like the equivalent of all the Archons going to Conria for a fight and they don't destroy Conria. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't know, bro. I have a very, very strong feeling that they probably did almost something like what the Sinners did in Conria. Like, maybe the original Void Hunters decided to betray, like, Eridu and the old Capitol in order for God knows what. Some type of power, or who the hell knows. But yeah, I truly believe that some of them betrayed their own, or maybe all of them, because it makes no sense. Like I said, it's literally been said in the game, so it's a fact that one Void Hunter can handle a hollow by themselves. That's a literal fact. So to have 5 at one spot, again 5 or 6, whatever the number is, to have 5 of them in one spot and they can't beat that hollow, literally, like, I don't understand it. I don't get it. That's like impossible. Unless they decided to betray their own. It makes so much sense. And then even with Lady Sunbringer creating the Bang Boos. And then she was also, which I didn't even know this, I found this out like a couple of days ago, that she was also helping people like in the Helios Academy. So she was like a very like big figure. I don't know what she is. I don't know if she's a founder, the creator, some type of principal of that school or whatever. But she was a very humongous part of Helios Academy. So who's to say that, you know, that connection right there of the hollow disaster happening, she figures out some way, she could like preserve herself or whatever the case is. Because it's also weird that when you do all these like little Bang Boo missions, they always keep referring to the sea god. And to them, like a sea, like a god to a Bang Boo will most likely be the person who created them in the first place to have like thought and become somewhat like sentient and whatnot. So to me, it will make sense that the Bang Boos see the creator. I mean, yeah, to see their creator, which is Lady Sunbringer, as a god. And then as far as the part of the sea, that's pretty obvious also. I think because when you did Yihari's quest, or that in Update's quest, same thing. And when you save Yihari, and you go like through her memories and all that other stuff, Sabra mentions to Yihari that she is the strongest connection to the creator. And every time she has like some nightmarish like dream, it's always her being inside the sea. So it's like her like consciousness is like connected to the creator, and the creator is also hiding in the sea. So when Yihari has all these dreams about her being in the sea, which is all like this nightmarish stuff that she has, that's exactly why she's in the sea. It's because she's connected, like consciousness-wise, to the creator. So there goes literally right there, basically telling you the sea god for the Bang Boos is connected to the creator of the Exaltus. And if that's the case, and they see Lady Sunbringer as their god, then boom, right there. The sea god and the creator is Lady Sunbringer. But we'll know definitively tomorrow. I swear to God, hopefully tomorrow. Because in the live stream they said, this is the end of the Exaltus. If they end the Exaltus and not reveal who the creator is, I will be so fucking pissed off. They need to reveal who the creator is. I don't care if it's a code name of what the person, like, I don't care if it's Lady Sunbringer's real name and everybody's confused that we don't know who that person is because we never heard of Lady Sunbringer's real name. We only just know of that title. But they need to say something. They need to say a name. They need to say Lady Sunbringer. They need to say some other person's name if it is another person, which I doubt it. If it's somehow Arnold, or the teacher Carol. I'm just gonna say Carol because I keep on messing up her first name. Sounds like I'm saying Arnold. but anyways, yeah, they need to say something of who the hell the creator is, because it like I said, it will be so ridiculous. For like the past year and some change, we've been at this fight with them because they've been pulling strings secretly, and we don't even know who the creator is. Like, that's ridiculous. I swear to God, they better not pull that. I will literally be so fucking mad. Like, no lie, I might deadass quit the game if they do that. Like, seriously. Because they literally said this is the last part of the Exaltus. They said it themselves. So, unless if it ends like in some cliffhanger that the Exaltus will appear in the next one, which again, it shouldn't because they said in the live stream that this will be the last one. But if they do that and there is another one after, then I'll be like 50-50. But if this is the definitive end and they say absolutely nothing, a complete waste. Literally a complete waste. You just wasted a whole year and some change on a beautiful story so far just to have a shit ending. That's insane. But I have faith in Zenless Zone. They've done extremely well. And they're not afraid to get like very dark and gritty. Because, you know, especially with Hugo Vlad and Soldier Anby and stuff like that. They've gone real dark, which is good. Because we're probably going to get real dark in the next one. Especially with the Void Hunter girl. That she's going to fight against her brother. And I'm calling it now, she's going to kill her brother. Which again, it's very sad also. Because all the brother wanted to do was save his sister. But now it looks like she's gonna kill him. So, very unfortunate, man. It's like a worse ending of like Robin and Sunday. Because every time I talk about the brother and the sister, and in the temple, it always reminds me of Sunday and Robin. But at least that one, even though, you know, for now, it's quote unquote fated by destiny that they won't meet each other because of the deal that Sunday did with Jade. But you know, of course that's gonna break because the Trailblazer is the one who could break any type of destiny. Well, that's just what I think. So they will meet again eventually. But yeah, for Zenless Zone, their story kind of reminds me of that, of Sunday and Robin. Like I said, the only difference would be is that the sister is gonna kill the brother. I don't think there's gonna be a happy ending, which it's crazy, but it's it's a risk that the developers are willing to take, and honestly, I like it. Because even Isolde, man, I want Isolde to become playable, but now look at her, she's dead also. Pompey, now he's dead. So we just gotta wait and see. But yeah, and then the other thing for Zenless Zone is I just realized my controller is dying. But I'm not even moving anyway. I'm just sitting on one spot. Excuse me. But yeah, okay. And then what else they talked about in the last stream? Oh, the buffs to standard characters and other characters. By the way, dude, I do not understand why they did this. This is actually pretty annoying. This honestly is like the first real like bad thing that Zenless Zone has done. Because in this update, in this current update, was the update that they introduced Soldier Ambi's buff. And they introduced that buff, and she did not get a rerun. She wasn't in the first phase, and she's not in the second phase. So I assumed, just like everybody else, that Soldier Ambi would get a rerun in the next update, which will be tomorrow, which it will be Dylon and Banyu. But no, like, what the fuck are they thinking? Like, Dylon, she's the new character, and then the rerun with her is Hugo Vlad, which that's fine. That's perfectly fine. I mean, Soldier Ambi probably should have been in the first one, but anyway, it doesn't matter. That's fine, because Vlad didn't have a rerun yet. So I'm okay with that. But then the second phase appears, which is Banyu. He will be the new character in the second phase. And then his rerun is Ellen Jo. Like, why? She had 3 runs in one single year. In the beginning of the year she had it. Then like June with Yishuan. And then this one that comes out what, like mid-December or something like that? Because by the way also, which now I know why they cut it in half, which is dumb. They should have did the full 2 weeks. They only did 13 days. But when Banyu comes out, his banner is only 13 days. Which again, that's kind of dumb. I understand they want to hurry up and rush so they could do the Void Hunter so she could come out. But, I mean, 13 days? Not even a full 2 weeks? Because usually a banner is 21 days. So a full 3 weeks. But, like, it's only a week and a half, basically, for Banyu. Which is dumb. I don't know why they did that. But anyways, the dumber thing, besides shortening the banner by like more than half, is putting Ellen Jo as a rerun again for the 3rd time in 1 year. Like, what are they doing? And Soldier Ambi is still not having a rerun. Like, what the hell is that? That's dumb. Like, how are people supposed to use this new updated Ambi if she didn't have a rerun yet, and she's also not inside that like Lost Void thing, which in that sometimes you could play trial characters, but she's not having a trial thing in that, so you can't even play as Ambi in that. So how the hell are you supposed to experience this new version that's like a very powerful Ambi if there's no rerun? Like, that's beyond stupid. That's the only like real, like actual problem that Zenless Zone had so far. Everything else, honestly, just like to like some people's like preference. And honestly, even with that, sometimes it's like sounds like complaining just to complain. Like the pacing of the story. That's such an idiotic thing to complain about. But yeah. Um. Oh yeah. Speaking of Void Hunter, again, I do not know why Hoyoverse does not decide to take it upon themselves and leak stuff themselves in order to get people, in order to get like more attraction towards them. Because they should have done it with Cyrene, but they didn't. And they should have did it with the Void Hunter, but they didn't. So now it's just like leakers basically getting all the like attention. And again, it's not even mass attention. It will just be attention with like the community in itself. Because random people are not gonna know what that is. I mean, maybe like very few will see and get interested, but you won't get like a whole majority of like people coming in, like a wave. Like if they did it themselves. Because with Wuthering Waves, when they did that, they gained like a whole gigantic wave of like new players. Because they leaked it themselves. With Cardithea and Lupa, and then after that, with Augusta and Yuno. So they did it right. But Hoyoverse, I don't know what's wrong with them. The only person they did it with was Castris. And in that one, again also, they gained a huge gigantic wave of players. But then after that, they didn't keep that momentum. Like they should have done it with Finon, they didn't. They should have done it with Skirk, they didn't. They should have done it with Yi Xuan, they didn't. Who else? Cyrene, they didn't. The Void Hunter, they didn't. I'm trying to think of like other games too, not only just like those. Cause I'm trying to think of like Genshin wise, but honestly, the only like superstar people that like everyone like really wanted and was excited for was honestly probably Skirk. Even though Llama, Flins, and Nefer is like up there also, but you know, Skirk is just different. Because he's basically almost like a Descender-like character. So. But yeah, anyways, I set out that as an example just to say that I don't know why the hell Hoyoverse don't show their own stuff. They just let people do the betas and then knowing damn well people from the betas are gonna leak it themselves. I don't know. It just makes no sense. Oh yeah, also speaking about leaking themselves, I'm surprised in the live stream they didn't talk about who's getting buffs. That's also another dumb thing. But to be fair, that one will probably be like later on. Although I did see who did get a buff in the standard. I don't know if there's gonna be more or whatever the case is. But I did see that Grace and Soldier 11 got a buff. So I'm pretty excited for that. Even though honestly I think partly Kaleda is the one that needs it the most. Kaleda and Nekomata. Because that's the thing with Kaleda. Kaleda is really good. But once you get like another stun, like you basically don't need her at all. Or even if you get like what is it? Mindscape, so M6 Anbi, the 4-star one. Honestly, to me, it kind of feels like the same thing. Just obviously different like attributes, because one is electric, the other one's fire. But like stunning them wise, it was honestly the same, like the same amount of time. But anyway, that's just what I think. That's just like my personal preference. But Nekomata, definitely. I think that's like a universal one that everyone agrees with. But anyways, so yeah, they said that in the live stream. Oh, real quick with the Void Hunter. Um, I saw her leaks. Looks extremely good. Her and Shao looks really really good. I'm very excited to see. I wonder if they started leaking like them in a fight together, because I want to see exactly like how they work with each other. Because the buffs that Shao provides, it's insane. And if you have another Krampus agent with her, it's basically almost kind of like double, which is really really insane. She's like extremely powerful, and she's a defense character. Insane. I honestly thought she was gonna be support, but she's a defense doing all that. But anyways, with the Void Hunter girl, her, she kind of has the same thing like Miyabi has. Like if anyone ever used Miyabi and you're like fighting, and you know it builds up like that flame thing like under her bar. Is basically almost the same thing with the other Void Hunter. The only difference is not a flame. It's like X's. But you build up like the X's, like 5, 6 points, whatever it is. And then you hold that also, and it does kind of like an ultimate basic attack. Like how Miyabi kind of does like an ultimate basic attack. Once you like fill it all the way and then you hold it, and then she does that, attack. So the Void Hunter also has the same thing, which is really interesting to see, because I wonder if that's the standard for all Void Hunters. Like even next year, when that Void Hunter comes out, are they also gonna have like a kind of like a point system? And then once it's full, you hold circle, do the ultimate basic attack, and then it depletes. I wonder if that's going to be the basic for Void Hunter. Which honestly does make sense. Because, they're Void Hunter for a reason. But, yeah, that's basically it. And then the only other thing that I wanted to talk about was the keys, because I'm so glad they finally mentioned about the 4 keys, because they talked about it in the beginning of the game and then never mentioned it ever since. So I came up with this theory. Honestly, my theory still could be true. That the reason why we haven't heard about the other keys is because when the proxies erased their memory and went back in time to restart so they could save Eridu because they failed the first time, that they put certain stuff and certain keys, so when they like relearn like certain things, like how to use their powers or unlock their powers, then one key would appear, and then they have to do like a certain amount of stuff and then reach a level, like a certain level, and then once they reach that level, a second key appears, and then they're able to open that key, and then they do the same thing again and then reach the third one, and then do the same thing, and then by the time they reach the fourth one will give them like the last of like their abilities or whatever it is, and then the fourth key will probably also reveal like the whole point of them like restarting because they failed the first time saving Eridu, because the Hollows completely destroyed everything. But yeah, I'm so glad in the live stream they mentioned about the keys. Because I also screenshotted it. I screenshotted the keys
Exactly. But
names.
none of them believed
Because
me.
I always remembered 3, but I never remember the last one.
Can I play
Because
Jenga
Fairy,
next time?
obviously.
An antique's value
Jin, I
is in the eye
remember.
of the beholder.
Yoka, I remember. Ghost, I didn't remember. But the reason why I screenshotted this also is 2 things. Well, technically 3. But, because
Exactly.
Fairy
But
is the
none of them
first one
believed
we
me.
unlocked. But if you look at the the original Zenless Zone trailer, basically like the opening day trailer,
An
you could say,
antique's value
of
is
when
in the
that game
eye of
came
the
out,
beholder.
like in order from top to bottom is Jin, Ghost, Yokai, and Fairy. And we open Fairy first, so it's
Exactly.
the
But none
last
of them
one.
believed me.
So I wonder if the next key would be Yokai. Like I wonder if it's going in order,
An
or
antique's
it's just
value is in the
random,
eye
or
of the
whatever the
beholder.
case is. I'm not entirely sure, but we just gotta wait and see. That's why I screenshotted that. But also, it's interesting
Exactly.
how
But none of them believed me.
Fairy. Now I'm going for bottom top. At Fairy, it says offline, Yokai offline, and then Ghost offline. And then for Jin, it says
An
upload
antique's value
initiated.
is in the eye of the beholder.
And then right after that, it happens like very, very fast. It's like half a second. It shows Ghost,
Exactly.
and then
But
it
none of
says
them
like
believed me.
contaminated.
Can I play Banger next time?
So again, I wonder what the hell those things mean, and how does
An
an AI
antique's
get
value is in the eye of the
contaminated?
beholder.
If these 4 keys are supposed to be like basically like the superpowers of Eridu. I don't know, I'm not entirely sure.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
And also makes me think, I wonder if one of the Void Hunters contaminated that key purposely.
An antique's
For
value is
whatever
in the
reason,
eye
I'm
of
not
the
sure.
beholder.
But yeah. So hopefully, dude, there's a lot riding on tomorrow's quest.
Exactly. But
Like
none
a
of them
good
believed me.
Exaltus ending,
Can I play
who the
Banger next
creator
time?
is, what is Sarah gonna do.
An antique's
Hopefully also
value is in the
explains
eye of the
what
beholder.
was Sarah's intentions of joining in the first place. Um, who introduced her, uh, the proxy's teacher, even though I kind of doubt that, but hopefully. Um, the Sea God with the
Exactly. But none
Bangbus
of them
talking about
believed
that
me.
so much.
An antique's
Of
value
course,
is
the
in the
Void
eye of the
Hunter,
beholder.
and her accepting the sword. Because all that's also another thing. I think all swords are cursed. So whenever specific people interact with those swords, then they become the Void Hunter. Because you gotta have the
Can I
willpower
play Banger
to
next time?
withstand the storm,
Exactly.
to
But none of them believed
An
me.
withstand the
antique's
sword.
value is in
My
the eye
God,
of the
I don't
beholder.
know. I got so tongue twisted like that. But yeah, that's what I think. So the next Void Hunter will also have a sword. I'm calling it right now. Um,
An antique's
what I
value
was
is
gonna
in the eye
mention.
of the beholder.
Exactly. But
Oh, I
none
was
of
gonna
them
mention something
believed me.
else. Oh yeah, hopefully we also get to see the mayor, which I kind of doubt it, but we'll see. Hopefully we get a preview of the next big bad group. Uh, see if Tops is involved with them.
An
What is Tops
antique's
gonna
value
do?
is in the eye of the
with like the temple.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
This is like a whole bunch of stuff. I'm really interested in seeing what's gonna happen. Like I said, there's a lot riding on what's gonna happen tomorrow because they said it's the ending. I'll be so pissed if it's not the ending, but you know, as long as it shows that like something would still happen, then like I said, 50-50. But it's just the fact in the live stream that they said it's gonna be the last one. So I hope they don't pull a Star Rail, cause how they tricked everyone with what update was it? Cause they showed the live stream for an update, and then when the update came out and you played that quest, literally nothing in the trailer happened inside the quest. The only part was when Xandar became like a boss, so you could fight him in a boss fight. That's the only part that happened. But Stellaron Hunters showing up, walking with the Astro Express, walking with the Chrysoslayers, everyone basically joining together, and then the Trailblaze kind of did almost like some type of like Naruto thing, because all of Chrysoslayers came together and they became in that ball, and then the Trailblazer hit Iron Tomb with the ball. Like none of that stuff happened. So yeah, that update was very upsetting. And then even the quest itself, it was good, but yeah, it could have been a lot more better. It could have been much more better. Oh, it was the one with Hysolins and Ceridra. That's what it was. It was that update when they showed the live stream for that. And then when that update came out and you did the quest, it was literally nothing like the trailer. Like, I don't even understand what was the purpose of that. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, what was the purpose of that? Because it's not like in the last Euphorius quest when Cyrene came out. It's not like in that one it explained like Cyrene wrote like a different ending, or this is what she thinks, or even like the Stellarons coming out and saying, the Stellaron Hunters coming out and saying, oh, this was a possibility, or like literally nothing like mentioned about that at all. It's like everyone just completely just like let it slip by. But for what reason? Like why? Why did they show that trailer in the first place? Like what meaning does that trailer have? Because even when you do fight Iron Tomb and stuff like that, it's nothing like how it was shown in that trailer, like for the live stream before Hysolins and Ceridra came out. Like it was nothing like that. It was nothing close to that. So I don't understand what was the whole point of the trailer. I really don't know. I'm honestly really confused about that. I wonder, now that I say that, I wonder, because this isn't my theory, and honestly I don't even agree with this theory because I have my own about Trailblaze reaching finality. So I don't think finality and Trailblaze is like, you know, like how to explain it, like working together currently. I think they work together long term, but not like currently in the story. Because the reason why I say that is when you do the Euphorius quest, and when Cyrene meets the Demiurge and then they mix together and whatnot, during that same time, the Trailblazer meets the other gender of the Trailblazer, and then they talk, and then they ask about like why do you trailblaze? Kind of the same thing like with so-called Noose was asking the Trailblazer, why do you trailblaze? Actually, now that I speak about that, just real quick, it's funny how a lot of people denied that girl's theory on Twitter, Lucy something. I know it starts with an F, but Lucy F, like for Jill, whatever. I also have that screenshot, just in case in the future if she is right about that, and then some people try to take claim for it. That's just bullshit, because she's the one that started that. But anyways, because she came out on Twitter and said that the Noose we interacted with was actually Aha,
An antique's value
and
is
then it showed like examples of like how Aha talks to the Trailblazer
Exactly. But
and how it like mimics Noose, and how after every sentence it ends with an exclamation mark. So like a whole bunch of stuff. And then even when you look at Noose, like while you're well, quote unquote Noose, like while you're talking to him, it literally says on the bottom left corner of Noose,
an
like
antique's
not
value
real.
is in the eye of the beholder.
So it's like stuff like that that made me
exactly.
agree with
But
that
none of them
theory.
believed me.
I do agree with that. Um, that the Noose we was talking to wasn't Noose, it was Aha. Which honestly, if it is true, I could probably think why. Because if Noose stops calculating to talk with the
An
Trailblazer,
antique's
then
value
that
is in
means
the
he has a
eye of the
definitive
beholder.
answer of the fourth instance ending, and not him just saying it's like a process.
Exactly. But none
So
of them believed me.
that's probably my theory. That Aha stepped in and did that, so Noose could actually keep on calculating like what could happen for the fourth instance. But anyways, that's a whole nother thing. But the reason why I mentioned that is
An
because it's funny
antique's
how
value
everyone
is
was
in the eye
saying
of the beholder.
that theory is like dumb, like it doesn't make
Exactly.
sense or
But none of
whatever.
them
But when
believed
she
me.
literally proved the facts like right there in front of you, they denied it. Especially some like lore, like YouTubers or whatever, like they also said that stuff. But then days later, after they said that, then they come to the conclusion that she was right, and then they made videos saying,
An
"Oh,
antique's value is in the
the
eye of the
news, the
beholder.
quote unquote news that we was talking to was Aha."
Exactly.
But this girl literally said it from before, like she was the first one. It kind of reminds me of also the Void Hunter situation. Like I wish I would have screenshotted it. I wish I would have did it because I don't remember the person's name. But there was a person who, when they showed the first teaser trailer of 2.0 for Zenless Zone,
An
there was a
antique's
person
value
who
is in
came
the
out of
eye of the
nowhere
beholder.
and
Exactly. But
correctly
none of them believed
predicted
me.
every single thing the guy with the glasses was gonna do. Like uh he knew the guy with the glasses was gonna help, which is the brother of the Void Hunter, the brother and sister. But anyways, yeah, he knew that they were going to come to the temple. He was gonna help them with their
Exactly.
perception power. He was gonna also look for his sister. He was gonna try to
An
convince
antique's value
the
is in the eye of the
proxies
beholder.
to help him also. And then he was gonna like sidetrack because of God knows what. But he was gonna sidetrack. Then he was gonna meet Sarah. Then he was gonna join Sarah and the Exaltus in finding his sister. And then he was gonna confront his sister. It's like he literally like set
Exactly.
this
But none of them
whole
believed
entire
me.
thing, and he got every single detail
An
right.
antique's value is in the
And
eye of the
now
beholder.
all of a sudden, so many people on Hoya Lab is like, oh, my theory was like, what? No, get the fuck out of here. That was not anybody's theory but that random YouTube comment. He was the very first one to say that. You could say you agreed with the theory, but to come out and say that it's your theory, that's ridiculous. That's bullshit. That's literally insane. But yeah, it's crazy how that guy got it 100% on the dot. On the dot. The whole storyline of that guy with the glasses and what exactly he was gonna do. It's crazy. And then he's also the first one that said that the sister is the Void Hunter, and it wasn't Yi Xuan, which is the Sifu of the temple, or Shifu, same thing. Dude, that's like amazing how people could come out with theories like that. But anyways, everybody else coming out saying that that's their theory, that's ridiculous. It's literally like the same thing with that girl on Twitter, Lucia Fergilla or whatever it is. That she was the first one to come out and say Noose was aha. That we wasn't speaking to the real one. Which I agree with. Like, just because you agree with it is not your theory. Like, that's insane. But yeah, anyways, that's basically everything with that. Yeah, and then with this game, yeah, this game, there's a whole lot of stuff. Because, you know, I've said it all before about, higher beings than Nubelung that created the dragons, which would be the auto variant Paimon, 3 sons, 3 daughters. Then they went to war, light and dark, because you know, the whole thing of descenders represent the moon. The people that travel with the descenders, they're always the ones who represent the moon, which I consider them ascenders. Ascenders are the moon, descenders are the sun. And then of course, which this is an insane theory, more insane than the one I just said, but Nubelung, Primordial One, and Zhongli are all most likely brothers. Yeah, that's what I think. And then, that's the thing, for the Primordial One, I still don't know. I've been trying to think about it and look at some lore stuff, but honestly, I'm really not sure who's the person that came with him. But, to be fair, I also think that Lu Ming and Aether are like the representation of the Primordial One. That's why everything, like fate, like everything fate-wise, like has to do with them specifically, Aether and Lu Ming. So maybe, like the Primordial One is like in a cycle himself, somehow, someway, which I'm not entirely sure how, because I do think he's defeated inside the abyss, hiding, or sleeping in the abyss, or corrupted by the abyss, who knows. But I do think he's somewhat defeated, not completely dead. Kind of like Nubelung, like when Nubelung came back with the abyss, which also I think Alice came with him, because I think Alice told him about the abyss, and then both of them came together to fight the Celestial and Primordial one. But we'll see. Hopefully they'll explain some more stuff about Alice next week when that quest comes out, but I doubt it. The only thing Alice will probably say is stuff about the moon. I doubt she's gonna say anything about herself, the Hexen Circles, Klee, her husband, literally nothing. I think she's only gonna talk about the moon stuff and why phantoms are appearing on Narcry. But which kind of sucks. But hopefully in the future when she becomes playable, then we get some, you know, real lore. I hope we get real lore when she comes out, and not just some bullshit like, oh, she's this sustainer of the borders, and why she became the sustainer of the borders, which is important, but the real stuff is who she is. Why make the Hexen Circle group? Is she the strongest out of the Hexen Circle group? Which honestly, I do not think so. I don't think she's the strongest. But I'll get to that a little later. But yeah, like I just hope we get real, deep, serious lore, and not just like little bits and pieces, like cookie crumbs. I don't want no cookie crumbs.
Exactly, but none of them believed
Yeah, as far as Star Rail, honestly, the only stuff that I've been like really looking into and like trying to figure out is Polka Kakamon, of course, because this girl is like insanely mysterious. That I think it's the situation of what's a good quote? Man, I can't even think of a quote. Anyways, I think it's literally the situation that she's like right in front of you without realizing it. Or she's mentioned like right in front of you without realizing it again. So either or. Because with Polka, because I've also been looking stuff about Adrilla. Adrilla is extremely hard to look up. Because there's like literally nothing. Although I did come to the conclusion that I think Adrilla, in order to save beauty, I think she sacrificed herself so there would be beauty in every single thing. So basically, because again, you gotta remember, she's the Aeon of beauty. So if she sacrificed herself, then her death will be considered beautiful. And if everything has a concept of beauty in it, then she forever lives on. If that makes sense. Even though Adrilla herself is not whole. Kinda a little bit like Fully. Like Fully Shatter and all these seeds like came out. And then they have the potential to become Fully. Which, now that I say that, I still don't understand why no one is talking about how Fully, or quote unquote Fully, gazed at Louis Fleming's retirement party. Because that's literally the strongest candidate of Fully. Like, it's not Cyrene. It's the person, whoever the hell the person is that ascended to quote unquote Fully, that gazed and looked upon Louis Fleming's retirement party. Like, that's literally the strongest like connection right there of who the real like Fully could, or the real person that could be Fully. Because I don't think it would be Cyrene. Even though, again, when you do the quests, Herta does say that she is the strongest candidate. But in her being the strongest candidate, she also trapped herself inside Amphorius, basically trapping Iron Tomb forever. So now she's indirectly the weakest one, because now she's in a prison in herself. So she can't ascend to Fu Li. She's no longer the strongest one. And then when you go to the simulated universe and you read the devlogs, I believe it's the second one. When you read the devlogs of Fu Li, it literally says Fu Li appeared and gazed at Louis Fleming's retirement party. That means someone in the universe is the strongest candidate of Fu Li, because Fu Li hasn't been born yet. So if Fu Li gazes upon you, that's basically almost, you could say, like the IPC's quote-unquote version of Fu Li. Kinda how like Cyrene is the Amphorius version of Fu Li. Like, how the hell is nobody talking about that? But anyways, I said all that just to say that I think it's kinda similar with Adrilla. Although I don't think it's like people could ascend to Adrilla. I don't think that's the case. Besides Himiko, but that's something completely different. I don't think it's like a seed type of thing. Like how Fu Li is. But yeah. So like in every single path, there's like some type of beauty mixed within it. And the best one to use for an example is Destruction. Because with Lygus creating Iron Tomb. Because he non-stop talks about like the beauty and like the magnificent like glory of him creating Iron Tomb. Like Iron Tomb is such like a miraculous figure that he birthed. Which kinda is true if you think about it. But anyways, with just him saying that, kinda goes into the theory of Adrilla like spreading beauty in every other path, so beauty lives on forever, like forever. Because Lygus sees the beauty of not Amphorius, of Iron Tomb, and Iron Tomb is literally the destruction of Nous. So even in destruction, there's beauty. Which, if that's the case, then again, it will be because Adrilla sacrificed herself. And then even all the other paths, like there's like some form of beauty. I don't have like a definitive proof like I do with Lygus, because you know we've been in Amphorius for so long also, and there's literally nothing on Adrilla. It's like extremely hard to find. But like Argenti, he sees beauty in everything. Like he sees beauty in March, Trailblazer, Himiko, a plant, Boot Hill, and other stuff that I can't remember right now. And speaking about Argenti, I'm pretty sure Argenti is that mysterious member of Device IX, which is a group inside Nihility. I'm pretty sure he's the Night of Beauty member that's inside that group. Because honestly, I think Argenti is the last Night of Beauty member. I don't think there's any more. Like, he might be the last one in the universe. I could be completely wrong, but so far, that's what it looks like. That he's the only member. And then there's also another group of beauty, which is called Mirror Holders, if I'm not mistaken. Which is pretty interesting. Because I think that's a connection to Erudition also, maybe. Not entirely sure. But with Mirror Holders, since they follow the path of beauty, and then how Herta has like those 4 mirrors, and I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, they're also considered mirror holders. And besides, Herta is like so conceited and whatnot. But I mean, you can't really blame her. I mean, like, look at all the stuff she's done so far at such a young age. So, she has a right to, sort of brag. And besides, Herta is an amazing character anyway, so I don't mind it too much. But anyways, so maybe like the mirrors that she has could be like Adrilla based mirrors based on the group mirror holders, because if I'm not mistaken, I believe it is called mirror holders. It's mirror holders and Knights of Beauty. So yeah, maybe that's the connection to Erudition through Herta. And then honestly, everything else, I could just kind of like guess, which does make sense, because if there's destruction in, if there's beauty in destruction, then there would be beauty in memories. There would be beauty on a hunt. There would be beauty in abundance, like everlasting life. There's beauty in that, which is abundance. There would be beauty in preserving certain stuff, so that's preservation. There's beauty in like I said, the hunt, or maybe there's probably beauty in the journey of following something, which will go alongside memories. Of course, that's remembrance. What else? There's beauty and balance. There's equilibrium. There's beauty and harmony. I mean, that one is kind of a little self-explanatory. Beauty in... I'm trying to remember. But yeah, there's beauty in everything. The only one there might not be beauty in, but if there's not beauty in that one, that's because that path is truly dead. Might be permanence. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure about that. Because even though I think permanence is completely dead, like even to become like a Pathstrider of permanence is dead, I do think that permanence could resurrect again, though. Like, that could be a possibility. And then there'll be beauty in permanence because it's like, the resurrection. But yeah, that's just what I think. Trying to think of anything else. You have like a whole bunch of Polka Kakamon stuff, which honestly I've been, because I know I said this like way earlier, I've been trying to like find the origins of her name, which Polka I got. I'm pretty sure I got a definitive answer on why she wears a candy-colored dress while killing, which is so psychotic to say. I truly don't understand why she does that. But anyways, yeah, so, but the Kakamon part was, especially Kaka, because I couldn't find Kakamon together, it was like separated. But looking stuff up for Kaka was so annoying, too. Because literally the only thing that kept like popping up was like defecate. Like, bro. it was extremely hard to look up. But I did manage to find something about a bird. That bird is like a very like a very what's the word? Like a very complex, not really complex. I mean, and how they hunt is complex, but they're very like driven, focused almost. You could say. I can't think of the word. But like once they're like on someone to like hunt that like creature or whatever, there's like no stopping them, which is exactly like how Polka is in Star Rail. Like if she says she's gonna hunt you, there's nothing that could stop her. Like she will get to you somehow, some way. But even though she didn't do it successfully with Lygus, but that's a whole nother thing. And besides, since she's doing research in the probability of finality, I'm pretty sure she figured out some way that Lygus was gonna die anyway. And then the other Xandar, she just had to wait for specific moments. Exactly like how the bird Kaka is when they're hunting. But anyways, so there was that, and then Mon meant Moon, which Moon is like mysterious, and again, I think Moon is also related to finality. So that's also another thing. But Polka, her name itself was very interesting. Because Polka, the original meaning was a Finnish dance. That's what polka means. But then you also have like other meanings. When one of them actually means candy color, candy color or colored candy, same thing. So the way I interpret it, like everything all together, that obviously Polka Kakamon is very mysterious, related to finality. She's in research of finality. She's even the founder of that group called Device of IX. And them themselves is trying to reach like an endpoint, which that's a whole nother thing. Because why, if that's the case, why the hell are you killing other people that's quote unquote stuff related to finality? But just something else entirely. That's for another day to rant about. But yeah, so yeah, her being mysterious, related to finality. I also think she's probably one of the first members of the Stellaron Hunters. Because I know I've said this multiple times, but just to re-say it, because again, nobody's talking about that. But there was an event, like maybe it was like 2 updates ago now, or maybe 3 updates ago, that there was this bar event that you mix your drinks, and a server or a customer, because you're the server, but a customer that comes out is Kafka. And when you and Kafka talk, Kafka comes out and talks about taking a vacation with the Stellaron Hunters. And then, of course, the Trailblazers like talking with her, like back and forth. And then Kafka comes out and says that the last time she had it, it was with a different group of the Stellaron Hunters. So Blade, Silverwolf, and Firefly are not the original members. That there was a different group of members in the beginning.
Exactly.
Which that
But none
group
of them believed
could honestly be one, Polka, and two, Sparkle. Because the stuff that they be doing is like, how would they know that? Unless if they have a Elio script. Especially Polka with her whole finality research stuff.
exactly. But none of them believed
And then also her like killing all these people that could quote unquote like bring finality and break like the knowledge singularity. So it's just a whole lot of stuff that it doesn't really make sense. That even if she was like top tier in like guessing or predicting finality, I don't know. It still doesn't make sense for some people, especially the three geniuses, Klein, um, his wife, or is it Klein, his partner, and the partner's wife? I know it's something like that, but yeah, they were researching something. I don't remember what. Honestly, I don't even know if it said what it was. But they were researching something, and then all of a sudden, Polka came and killed all three of them. But like, it wasn't even anything crazy. I don't know. And then she also killed some guy who just started writing a thesis of a theory to, basically like make a theory so he could go research into it. So he didn't even like a full-fledged like in theory mode, basically. She killed him also. Um, she killed a guy who was researching Philogistine, which that one I could kind of see, because especially with the whole stuff in this game, like in Genshin. Because like I said, I do think Genshin is probably the beginning of everything. Like I think when Ether and Lumine finally break out of this like cycle and destroy Fate, I think it's gonna destroy Tibet completely. And then when that destroys, that will basically become the path space of the universe. But it was like born from here, Tibet. Um, but yeah, Polka does a lot of stuff. But yeah, her name is a dance and also candy colored. So that made me think, and how she kills, and the reason why she kills like that is because of her name put all together. Because, like I said, when she kills, she wears a candy colored dress with a candy colored scalpel also. And then Kaka, like the hunt, like she's like focusing, like literally nothing could like break her like will to like go after a target. Like she's very like methodical and patient and like no matter the cost, she will get that person. And then Mond, like mysterious and whatnot. So put all together, and then also like when she's doing the killing, I think she probably sees like the killing as like some sort of dance with like death, if that makes sense. That's why she gets all dressed up. And then when she goes after the target, it's kind of like not like a literal dance, but to her, it's like a dance to her between her and her quote unquote partner, which is the person she's gonna kill. And then by the end of it, the dance is finished and the person is dead. That's what I think of why Polka Kakamon gets all dressed up like that, just to go kill someone. Um. So yeah, there's that. You know what? Hold on. Let me see something about Adrella.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Cause let me see.
Can we play banker
Cause
next
if I'm not
time?
mistaken, I think bro, what is this thing doing?
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the
Okay,
eye
let
of
me
the
see the
beholder.
group. Oh yeah, it is called Mirror Holders. Yeah, I did get it right. The only two groups is Mirror Holders and Knights of Beauty.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Oh, where did they get this from? I know
An
Goddess of
antique's
Beauty is a
value is in
title,
the eye of the beholder.
but Anne DeRay and Wonder Gazer, where did they get that from? And World is Milas Tenen,
Exactly. But none of them
the
believed
Agate
me.
world. Oh yeah, that's where she
An
ascended from.
antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
What's the history of this planet? Mm, okay, this planet is celebrated of undying allure.
An
Exactly. But
antique's
none of them
value is
believed
in
me.
the eye of the beholder.
Undying allure. Hold on. Hmm. The quality of being powerful and mysteriously attractive or fascinating.
An
A
antique's
powerful
value is in
attraction
the
or
eye of the
Exactly.
charm,
But
beholder.
none of them believed me.
temptation. Okay, that makes sense. Ah, you see? Yeah, that does. Yeah, that does make sense. If the planet she ascended from is a planet of celebrating undying allure, and if she is dead, then that's literally what it is.
Can we play banker next time?
Is she spread her path into other paths.
Exactly. But none of
So
them
An
now there's
believed me.
antique's
beauty in
value is in
everything.
the eye of the beholder.
That's exactly what it is. That planet was also an initial site of a Stellaron disaster. Damn. It's like all eons ascended like through some type
Exactly.
of
But none of them believed me.
like destruction or trauma or something.
An antique's value is in the eye of the
It's like them
beholder.
ascending is a curse. Oh, wow. Hold on. Maybe that's why I was about to say finality. That's why Nanook wants to destroy everything. Because what if he
Exactly. But none of
realized
them believed me.
Eons is the curse?
Can we play banker next time?
So
An
if an Eon
antique's value
ascends,
is in the
it's not
eye
a
of the
good thing.
beholder.
That's why he wants to destroy everything. And then destroy even himself at the end. And then why Nihility is into the nothingness. And then Harmony. Honestly,
Exactly. But
Harmony, I
none of them
think,
believed me.
with them, because they also mix with Order. So technically, they will
An
like
antique's
harmonize
value is
the
in the
entire
eye of the beholder.
universe, and then there will be no reason for a fight. But when a fight happens, no one would be prepared, and then everyone would die. So, sort of for a good cause,
Exactly.
trying
But
to
none of them
solve
believed me.
peace, but indirectly making everyone weak. So there will be no type of protection, and then everyone would die.
An antique's value is
Which honestly is a very big possibility. Because they still haven't explained why Himiko and Star Rail is being targeted by the Sky People from Honkai Impact 3rd. That's why Welt went to Star Rail in the first place, was to protect Himiko. So I wonder if eventually
eye of the beholder.
the Sky People is gonna attack. And then that's how Harmony is one of the reasons for finality happening. That's pretty interesting. I never really thought of it like that until just now.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Yep, you're right. An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Okay, just what Wout and Elliot was talking about, which we already knew that. A gate is the brand, a bandit, not Brandon.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Ooh,
Yep, you're right.
huh,
An antique's value is in
interesting.
the eye of the beholder.
A gate is the bandit variety of semi-precious, I'm not even trying to pronounce that, gemstones, which comes in a wide variety of colors. But I'm not gonna read the colors yet.
You're right.
Cause now I wonder
An antique's
if
value
that's
is in
the
eye of
preservation's way of beauty through the 10 stone hearts.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
So what is their goal though? If they get all 10 stones, then what's gonna happen? Hold on, before I even read out the rest, let me count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, there's one more missing. Which could be Diamond, honestly. So, actually, that does make sense. Because now that I'm reading this,
Exactly. But none of them believed
I'm also trying to remember the Stonehearts trailer. And a majority of these colors are people related to a Stoneheart inside Star Rail. Because it says including shades of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, pink, as well as
Exactly.
black
None
and
of them
white.
believed me.
Hmm.
Yep, you're right.
That's interesting.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Okay, now let's get back to Adrilla.
Exactly. But none of them believed
Because I want to see exactly where the hell they get Anne DeRay and Wonder Gazer.
Yep, you're right. An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, this is interesting.
Exactly. But none
Okay,
of
so
them
this
believed
is
me.
a loading screen quote of Adrilla. It says the pure goodness of the material world, sensed and defined by intelligent life forms. This is how the so-called beauty came into existence. Adrilla was once the eon that presided over the path of beauty, but now has
Exactly.
disappeared.
But none of them believed me.
Yep, you're right.
Now, there's even a data bank thing about beauty. Just skim through this. Let's see how this is any type of good stuff.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Mm,
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
see, I might be going somewhere with this Adrilla thing. It says, according to an ancient myth, Adrilla once claimed sole attribution for the beauty of all the star zones. They showcase the meaning and aesthetics within the cosmic landscape to heroes, villains, and mortals, driving them to accomplish astonishing but often devastating achievements for Adrilla's own pleasure. This myth potentially unveils the true significance behind the path of beauty, the integration of consciousness, insight, and values. Dude,
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
I'm really onto something. This literally might be exactly what I think happened to Adrilla. She's in all paths now because she sacrificed herself. Damn. Okay, it says Adrilla was born after having observed the ultimate meaning of the world's existence, that of beauty. Huh. Okay, that's pretty funny. Because when she ascended, they said on her planet there was a Stellaron disaster. So she witnessed the Stellaron disaster and understood the meaning of the world, and that was beautiful to her. So she ascended to Eonhood. That's basically what it literally sounds like. So like the example I used for Lygus earlier was like perfect. Like literally perfect. Because Adrilla basically ascended the same way. Or Adrilla ascended in the way that Lygus sees Iron Tomb ascending to destroy Noose. Like both of them sees beauty like in destruction.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Oh, okay, so the Knights of Beauty, I see why they're still looking for her. Because of the Knights of Beauty that believe they disappeared, and the Mirror Holders believe they're dead. So that's why Mirror Holders are not looking for them. But the Knights of Beauty are looking for Adrilla. Okay, that's interesting.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, but the Mirror Holders believe Adrilla could be revived through the collection of their relics, and their claim seems to be supported through their efforts. They possess mirrors of transdestance, I hope I said that right, which they claim are pieces. Oh, dude, you see? Because those are basically the same mirrors that Herda uses. Dude, wow. I'm like fascinating myself. Like, I truly am onto something for real. I might actually
An
be
antique's
for
value
right.
is
I
in the
mean, I
eye of
might
the
actually be
beholder.
right for real. And this is just not one of
Exactly,
my
but none
insane
of them believed
theories,
me.
like like Mia becoming a sentinel, or Polka and March being the same. Okay, so they possess mirrors, which they claim are pieces of Adrilla, and they continue to travel the
Exactly,
universe
but none of
collecting
them believed
pieces of
me.
their
Is in the
eon.
eye of the
Fu
beholder.
Shuang, along with the Intelligentsia Guild. Yeah, you see? Something about the
Maybe a
Stonehearts.
banker next time?
Because Intelligentsia Guild is also a branch in the IPC. And Intelligentsia Guild works very, very, very closely with the Stonehearts. Especially Ratio and Adventurine.
Exactly, but
An
none of them
antique's
believed me.
value is in the
Well,
eye of the
that's
beholder.
I gotta keep that in mind. But it says Fushuan, along with the Intelligentsia Guild, believe the Mirror Holder's plan could work. Hmm, that's interesting.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
An antique's
Um,
value is in the
oh, we
eye
got
of
a
the
whole bunch of other
beholder.
stuff. Character mentions. Okay, so Herda. Um, bro, why is ads popping up when I'm trying to read this?
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
Can we play banker
An
next time?
antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
Can we play
An
banker next
antique's
time?
value is in the eye of the beholder.
Exactly,
Oh,
but none of them believed me.
that's interesting. I never even knew it said this.
An antique's value is in
Because
the
I'm
eye of the
trying to look for
beholder.
stuff about Adrilla, because it says Herda somehow talks about it, but I haven't seen it yet. But anyways, while I'm looking at this, it's actually the part when Aha pretends to be Noose inside the simulated universe.
Exactly, but none of them
This is
believed
pretty
me.
funny because this just proves into that girl's theory
An antique's
that
value is in the eye of the
the quote
beholder.
unquote Noose talking to us
Can we
was
play banker
Aha
next time?
in the Emphoria's quest. Because it says Noose question mark, and then it says what? You are sure that they won't reply with Aha?
Exactly,
And
but
then
none of
Herda
them
says,
believed me.
heh, because Droidhead would never answer.
Can we play banker next time?
Dude, so
An
it's
antique's
literally telling me
value
right
is in the
there
eye of
that
the
Droidhead
beholder.
would not talk to a person because they're calculating. So again, if they stop and talk to the Trailblazer and they're done calculating, then the fourth instance is set.
Exactly,
So
but none of
again,
them
it
believed me.
wasn't Noose talking to us in Emphorius. Because Herda literally says it right there. And this is
An
even inside
antique's
the
value
simulated
is in the
universe.
eye of the beholder.
So inside the simulated universe replicates the stuff that the real Eons would do. So if Noose is not going to talk in the simulated universe, then
Exactly,
Noose is
but none
also
of them
not going to
believed
talk
me.
outside of it to the Trailblazer. Because she literally just says it right there. Because Joyhead would never answer.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, there's actually even more. I didn't even notice because there's another stupid ad popped up. So it says, huh, because Joyhead would never answer. Questions and doubts are the essence of thought. There is nothing that is forbidden, nothing serves as a boundary, and nothing is regarded as its end, unless they quit.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, this is when she mentions a driller. Okay, but you can't just leave like this. As payment, you ask me questions, don't tell a joke. Aha says, whenever mortals think, Joyhead will laugh. What do you like to become? Bro, what the hell? Bro, the whole page just refreshed and then more ads just popped up. So goddamn annoying, dude. I swear.
But none of them believed me.
Where even was I? I'll just restart. Because you can't leave. You can't just leave like this. As payment, you ask me a question, don't tell a joke. Aha says, whenever mortals think, Joyhead will laugh. Would you like to become that max fool for me? Let me glance out you. Herta says, get out. I want a driller.
But none of them believed me.
Then under it says, an ancient simulated universe operation recorded. Wait, that's literally it? Bro, that's not bro, I thought it was something more.
An antique's value.
The only thing she tells Aha is to leave and she wants to talk to a driller. And then it ends like that.
But none of them believed me.
Bro. I thought it was something way more than that. That's barely a mention. What the hell? Oh my god, dude. This website is so annoying.
Antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Where's the part about a driller? Oh, do I have to read every single one? Ah, whatever. Alright, let's see. Let's just try to skip through it. But also actually read it.
Antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Exactly.
Argenti has a spaceship called One and Only. I literally completely forgot about his spaceship. That's how he, well, he got lost inside that Leviathan thing. And then that's how he met the Astro Express. But he went using
Antique's value
the spaceship into the Leviathan.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Can we play Banker next time?
Mm,
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Yep, you're right.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Can we play Banker next time?
Dude, I just realized it's about to be almost 6 in the morning, and I didn't even get into my Genshin stuff. Because Genshin is not honestly a lot. It was just something that I saw on YouTube that was pretty interesting. And then I also think that I I'm pretty sure I could identify where Yamiko comes from. I think she's a Fae, and I think she migrated from the north. Probably not exactly Nokrai, because that's not the only place where Faes went to, or some of them hail from Nokrai, but like around the Cesnayan area. Because I was doing the quest the other day with the sample device, and there's actually a book in there that talks about a publishing house. So that would have been Yae Miko's parents that did that, because she was a child 500 years ago. And we know she was a child 500 years ago because Alice made Yae Miko cry, and it said she made her cry when she was a child. And then when Alice went back to Imazuma, they had a drinking competition, and Yae Miko like destroyed Alice in a drinking competition. So she basically got like her payback. But yeah, I want to actually go to the place so I could show where the book is. And it actually talks about a whole bunch of stuff that's pretty interesting. It makes me think that even like the quote unquote holiest of the moon maidens even got tempted by the abyss, which I will show that also.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
But that's the thing, even with the moon maidens, even though they're the same position, but it was a different title. Because the first moon maiden was started with a Adalai, something like that. You meet her when you do those Nokrai stories, especially where the Scions live. She was like the one in the mirror, talking to the traveler. But she was the first moon maiden. But the position before her was called the Archpriestess. So it's technically the same position, it's just a different title.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
And while I'm saying all of that, I still really can't find anything on a Drilla.
Can we play Banker next time?
Just trying to see if I missed anything.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Bro, okay. It says mention in Argenti's thing, but he don't even mention it. He just talks about the Knights of Beauty. But he doesn't mention Adrilla physically by name. So again, that was a waste of time. I don't even understand why the hell they have that in the like the category of mentioning Adrilla when he literally didn't.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Ooh, this is, hold on, this is, okay, let me start.
Can we play Banker next time?
Let me see, and it's Rise or Refreshing. so damn annoying. It's refreshing and it's putting a whole bunch of ads. Like, what the hell is going on?
Antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Okay.
Yep, you're right.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the
Oh,
beholder.
okay. So the planet he was born on also had war.
Yep, you're right.
Can we play banker next time?
Okay.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Mm,
Yep, you're right.
Exactly.
Okay, the rest of the other
None
stuff
of them
is just
believed
talking
me.
about how he tried to use music to connect to beauty, but he was horrible at music.
An antique's value
And then he
is in the
saved the
eye of the
kid
beholder.
from the flames of war.
Banker next time?
That's the first character story.
Yep, you're right.
Um,
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
okay, so he left his
An antique's
hometown,
value is in the eye of the
met
beholder.
someone, become an apprentice, and then his elderly master is the one that told him about beauty.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Talked to him about a driller. Oh, so that's why he
An
keeps on looking
antique's
for
value
her.
is in the eye of the beholder.
Because the master tells Argenti, rumor has it that a driller, after embarking on a journey spanning numerous cycles of 13 amber years, or eras, will make a triumphant return to the
But none of them
universe
believed
during
me.
the elusive 13th month. Ah, interesting.
An
During the
antique's value
13th
is in
month.
the eye of the beholder.
But there is no
Yep,
13th
you're
month
right.
in the universe. Huh. Okay, that's very interesting.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
The only stuff that talks about a 13th month is Amphorius.
An antique's value
And
is
I've
in the
had
eye
this
of the
theory
beholder.
that Amphorius was
Yep,
mimicking
you're right.
the real universe. Not exactly like every single thing, but like the
Exactly.
major
But none
important
of them
stuff.
believed me.
Like Trailblaze reaching finality, Remembrance being born, of course Cyrene
An
being fully,
antique's
or
value is
Amphorius
in
is
the eye of
fully,
the beholder.
March and the whole
Yep, you're right.
Ignomata, which I'm still convinced all children of Arna Savara are also um, have Ignomata forms, but that's something else entirely.
Exactly. But none of them
Permanence
believed me.
completely disappearing,
An
like
antique's
it
value
died,
is in the eye of the beholder.
and then eventually Permanence came back through Dong Hong,
You're right.
which that kind of thing that's happening in the real universe. Aha, creating a lie. I think he's still sitting in the imaginary tree. And a
Exactly.
Cypher
But
and
none of them
Silent Fourier
believed
is
me.
creating the lie, keeping the Dawn device alive.
Yep,
And then, you know, when she died, the lie died with her, so the Dawn device, like, failed. Of course, Finon and the whole Nanook stuff. So that's interesting with a Drilla, though. Because if everything else kind of matches,
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
like the intent wise of people in Euphorius matching like the eons in the universe,
Antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
then how the hell is Agalaya? Oh, no, dude, you see?
Exactly. But none of
Dude,
them
it matches up. Dude, okay, no, I am 100% right about Adrilla sacrificing herself, and now there's beauty in every single path. I am literally 100% right because I just realized,
Exactly.
because like I said, everyone matches something that the Eons do. Even Mighty hunting the Black Tide. That's literally like Land the Hunt hunting abundance. Because the Black Tide basically is like abundance, like a creation, sort of. Which I've had, well, the original theory was from Nova Impact, which honestly I'm starting to agree with. That he thinks Stellarons are not created by Nanook, it's created by Yaosho, the abundance. And I've been on the fence about it for a while, but now I'm like 100% convinced that he's right. Because in Euphorius, when Lygus used the Stellaron to destroy the Demiurge got corrupted and the Scepter got corrupted. That's how the Black Tide happened, using the Stellaron. So if it got corrupted and it started seeping into the simulations, and it's mimicking stuff on the outside, that means the Black Tide is a Stellaron creation, and the Black Tide is abundance related. Because Mighty is hunting the Black Tide. Exactly like how Lan hunts Yaosho. And then Hyacinth being preservation, obviously with the stuff that she does, she sacrificed herself to try to preserve the people in Euphorius. Equilibrium, Castris, that's kind of self-explanatory, life and death. Harmony is Tribby, which the 1,000 Tribbies and then the 1,000 faces of Shippe. Order, Ceridra, Nihility, Hysolence. So yeah, like everything matches with everything else, like in the real universe with the real eons. So I've been thinking for a while, well, for before, because now I literally just figured it out. Because I literally am right about the beauty concept. But before I was trying to figure it out, because Agalaya really doesn't do anything. Like, she's just forced into leadership because Ceridra disappears, which we find out she dies during the story. Then she just leads the team. She eggs on Finon. Well, I shouldn't say egg on because it kind of sounds like a bad thing. But she keeps on convincing Finon to keep on as the deliverer. And then, of course, the Trailblazer eventually after that. And then she has those little robots with her. Whatever, I don't even remember what's it called. But that's not the point. She just has all this stuff. And then how all those robots are connected to her by like some like golden thread. So honestly, that could be the relic stuff that the Mirror Hunters are doing. Maybe they are right that they get all the relics and she becomes alive. Kinda a little bit like how all the garden makers, I believe that's the name of it, the little robots that she has, how all of them connect to her on a thread. You know, kinda almost like her relics, you could say. But the biggest one that I literally just realized right now, after I keep talking about Adrilla dying and now there's beauty in every other path, is when Agalaya sacrifices herself to save Finite, the Trailblazer, basically save everyone who's there. Which, again, this Finon, Trailblazer, Hyacinth, the Tribbies also, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know who else. But anyways, yeah, she sacrifices herself, and now everyone kind of like takes up like their like, how you say, like, not really like her mantle. Excuse me. Everyone starts like really fulfilling like the whole Chrysos Heirs like journey that they're supposed to do. Like you like reaching Aranova. Like everyone really starts taking it for real. But it's due to her sacrifice that everyone is starting to realize that they have to, like, especially Cypher. Like even Cypher, like, you know, finally decides to be serious about it.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
So I wonder if that's the equivalent to Adrilla sacrificing herself, and now there's beauty in everything. Because now everyone wants to like really fulfill what they want to do because they see beauty in that like goal or whatever it is that they're trying to do. Exactly how Agalaya did when she sacrificed herself. Damn. I literally never put all that stuff together until just now. I am 100% right about Adrilla. Because it's not a coincidence. There's no such thing as coincidence in a Hoyoverse game. Never, 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 never. If anyone ever sees this and then they start playing these games, or maybe you already do play these games, or maybe you're just like starting out, and once you start doing like more quests and you see certain things and you think it's a coincidence, no. It's intended the way it was supposed to be. They do all this stuff strategically. They try to trick people. They literally show all the answers right in front of you. You just have to pay attention. Because Amphorius is literally the same thing as mocking the universe. That's literally what it's doing. So that's exactly with Agalaya and Adrilla. Now the thing is, I wonder if because I've also had this theory that Adventurine is the last person that's like blessed by the Order, and he's also an emanator of the Order. But now he can't reach like emanator power level because Order is absorbed by Shipe. But I've been thinking, since everything else basically matches, and Saridra's big, like, goal and what she did is that she changed the law of the scepter,
Exactly. But none of them believed
and then she died. So I wonder if the Order knew somehow that Harmony was a part of the four apocalypse of finality, and then they purposely let Sheepe kill them so they could be absorbed. So now it's technically, even though everyone says Sheepe is the Eon, but Adrilla still lives on just inside of, I mean, not Adrilla, Enna lives inside of Sheepe. Because Order is not completely dead, it's just absorbed inside the Harmony. That's why all the Harmony's emanators were originally the Order's emanators. Like the I forgot that one name. It's the one that Sunday merged with, and then he was also trying to resurrect Enna. That's that boss fight. That choir creature or robot, whatever it is. That's one of the emanators. That was originally Order, but now it's Harmony. And there's like 3 other ones. That's interesting.
Exactly.
And as far as Nihility, that one I'm not entirely sure. I think honestly Nihility is probably the trickiest one. Just because of the whole concept of like nothingness. Which kinda is dumb. Because there's something even in nothingness.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
But then you have Akron trying to destroy it. And then Zephyro trying to destroy it by filling the void with something. That's why he's using the power of the white hole. So I don't know.
Exactly.
Well, in all honesty, maybe, because like I said, if I'm right, which I am right, because you know I'm like literally connecting like so many damn dots. It's like insane.
Yep, you're right.
But I think the biggest thing with Hysolins, because you gotta remember like the biggest achievements that they did,
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
and then it will be something similar to that. It won't be exactly like that. So with Hysolins, it was her hiding inside Styxia
You're right.
and protecting the like the that fountain thing in the Genesis place,
Exactly. But none of them
and
believed
then
me.
telling the secret to the Trailblazer of what Saridra and her has been doing. So maybe the secret of the universe
You're right.
is inside Nihility. That's why Polka Kakamon and her group is trying to search for the end of nothing.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Because maybe it'll be the
Exactly.
secret.
But none of them believed me.
Hmm. Damn, I said all of that and I completely stopped reading. Honestly, I'm just gonna skim through this real quick. But yeah, I don't even know. Oh, because it started about the 13th month.
Exactly. But none none of
Yeah,
them
but
believed
so
me.
far the only thing about the 13th month, and that's like factual, is Amphorius. Like not in the universe yet. Even though, since everything mimics, then it's related to like Mythos. But that's just something else. I wanna try to get through this.
An antique's value is in the eye of the
um,
beholder.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
okay. Okay, so after the master tells him that he keeps on training and then he fights to protect
Yep, you're right.
animals, he goes on an adventure by himself,
An antique's value is in
contemplating
the
his
eye of the beholder.
existence, and
Exactly,
then
but none of them believed me.
that's when he became a Knight of Beauty. That's when he started following the path of beauty.
Yep, you're right.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Because the reason why I'm reading all this
Exactly,
is
but
that I'm
none of
trying to
them
figure
believed me.
out where in the hell does it mention Wonder Gazer and Andare. I've literally never heard that before in terms of a Drilla. I don't know how that's
Yep,
connected.
you're right.
I don't know if someone
An
just put that in
antique's
just to put
value
it
is in
in,
the eye of the beholder.
but I can't find anything
Exactly,
so
but none
far.
of them believed me.
Okay, while he's on his journey, he's
You're
getting
right.
tempted by what he calls triple demons.
An antique's
He's
value
going
is in the
against
eye of the beholder.
temptation.
Exactly, but none of them
Mm,
believed me.
okay, he beats temptation. He passes the trial of reflection.
Yep, you're right.
Okay, so he beats all three demons. And he's still on the path of beauty. That's basically the third part. Because I'm just trying to skim through this.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Mm,
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
Yep, you're right.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the
okay, so
eye of
he's
the
still on the
beholder.
path of beauty. There's people questioning why he's doing that. He's giving people reassurance that there's beauty in everything. Even in people that they're considering themselves as ugly ones, he's still telling them that they're beautiful. How very noble of him.
Exactly, but
Um,
none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Yep, you're
okay.
right.
He encountered former comrade. He became a fanatic, looking for power.
An antique's value is in the
Ooh,
eye
what
of the
does
beholder.
this mean?
Exactly, but none of them
Or
believed me.
maybe the propagation?
Yep, you're right.
Because it says the former hero, this is Argenti's comrade. The former hero who had wielded a legendary weapon and vanquished the Sky Devourer had
An
degenerated into a
antique's value
beast.
is in the eye of
Exactly,
the
but none
beholder.
of them
What is the
believed me.
Sky Devourer? Is that like propagation
Yep,
related?
you're right.
And then he also became a beast? That's interesting, Sky Devourer. Especially with this whole thing that the Sky People from Honkai Impact Third is hunting
An
Himiko.
antique's value is in the eye of the
So is
beholder.
the Sky Devourer those same Sky People that's after Himiko?
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
You're right.
I don't know. That one seems a little more far-fetched. Oh yeah. Okay, he did go into a propagation beast. His armor transformed into a scaly hide of the behemoth he had slain.
An antique's
His weapon turned into unyielding claws and fangs, and his blood into a vicious, restless flames. His eyes, once filled with wisdom, now burned with untamed wild. Oh no! It's not. Dude, he turned into a Borson?
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Never mind, it wasn't a
antique's value is in the
purgation. He turned into a Borson. The voice that had once addressed him as dear friend had dwindled into a hissing cry. The words spoken during the trial carried the weight of an impending prophecy, signaling the looming end. Will he himself succumb to the clutches of the omen of evil? Oh, that's literally how it ends? That's how Argenti character story ends? Ah. Well, he most likely killed his friend.
Yep, you're right.
Okay. I'm not finding anything about this Anne DeRay. And you know what? Let me just look that up separately. Let's see. Because I don't know where the hell they got this shit from. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute.
Yep,
It's
you're right.
from a Cienjo page. The Glimpse into the Beyond. Fushwana wrote this.
is in the eye of the beholder.
Okay, let's see. Oh, it actually shows you the locations of where to get the pages also. That's good. Okay, let's see.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Okay, this is just talking about how they came to be with creating the device that Fuchuan uses. Oh, okay. So in this
Exactly. But none of them
in
believed
this page, it's not really a book. It's a page that you pick up. It says Land, the Rainbow Arbitrator, Quilliparth, the Firmament Arbitrator, Noose, the Wisdom Walker, Akavili, the Cloud Strider, Aha, the Joy Seeker, Idriller, the Wonder Gazer, Yaosha, the Plague's Author, Nanook, the Ruin Authorer, Tazer, Taser, whatever, the goddamn freaking, the Swarm Disaster one, the Swarm Authorer. I don't know why my dumbass couldn't read that. Oh, and it talks about each one. Okay, I'm not gonna read all that. I just want to see. Wait, hold on. Just real quick. This caught this attention.
Is in the eye of the beholder.
Or caught my attention.
Exactly.
Interesting. Okay. So, Quillpaw, the preservation. I cannot speak today. Like, damn. The preservation Eon has allowed the IPC to trade and migrate so much that an emanator of preservation has appeared at the IPC. So he purposefully watched the IPC and then handpicked Diamond, even though all emanators are handpicked, but he's been watching them so closely that he handpicked Diamond and made him an emanator. Alright, that's interesting. Yeah, because I'm like skimming through this, and then I saw the word emanator and it caught my eye, so I stopped. And then I read that little thing. Trying to find stuff. Oh. Well, I'm also passing by Joyseeker, which is AHA. This is what I was talking about before. At the other times. During the first, well, I said first or second, because I don't remember which one. But this one, it says first. Of the Rupert Wars, it mentions AHA giving a virus and infecting the computers, destroying Rupert's army. It's actually in the glimpse from the Beyond pages. That's good to know. Okay. Lord of the Beauty Path. Known on some worlds as Andare. Why though? So different worlds are calling Adrilla Andare? What does that even mean? Hold on, let me read the rest of this. Then in the middle it talks about what I was talking about earlier. The Mirror Holders getting the artifacts, rebuilding. Intelligentsia Guild agrees with it. That's the only way to bring Adrilla back. The third paragraph. Oh, what I read earlier. Showing heroes, villains, and mortals the meaning of beauty. And then in doing so, it was also destructive. Oh yeah, that's the last one. Okay, now that I see, let me look up what the hell is Andare. Maybe that could be something. Let me see. Andare arbitrary archaeology.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
What the fuck? Okay. A memory bubble, a sneaky love. This mentions Andare. Okay. Bubbles are floating around for some reason. They form an image that seems to carry. As you approach them. Ooh! As you approach them, a female voice that sounds similar to Herder's murmurs. Monotonous? Cautious love. Yeah, you see? The mirrors that she has is Adrilla related. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm onto something, man. I'm onto something real. Okay. Then it says, well, I'm also trying to skim through it because this is pretty long. But I'm doing mindfully, skimming.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
Oh, okay. So this memory bubble is calling Andare, the goddess of beauty.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
But where exactly is this?
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Oh. Okay, so far in this memory bubble, now it makes sense why Herta says cautious love. Because in the beginning,
An antique's
you're
value is in
staked
the eye of the
onto an
beholder.
ugly and massive portrait.
Exactly. But none of them believed
Your
me.
body is upside down, being hanged. You're being accused of desecrating the god of beauty, Andare, who bestowed our minds and senses upon us as a blessing. The man
An
sitting on a
antique's
high
value
seat
is in the eye of the beholder.
Exactly. But
states,
none
"Do
of
you
them
have
believed
any
me.
objections?" Then the Trailblazer re-experiencing this. So it's not him experiencing this. It's because he's interacting with the memory bubble that he's in the position of the person that has that memory.
An antique's value
If
is in
anyone
the
ever
eye of
done
the
the memory
beholder.
bubbles throughout Herta Space Station, you know what I'm talking about. Because every time you interact with it, it's like the Trailblazer puts
Exactly.
himself
But
in the
none of them
position of
believed
the
me.
person that held that memory. But it's not him physically. So anyways, it says,
An antique's value
you
is in the
spit
eye
out
of the
your
beholder.
bloody, broken teeth that's stuck in your throat. Jesus Christ. Andare, you know, it means a driller. And then it says a driller, that
Exactly.
hideous
But none
being.
of them believed me.
Okay. Um, and then you say
An antique's
that,
value
do
is
these
in the
people
eye of the
truly believe
beholder.
that there's beauty in everything? How foolish, nothing is
Exactly. But
perfect,
none of them believed me.
and you yourself understand that better than anyone else. Dr. Howell? I never heard that name before. Well, I never heard of it anywhere else. Because when I did these memory bubble things, it was
Exactly.
so
But none of
early.
them believed me.
Like, I did all the stuff within the first month. Anyways, let me keep on reading.
An antique's value is in the
Mm,
eye of the beholder.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
okay, so you're reminiscing of how Dr. Owl used to quiz you. Um, how you were the closest to Owen Lee, which is another Owl student. Damn, hold on. So the person being interrogated
Exactly.
inside
But none of
the
them believed me.
memory bubble was an owl. So they beat the shit out of an owl. Is that what I'm getting? Is that what I'm getting from this? Or was the person that the memory bubble belongs to was just in class with like
Exactly.
other
But none of them
creatures?
believed me.
You continue to tell your research about astral
An antique's
ecology
value is in the eye of
school.
the
Let's see
beholder.
what that is real quick. Intelligentsia Guild. Of course that's related. Okay, let's just see real quick what this is. Hmm. Oh, it's the unexplainable organisms in the
Exactly. But
universe.
none of them believed
Void,
me.
bro. thing just refreshed. Void song whales, radiant jellyfish, and other organisms in the cosmos. Bro, what the fuck is happening? Why is this thing, bro, like refresh like 3 times? Just please, let me read this goddamn thing. Okay. Of course the IPC paid a majority of the school
An antique's value is
being
in the
built.
eye of the beholder.
Okay, in that school they were studying eons before preservation ascended. Okay, let's see what else. They wanted to keep on with research. IPC threatened to withdraw their funding, of course. That makes so much sense. It is the IRS of the game. And then in 2147 AE, so Amber years, the head professor of the school, Klaus, hope I'm saying that right, abandoned his post to join the Watchmaker in Penacony. He provided Dreamscape weapons to fighters during the War of the Independence and later became the head of the family Nightingale. On IPC broadcast, the school declared the end of 2157 and the start of 2158. Interesting, okay.
But none of them believed me.
Okay, so members that's known: Klaus, the professor I just read, Dr. Howe, the memory bubble I was just reading. He left and dedicated his life to Adrilla. Okay.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Alright, that's basically it. Alright, back to this. Okay, Dr. Howe, continue to tell you about the research at the school.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
But you cannot think of the research. You listen to the sound produced when his skin brushed the fabric of his shirt and tried to compose a song with it. Later, you started observing the creases on his shirt formed by the shape of his muscular body. What the fuck is happening? Okay. You dare not to speak while you carefully took in every detail about him. Falling in love with a genius made you feel even dumber. Your feelings for him lasted into the day Dr. Howe announced the love of his life. On that day, he vowed to spend the rest of his life tracing the past, present, and future of Anne Duray. Then he disappeared and has not been heard from since. Since that day, everything you understood about beauty has turned to ashes. Flames rise from below and devour you in an instant. Okay, so that's why the person being interrogated hates beauty. Because the student fell in love with Dr. Howe and Dr. Howe left them to pursue Adrilla. And that's why the student started being, I guess you could say, blasphemous against Adrilla.
But none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of
Huh,
the beholder.
okay. That's interesting. I think it's even more interesting that when you first start the bubble, it says Herda murmurs cautious love. And again, I think that's due to the mirrors that she has herself. I think that's related to
Exactly, but
beauty.
none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Hmm. Alright, I think that's pretty much it. Those are all the stuff that talks about Andare and Wander Gazer.
Yep, you're right.
So Wander Gazer,
Exactly,
being
but none
that
of them believed me.
Cianjo
Antique's
page
value is in the
glimpse into
eye
the
of the
beyond.
beholder.
And then also in that it mentions Andare, which some people call her. And then a different one that talks about Andare was the memory bubble at Herta Space
Yep, you're
Station.
right.
Okay, so that's it.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
Now, let's
An
see
antique's
about the
value
Knights of
is in the
Beauty
eye of the beholder.
themselves. If it talks about any other members, which I don't think so.
Yep, you're right.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
My God, why this thing keeps like restarting? Okay, let's just go through this real quick.
An antique's value is
Oh
in
my
the eye
God,
of the
and then the
beholder.
page just restarted again. So annoying.
Yep, you're
There needs to
right.
be like an official,
Exactly, but none of them
what you
believed me.
call it? Well, it's on HoloLab, but it's like all over the place. It's not like what you call it? Um,
An
like
antique's
categorized
value
like
is in the eye of the beholder.
correctly or whatever. But not
Exactly,
really
but
correctly.
none of
Like
them believed
it's
me.
not simple like how this is simple. Just looking it up. Mm,
Can we play Banger
An
next time?
antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
okay, so there's
Exactly, but none of them
multiple
believed
groups
me.
of Night of Beauty. Well, within Night and Beauty. Hmm. Well, we don't know the names of it. The only one we know is Ironclad, which is Argenti, and again this fucking thing.
An antique's
Oh my
value is
God,
in
it's
the
just
eye of the
pissing me off.
beholder.
I don't know why this thing keeps restarting. Okay, so
Exactly, but none of them believed
Yep,
me.
you're right.
um, okay, so even the other groups in the Night of
An
Beauty
antique's value is in the eye of the
disbanded
beholder.
not only Ironclad or Honorclad, which Honorclad is Argenti's group, but all groups in the Night of Beauty disbanded, and now all of them
Exactly, but none of
Yep,
them
you're
believed me.
right.
travels individually rather than a group, which is dumb. I mean, why don't you
An
just,
antique's
I don't know.
value is in
That's
the
something
eye of the
else
beholder.
entirely. The masked fools would amuse themselves with the Knights of Beauty while exploiting their faith for amusement. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. um,
Yep, you're right.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
An antique's value
that's
is
the
in the
thing. I'm
eye of
not
the
seeing
beholder.
anything else. It's only still mentioning Argenti as the only one.
Yep, you're right.
Okay.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah, it literally only mentions Argenti.
Yep, you're right.
Wait a minute, hold on. But here it talks about
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
oh,
An
this is in the
antique's
simulated
value is in
universe.
the eye of the beholder.
Oh my god, dude, this thing is like fucking irking me, man.
You're right.
Oh my god.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
An antique's value
Okay.
is in the eye of the beholder.
This is the simulated universe occurrence. Oh. Oh, that's barely no, that's not anything. I thought I was gonna say like stuff that they say. But no.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
It's just you accepting help from the
An
Knights of
antique's
Beauty.
value is in the eye of the beholder.
It doesn't say that they interacted or had a conversation. Because some occurrences they talk about some stuff. But this it does talk about stuff, but it's just talking about accepting help from
Exactly.
the Knights of
But
Beauty.
none of
That's
them
literally
believed
it.
me.
But
Antique's
it
value
does
is in the
mention
eye
other
of the
names, which I'm pretty sure they're dead. But the first choice. So I'll go in order, and what if you pick that person? What is the like
Exactly.
the buffs that you get or whatever?
An antique's
So if
value
you
is in
accept
the
help
eye of
from the Knight of Beauty, Stillolt, enhance 2 random 3-star blessings, accepting help from Abominus, obtained 1 equation of 3-star rarity, accepting Argenti, obtain 3 blessings of the path required for the equation,
Exactly. But none of them
accepting
believed
Will
me.
Garner,
is in the eye of the beholder.
2 equations of 1 to 2-star rarity, accepting Pymani. That's interesting. Pymani. Obtain 1 weighted Curio, accepting Ankoli, discard all
An
negative
antique's
Kurios,
value is in the eye of the beholder.
accepting Hovizio, discard all Kuros, and obtain 100 fragments, cosmic fragments, for every Kuro discarded. Except Galan Ichan. Oh, there's 2 different ones for Galhan Ichan.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Or Galahan. Galhan. Galahand. I don't know how the hell to say that. I'm like so stuck on stupid today. And like the tiredness is kicking in, is making it worse. And anyways, you could either receive Cavity System Model or obtain 500 fragments.
Value is in the eye of the beholder.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Okay. And then there was one more thing that I saw.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Dude, there was one more. They're technically not named because it says unnamed 1-armed knight. Damn. What the hell? A 1-armed Knight of Beauty member? god, why does it keep doing this? I'm like trying to click stuff and everything just keeps reloading and reloading and reloading. It's annoying the hell out of me. Okay. Dude, please, for the love of God, stop. So I could read this crap already. Which one is it? I don't know. Visitor verification. Oh, but it's showing all of them. Ah, whatever.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
Okay. Okay, so it's not the first one. Oh, it's the second one. Oh, but he died.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
Dude, what a bummer. Argenti comes on and says a one-armed knight from the Knights of Beauty passed away in the pursuit of his beauty. He had no name or memories, he only relied on the guidance of that trace of beauty to keep moving forward. The Trailblazer says, do you know this knight? Or did you know this knight? Argenti says, according to the description in the news, I am certain I once encountered him. At that time, I had caught the scent of a silver. I'm pretty sure I was supposed to say silver, not silver. And anyways, of beauty in the universe, and followed that scent to a macro void full of ruins. But before I could get close, I was sucked in by a powerful force. If he hadn't tossed me a rope in time, I might have been, and then ... Trailblazer says, what happened later? Did you not travel together? Argenti says, alas, beauty was invoked in the depths of my heart, and I vowed to remember this kindness forever. After I expressed my gratitude, we still decided to part ways. The Knights of Beauty each pursue their own goals, venturing down different paths. That is our destiny. If the opportunity had arisen, I would have spared no effort to help him out of his predicament. Apologies, this one-armed knight's passing has left me somewhat distraught. I intend to head to the location of his passing, erect a monument to him, and confer upon him a medal of Knights of Beauty. And then it says, Trailblazer, I look forward to our meeting. Our next meeting. Alright, well. Damn. So yeah, I really, yeah, that might be just the end of the Knights of Beauty. He might be the only surviving one. If he died, then who's to say the other ones didn't also die? And I'm pretty sure the other ones inside the simulated universe occurrence is most likely, what you call it, is most likely dead also. It's probably just named inside the occurrence because those were known Knights of Beauty, but now they're dead. Or I could be completely wrong, but honestly, I think they're dead. Okay, now the mirror holders. What the hell? Okay. The only known member is Garcia. Wait a minute.
Exactly. But none of them
Faction
believe
mentions character story Cyrene, character story part 4. Cyrene mentions, well, she probably mentions the mirrors. Alright, hold on. Let me see this mirror thing first. Dude, is this the same thing with the other Knights of Beauty? Do you just interact with it and then gives you the rewards? Not really an actual story. Okay, so you interact with a fragment of the mirror. There's candles placed beneath it as offerings, and then you have to choose which offering you want to light.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, and then after you choose one, there's an image that gets clearer inside the mirror, and it's the face of a mirror holder.
exactly. But none of them
And then the mirror holder says, "I've been imprisoned in this mirror fragment for a long time. Believe in the beauty and I will grant all your wishes."
Yep, you're right.
Oh, that's the end of it. Huh. Okay, so they even trap themselves in their own mirror looking for a Drilla? What the fuck? Alright. Okay.
exactly. But none of them believe
Alright, so that's an occurrence with the simulated universe. Okay, now let's see who the hell is this Garcia dude. Oh! You actually meet him. He's one of the contestants in the Pentacon thing. Okay, I remember seeing him. Because he was the only person with that purple jacket. Oh, okay. Damn, dude, there's been so much stuff for a long time. It's like,
exactly.
the only thing I changed was just the camera angle. But anyways,
Is in the eye of the beholder.
Yep, you're right.
yeah, there's been stuff that you do like such a long time ago that you be forgetting.
Exactly. But none of them believe
Oh, well, that's pretty interesting.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Okay, he's a contestant of Soulgland Enterprises. 33rd Scorched Sand Festival of the 12th season. He believes that the Trailblazer must have cheated to become the champion.
exactly.
Not very, beautiful minded, man.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
When a person must have cheated, I most expose his despicable methods. Mind your own business. I already said I don't take interviews. It's you.
An antique's value is in the
And this is all the Garcia voice lines towards the Trailblazer. You probably don't, but that face of yours, I recognize it from anywhere. You don't flatter yourself. What do you think you're like, Miss Robin? Oh, bro, these guys are the complete opposite of the Knights of Beauty. So I wonder if The memory bubble story when Dr. Howe left to pursue Adrilla, and then the person being interrogated for, vandalizing and destroying beauty relics. I wonder if that person created the mirror holders. Or maybe they were just a part of the mirror holders. Maybe they're going about. Oh, dude, that actually kind of makes sense. Because if mirror holders believe that the fragments could resurrect Adrilla, and if they're destroying and stealing stuff, then that will be considered destruction against like Adrilla's beauty stuff and whatnot. And then that would be a crime. Well, at least in the memory bubble thing. But okay, so these guys are like the complete opposite. It's kind of like how Aha has the Masked Fools and the Morning Actors, that they're the complete opposite of each other also. Like one sees joyous things and everything, and the other, they don't. The only joyous things that they see is an end of Aha. But other than that, they like sorrow and weep.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Okay, wanna see anything else? Okay, most of all this stuff is just him saying that the Trailblazer cheated him out of winning the tournament or whatever.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, okay, so when you do, because this is Penacony. Because in Penacony, when you interact with NPCs, you could change their emotions. So the angry one of the responses that Garcia would say towards the Trailblazer, if it weren't for that meddling fool, reminds me of Scooby-Doo, this season's champion should have been in the bag, my bag. No one is supposed to be able to resist the mirror. No one should be able to refuse the perfection in their own hearts. Why did the fragment not work? Could it have been hypnosis? No, not possible. Damn, it was obvious. Some boorish buffoon would never even glimpse perfection before. What did he do to the charm, everyone? What a troublesome fellow. It appears I had to be more cautious from now on. That's pretty funny.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Okay, and it's also good because now we know exactly what the mirror does. It's a reflection of the perfection that the person sees in their own hearts. So while they're looking at a mirror, they'll see their own perfection. That's exactly like, sounds like Herta. So yeah, those mirrors she does have is connected to Adrilla. Which, that reminds me, I wonder if what Aha did to Herta, I wonder if the deal was he'll give her like a mirror that's connected to Adrilla. Because when Herta is talking to quote unquote Noose inside the simulated universe, and then it turned out to be Aha, it's actually not the simulated Aha, it's the real Aha that went inside the simulated universe to talk to Herta. And then at the end, that's when they make that deal, but it just ends right there. It doesn't say what the deal is. But maybe what Aha did is give the mirror for Herta. Maybe that was his like end of the bargain, you could say, or his part of the deal. Okay, all this stuff is just kind of just random. Just talking about him still calling the Trailblazer a cheater. Okay, so now the last thing, Cyrene's story, which this should be interesting. Oh, hold on. This starts off. Hold on, that starts off really good. Hold on, let me go into the other ones. Let me skim through it real quick. Yeah, because the way the fourth one starts off, it's really interesting. Okay, all this other stuff is just talking about what happened with the Emphoria's journey. This fourth one is oh, there's two different versions of character stories. Okay, that's interesting. So after you complete the Trailblaze mission as tomorrow became yesterday, Ego and the Demiurge are unredacted. Wait, that's literally it? Does it just remove the redaction? Yeah, that is it. Okay. Bro, so it's not an altered thing. It's basically the same crap. Okay. So it starts off saying, a long, long time from now, Anaxagoras, Genius Society member 100. That's insane. I heard his challenging the imaginary tree theory. Okay. Mirror holder Agalaya. Her designs will surely draw massive crowds to Pier Point. That's funny. Mirror holder Agalaya. Explorer Saridra is the first person to conquer a black hole. While witnessing a black hole's magnificent beauty, she claimed it was a singer's record that helped her resist the temptation of nihility. Okay, so due to Hycelin singing to Saridra, Saridra was able to resist nihility while she was closing the black hole. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that's literally the only thing that talks about Knights of Beauty, and the mirror holder is saying Agalaya making designs for Pier Point. But let me just look at this other stuff real quick. I'm not gonna read every single one.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
So I guess this is what another story she came up with at the very end of Emphorius, when she's going through her own cycles. And now she's mixing it with real universal, like people and planets and stuff like that. That's pretty funny though. Anaxagoras, Genius Society member 100. Damn.
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
Man, that was mad long, man. And I'm still not even done. Well, I'm basically, about to be done. But I did say I wanted to show where yeah, now we finally get up. I did say I wanted to show where the what you call it. Oh, I forgot about that. Wait. Oh, I was gonna say. I thought it started now and not next week. My God. Oh, dude, now that I see this, just real quick. Well, actually, hold on. There's two things I want to see. Oh, so you could pick both. Okay, I thought it was just one. Because I know you can make two. But obviously, I made two. But, because I tried this the other day also. Just like for the hell of it. So I created him first. And then I created that one. But I thought the way it works inside Genshin, it will be based on the last gender that you played in the Miller Astro Wonderland thingy. But you actually do both. That's pretty interesting. Okay, this is what I wanted to read. The stuff on the side. A mannequin gifted to you. Paimon. Octavia. I have something about Octavia. That's why I think I don't know if Alice is the strongest Hexen Circle member. I don't think so. I think it might be Octavia. Because when I first started this, and it showed Octavia like traveling, and then she found the ruins, and then she gave life into the mannequins. The way the mannequins were like coming alive with like the blue like going inside them, basically like a soul appearing inside the mannequins. It kind of reminded me of how the Trailblazer was born in Star Rail. Because remember that you start off as Kafka. I heard a space station, and then you go like into the place where the Trailblazer is born at, and Silverwolf is there, and Silverwolf is on the computer doing her whole hacking stuff, and then that's when you pick a gender, and then you pick that one, and then they also kind of like digitalize and like appear. Kind of like how the blue like energy or whatever it is, or the soul, like appeared inside the mannequin so the mannequin could come alive. It kind of reminded me of that. And not only that, is that I wonder if the Trailblazer being born is like due to like some sort of like see a quantum thing, or the quantum realm, even though I think that's pretty much the same thing, honestly. We just have to wait until more Acha interactions happen. But anyways, yeah, I think that I'm not entirely sure, but if I had to wing it, then maybe it could have been there was a kingdom that was responsible for making these mannequins, and then they use the Sia Quanta or slash quantum realm. Again, I'm just gonna consider it the same thing for now. And then yeah, so that kingdom used the quantum realm in order to create like these mannequins and like mass produce like people. For what reason? I have no clue. Maybe it could be related to the Sky People from Hockey Impact 3rd? I'm not entirely sure. This is just like a gigantic like reach, but could be possible. So it's never what you call it. It's never like a 0% chance. But anyways, yeah, I said all that just to say that I think where the mannequins was found at, like in the ruins where Octavia found them, that was probably the civilization or the kingdom that started it. Now it's in ruins, and those two mannequins were the last beings that was there. But they somehow probably like engineered themselves also into this Sia Quanta. Because there's also, I can't remember. There's also something with data related in the simulated universe. It's one of those occurrences. Because I actually got it the other day. Because it was talking about the Punk Lord hackers and another group. I forgot the group. Oh, the Punk Lord hackers and the Morning Actors, which that's an extremely odd group of people to work together. But they were working together in this like sea of data, I think it was called, or something like that. And in that, when I was reading that, it kind of reminded me of the stuff like Sia Quantum and like the quantum now that Acha was talking about. But anyways, so possibly that where the mannequins like first like came about, they probably also did like some Sia Quantum stuff, and now they could like kind of, I guess, like replicate themselves like anywhere else. So possibly, even though that's like an extremely like far reach, but if all this like Sia Quantum, Sia Data, um, possibly also the Abyss, Cocoon of Finality, um, what was the other one I was mentioning? But anyways, all this stuff, if they're all connected, and when Silverwolf created the Trailblazer, then oh wow, man, I never even really thought about that. So I wonder if the Trailblazer really is the representation of finality then. Because like I said, if all this stuff is connected and it's finality related, and the Trailblazer being born, then the Trailblazer being born is being born out of finality. Oh my god, hold on. Okay, I'm not gonna. I'll read up more into that whole Sea of Quantum stuff and Sea of Data. I'll do that another day because I don't want to still sit here for like another 5 hours just rambling about stuff and also looking up stuff. But anyways, yeah, I said all that because I think that's what these people are connected to, the mannequins. I think that's what Octavia found. Probably like the first civilization or kingdom again same thing. Um, that Octavia found the ruins of the first people to interact with that stuff, and then they just nonstop like replicated themselves throughout all the other Hoyoverse games, which will also make sense of why. Because while I was like first trying this, and it was that cutscene with Venti talking about Octavia, that Octavia wanted to do something like meaningful, so she traveled outside of Tibet, found the ruins, found those two mannequins in there, gave them life, and then created the Wonderland thing. Oh, while he was saying all that, he also kept mentioning that destruction is following Octavia, and no matter what she does, destruction will still follow her to the end. So I don't think it's destruction like Nanook destruction. I think that could be related to the Sky People and Honka Impact 3rd. Because, like I was saying earlier, for whatever bizarre reason, I don't know why, and I'm pretty sure they didn't explain it in Honka Impact 3rd, but I'll recheck that later. But for some reason, Himiko is being chased by the Sky People, so that's why Welt left Impact 3rd to go to Starville to protect Himiko. So, if that's the case, and all these other games are connected, which, you know, I already think it is, and I kind of already proved it. Even that new one, the Varsa Pura, the whole Light Realm and Dark Realm, that's a connection right there. But I'm not gonna revisit that because I'm gonna be here even longer. Um, but yeah, so if everything is all connected, then it's not far off to say that the Sky People is also chasing Octavia. But why they're chasing her? Maybe because she's the one that's rediscovering all these like destroyed ancient ruins. That these ruins are probably well, like for this example, how I think the mannequins and that civilization was the first ones to interact with all that sea data, sea quanta, all that other stuff. So maybe she's just finding stuff that's, you know, supposed to be destroyed and like hidden away. Like there's a reason why it was in ruins in the first place, because the Sky People destroyed it. But I don't know. This is just all theories. Not anything like super strong. But yeah, I don't know. I think Octavia is probably the strongest of the Hexen Circle. Cause she's probably the most dangerous. Especially if she's finding stuff that she's not supposed to find. And then even when you look at her herself, she looks like a mannequin. So who the hell knows if, like, if I am right about all this other stuff, if she did, or if the Mannequin Kingdom put their consciousness or whatever inside the Sea of Data, and now they're able to appear like literally anywhere in any universe, then Octavia probably is one of those people that was born from the Ciudadano, possibly. Cause she looks exactly, even though it doesn't show her full face, it shows like half her face. But dude, half her face looks exactly like how this mannequin looks like. Like the paleness of the skin and even the eyes, like they look exactly the same. Even though you could customize the shade of the mannequin and the eye color. But just the fact that all of them are mannequins and Octavia looks like a mannequin. I mean, like I was saying earlier, there's no such thing as coincidence in a Hoyoverse game. There's just not. If something looks like it connects to something, because it does connect to something. But anyways, I did all this because I wanted to see. Well, okay, it just says the same thing as the other one. That's funny. No constellations. Okay, yeah, I figured it was gonna say the same thing, but just out of curiosity. Oh, what does the talent say? Okay. Because sometimes, yeah, you see, like it has like those little like messages on the bottom with quotation marks. Not really anything, though. But I know when I first logged in, it gave me these keys. Bro, like, look at these keys. These keys are like, man, like sophisticated, man. Like, you would think these would probably go into some fancy computer or generator or whatever. Who the hell knows? Maybe even Descenders were probably born from this stuff also. But I'm not really sure about that. That's honestly just kind of a random thought. Because, you know, you already know how I feel about the Descenders. That they're probably the original ones even before New Belong. That's why they're able to change the fate up to that. I'm trying to see if this looks like anything in the other games. No, I don't think so. Alright, now to not cry. Time to finally wrap this up. Because, you know, I've blabbed on for way too long. Especially the whole Varsopura. But to be fair, I was looking up a lot of stuff. Because I was trying to figure out, what you call it. I was trying to figure out, the connections between the, like, Chinese mythologies. Or, well, at the end, just regular Asian mythologies. But most of the time it was Chinese. Because I was trying to figure out the connections between all that stuff. Because even the name of the game, Varsopura, it translates to City of Rain. Yeah, this is the sample device. the one that's was trying to create descender-like beings, which the first one was Reed Miller, but then they despised him because he wasn't full
Every
Scion.
journey has its final day.
Please, Chong-Li.
Don't rush.
But anyways, I'm just walking circles. Yeah. The first one was Reed Miller, but like I said, he wasn't full Scion. He was half Cesnayan. He was a male because they were only looking for females. I think that's it. Because the other reasons they don't like him is after he was born, not when he was born. It's the stuff that he did, you know, like the stealing of relics and whatnot. And then the second one was actually, does it mention it here? It should mention it because I know the third one is Llama. Oh yeah, that's the woman that you meet during this whole entire like all the hold on real quick. All the quests around here, like the what you call it, the blue quest, the world quest. Every single one you did, it would show that woman appearing in the mirror, talking to the traveler, which it was honestly pretty cool. Because even when you enter here and you do all this stuff, and then you're here, and then you talk to kind of like a hologram version of the woman. She's simultaneously talking to the traveler, but she's doing this in the past. So she's talking to the traveler in the present, or the traveler in the future. And then in her present, which would be the past, I know that sounds kind of confusing, but in her present, she was talking to, what is this guy's name? It says it here somewhere. Oh, there it goes. Mr. Solovai. I'm just gonna call him Mr. Solo. Yeah, because my brain is like on like stupidity right now. I can't think. But anyways, yeah, Mr. Solo. When you come up here and you interact with that girl that was in the mirror, she's talking to the guy on her left, and then on the right, she's talking to the traveler. Because when she talks to the guy, she says that the Moon Maidens will bless him with something to to fight, not height. I don't even think that's a word. But anyways, she will give him something to fight the abyss, and then that's when he establishes the Light Keepers. So Mr. Solo is the founder of the Light Keepers. And the stuff that they use in their lanterns, it's moon related, like magic. So that was good to know. Even though I honestly kind of figured that, especially with Flynn's. But Flynn's is a special case because he's a Snowland Fae himself. But yeah, anyways, while she's talking to Mr. Solo about that, then she's talking to the Traveler in the future, which, again, it will be her future, but our present. And then our present, we're talking to Alai, whatever her name is, that girl's name. We're talking to her in the past. Because then she talks and she says she leaves the sword But before I even do that, she leaves the sword in the bottom over there. And she left it for the Traveler because the Traveler will find its best use to use the sword to fight the darkness in the future, which turns out to be the Abyss. But it's this sword. Um, this one. It's that. Oh, now I see this. Let's read what this says real quick. Oh yeah, that's also another thing they talked about. Hold on, is it? Well, let me read this first, and then let me sidetracking like crazy. But it does mention something that when the Moon Maidens are born, that they can't interact with certain people. That they kind of have to stay like within like the Scions. And then yeah, they can't do like a whole bunch of other stuff with outsiders. Alright. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. Because the Moon Maidens weren't the first ones. It was technically the Arch Priestess. But then with the last Arch Priestess, she's the one that brought Calamity in the north. So then she was the last one. I don't remember if they killed her or anything. I'm pretty sure it says in those books in the place that I am right now. But anyways, the last one was the Archpriestess, and then they still was doing the same stuff like an Archpriestess, but they just now call it a Moon Maiden. So it's the same thing, just a different title. So in all technicality, it's basically when the Moon Maiden of the far north repeated her blasphemous and misguided deeds in vain. Because again, it's the same position. It's just a different title. Let's see. So the other ones despised him, but then she still was the one that gave him moon magic to use for the lanterns to fight the abyss. Interesting. Did not say that in the quest, and I'm pretty sure I didn't say those in the books. That's why it's always important to read other stuff, especially if you're a lore fanatic like I am. Huh. Wait, Jesus Christ. Oh, if I'm not mistaken, this girl's grandmother is the last Archpriestess. I believe that's what I saw. Archpriestess Lovia in a different book. Actually, you know what? Let me see. Well, before I do, well, let's just see. Oh, yes. Okay, I'm glad I saw this one. Okay, so uh this is gonna sidetrack a little bit, not anything crazy. I would contain myself. But because I saw this theory video, I forgot the guy's name, I can't remember. But I know it ended with Kitsune, something like that. That he theorized that when Hyperborea fell and phase started to spread out through Tibet, that there would be angels at specific places, and then those angels will help those phase adapt to those areas that they live at. So, like in Sumeru, um, there's this theory going around, which I honestly agree with. It's not my own original theory. But anyways, that the Tulateli lineage, which is Layla and her descendants, that they're originally Fays, and when they came to Sumeru, that the angel that was helping King Deshret, and also that angel is the same one that gave Deshret the three questions, and then Deshret give those questions to Throth. So now when Throth uh, questions, well, he already questioned his three people, but when he questioned those three people in order to escape from uh, Aru, which Aru means eternity, um, yeah, that those questions that Throth asked his three people are the same ones that the angel in Sumeru, which is the goddess of flowers, that she gave those questions to King Deshret. So, anyways, I said all that just to say that I believe the goddess of flowers blessed the Fays so they're able to survive and live in Sumeru while also hiding from like the repercussions of the stuff that happened in Hyperborea. Because Celestia have a tendency to wipe everyone out. That's a whole different subject. but but yeah, so that was that guy's theory, and honestly I'm in agreement with that. So if that is the case, that Fays have traveled everywhere going into hiding, then I think with Yai Miko, I think her family went to Imazuma for hiding. Especially with the dude. I know it's something so simple, but I'm telling you, there's no such thing as a coincidence, man. How is there a different publishing house during the times of Hyperborea? I'm telling you, man. It's like she just continue on like her family's like legacy. And that's how you get Yai's publishing house in Imazuma. And she also has if I'm not mistaken, I think she has those elf ears also. literally like the other Faes do. Although I will say, I don't think every single person with an elf ear is a Fae. Just to say that. Because I don't remember. I should remember because I saw the live stream recently and I was watching other clips about it. Because Nicole actually has a pyro vision, which that was really interesting. But her, if I'm not mistaken, she has the elf-like ears, but she's not a fae. She's the first angel. In the story about the first angel falling in love with the Voyager, and then, you know, all the other stuff happened. Which, dude, I'm still telling you, I think the Voyager is the Damselet. I'm like so convinced. I'm so convinced the Voyager is the Damselet. And she was never made to be a moon maiden in the first place. But then, you know, a whole bunch of other stuff that happened, which I don't even know what. We'll know more next week. But yeah. And I'm like 100% sure that Damsel is the Voyager, bro. So far, I haven't been any. Well, besides the Moon Marrow for Revere, but every other like super major important plot, and not cry, I haven't been wrong so far. But you know, that could come to an end. So we'll just see. But yeah, I'm telling you, just seeing this in itself, the publishing house, and then how Yae Miko literally also looks like a fae her own self. I'm telling you, I think it's her parents or grandparents, whatever, descendants that did the first publishing house. And also, it's like very mysterious in how she works. Like there's been certain things that she's done that hasn't been answered. Like how did she figure out to do certain stuff? Like if I'm not mistaken, was it her with the Gnosis and Wanderer? Or Scaramouche? Because Wanderer wasn't Wanderer at that point. I believe it was Yae Miko. And then Yae Miko even tricking Shogun into letting the Traveler fight and bringing the Traveler inside Shogun's Eternity place. And then, you know, the whole basically power friendship fight that happened. But honestly, that's not really a big deal to me. I know other people didn't like it, the whole quote unquote power friendship thing, but anyways, that's besides the point. Is that she's done too much unexplainable things. That if she was a fae, it will honestly would make sense. Because these guys are basically almost like angelic beings, but they're not angels. I think they probably would be the closest ones to angels. Who knows? Maybe fays are descendants of angels. That's a whole completely different topic. But yeah. Like even like this, what it's writing in itself. Because this was like over like 500 years ago when Hyperborea was around. It says this appears to be just an ordinary fairy tale in which a kind-hearted girl makes friends with a white pigeon. Literally, who does that sound like? It sounds like the Traveler and Paimon. After which they travel the world together. Some pages have been torn out for reasons unknown, most likely Yae Miko, and the ink almost completely faded. The cover has beautiful golden words inscribed on it. I do not know what the hell that says. Kitsograd Publishing House. So yeah, I'm like extremely convinced that Yaimiko is also a Fae, and these are her descendants. I just kept saying parents because, well, parents are descendants, but doesn't really matter. Yaimiko's bloodline, basically. Oh, how did I say that? No. What am I doing? How do I? It was right here. She's stuck on stupid, man. Let me see. Oh, wrong one. Does it show? Does it ever show her ears? Well, no, those are her ears. But does she also have human ears with it? I don't know. Wait, isn't I had to look that up. I'm not gonna do that right now. Because we're gonna be here even longer than what I anticipated. But I think Phase could also shapeshift.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Lior tend to stay a while.
Oh,
So it is where many things
look
come
that
to
up.
settle.
Alright, whoa, where was I even going with this before I sidetracked to this? Mr. Solo using moon magic, the Lightkeepers. Oh, this girl's grandmother. The priestess. Oh yeah, you see? Yeah, it says it literally right there. This decree has been approved by Lovia, humble handmaiden of the Frost Moon, and the blank archpriestess since the fall of Hyperborea. So yeah, so the first Moon Maiden, her grandmother was the last archpriestess. Man, I literally just realized this because I'm also trying to remember stuff of the quest. I don't even think it said what the hell happened to this girl's mother. Why was it the grandmother that was taking care of her? Anyways. I'm trying to also see, because I know there's one part that says the handmaiden brought the abyss. And, my god. And, like the do's and don'ts of what a moon maiden could do. Or like who they can interact with. Oh, actually, it's right here. Well, okay. No, not only moon maidens. It's scions and fays. Because those are the children of Hyperborea. Mm, okay, it just says all this stuff. You can't marry all these people. Oh, it is forbidden to enter into marriage with the descendants of Fae. Huh, interesting. You know, every time I see Elysium, it's funny how they rejected Reed Miller being the first Moon Maiden. But yet, everything he keeps on doing is try to reach Elysium. Even though I think he's reached it to destroy it. Because, you know, I have my own delusional theories of, of Reed Miller being the Doctor. But, you know, that's a whole nother subject. Hmm. Okay, this is a very important part. Hear now the ancient prophecy in the fullness of time. Elysium shall come, and with it the sovereign ordained to rule over it shall also appear. The false sevenfold radiance of the high heavens shall fall at her feet, which that's talking about the archons, and the bones of the earth shall rise to follow her. For for from oh my god, why am I like stuck on stupid? For from her shall spring union with the world, and from her shall the first great cause be rebuilt. First great cause be rebuilt. Hyperborea? Let these words of wisdom find root in your heart and neglect not the sanctity of your blessed bloodline. These are offerings of the sample mill. Um, the prophesied sacred heir shall have the power to ruse the mill, and thus bring forth an Elysium of eternal abundance for us all. Okay, sealed from taint and desecration until the appointed time when the sacred heir is born at last. Oh, I think this is when it talks about shooting an arrow into the abyss to destroy the corruption. Kind of reminds me of Land the Hunt from Star Rail. You know what's so funny now that I'm reading all this, and how they keep saying like the abyss is bad and stuff, which in most cases it is, but anyways, I just kind of find it funny that how New Belong, which is the one that created the moons and then created these people, or they created the moons and the moons created these people. So they prayed to the moon, but the moons also would pray to New Belong. Not now, because obviously everything is different, but how originally was like the structure of like the hierarchy. I just find it pretty ironic that they like hate the abyss and Celestia and whatnot, but yet the ones like who they pray to again, which the moons, and then the moons would answer to New Belong because New Belong created the moons. It's funny how during the Second War, when New Belong came back, he came back with the abyss. So it's like they hate all this stuff, but the one that basically made them through the moons is being praised, but then they hate the abyss when the one that created them literally used the abyss to fight Celestia. I don't know. I just find that kind of ironic a little bit. Yeah, this is all just saying the ingredients, and then them shooting the arrow at the abyss, shattering them like plates of silver. Hmm. Bro, they cannot keep getting away with this. Dude, every single like gacha game has been mentioning something along the lines of "See you tomorrow." There's Star Rail, Honka Impact, um, Wuwa, this talking about a dream of countless tomorrows. Like, bro, what the hell? Ay, ay, ay. But to be fair, Elysiai created Elysium and Honka Impact. Star Rail, Sayurini created Itis, Elysiai. But Foley's real name is Elysiai also. I'm not dumb. I'm not falling for that trick. Um, and then this, of course, Elysium also. So it's kind of like pretty soon we're gonna see some version of Elysiai herself. which honestly kind of looks like Alice, because the stuff that she was doing, even that wink she did in the live stream to the traveler, and then the wedding ring on her finger is the shape of a heart. So it's showing like she's like the symbol of love. But the Sarista is also the goddess of love, so I don't know, I'm not entirely sure. I still think that the Sarista, I don't think she's the Bronya variant. I think she's the Elysiah variant. But we'll see. We will see. Because she might not be. It might be Alice. Okay. Okay, I think this is just talking about all just random stuff. Not stuff that I'm like looking for. Oh yes, okay. This, because this is sample related. Okay, so it was doing this in the Hyperborea era. Secret Air Project, the sample project. She was the one that led the group. She passed away. Okay, all this other stuff was lost during the fall of Hyperborea. These include, but not limited to, the process of cutting and modification, process of creation and reconstruction, the process and the blank and blank process, which were of the Fae, the adaptive editing process. I have to do Wait a minute, so they were... Okay, this might be a reach. But I wonder if they were taking people and doing like some sort of like sacrifice and doing experiments with their bodies. Because I doubt they use their own people. Not like in Kanamiya. Oh my god, dude, Kanamiya is like so insanely dark. Sacrificing the kids for a sun god was like, Jesus. Like, truly wicked stuff, man. It's honestly crazy. I think the craziest thing is they did all that stuff to try to get like a, again, for like a sun god. But when you talk to like the kids or like the ghost kids, they was revealing that that their true intentions was to summon a descender. So if they've just waited all those years, which they could have waited all those years, because Isharov purposely hid them from Celestia. Because they didn't start doing all that crazy shit until they descended inside the water, which Isharov put them there. As far as why, that's a whole nother thing. Because Isharov is very confusing. Like it's like she helps and then she doesn't help. Like she helped Economia, but she didn't help with Mari Javara. She like told Venti to just wipe that shit off the map. like, like damn. But even though I think that was probably where the new Conrio will be born at, and Mari Javara. That's why it's in hiding. So in doing so of destroying everything, she's still helping them at the end. And helping Conria also. But anyways, I said all that just to say that yeah, that the people in Economia, if they would have waited, but to be fair, dude, 500 years is a long ass time, so you know, of course they probably felt like they had no hope. Or maybe even longer than 500 years. But anyways, yeah, if they would have waited, the Traveler would have came. So doing all that sacrificing stuff meant nothing. Because by the time the Traveler did came, everyone is already dead. So, you know. But yeah, okay. So now that I'm kind of seeing this, it's reminding me a little bit of Economy also. I wonder if that's what they were doing. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, let's see all this other stuff. Um, oh my god. She took her own life on the spot. Wait, is Okay, well, it doesn't say exactly who it is. But is that the mother of uh Ali or whatever the hell how you pronounce that person's name? Was it the mother that took her own life? Oh, okay. So they tried to force themselves to make an Elysium besides waiting for a chosen one. Oh yeah, now that I see that, the Belizar, or Belizar, dude, I'm still convinced that that's also the third Descender. Because I was right about the third Descender and the Sarista being a couple. I said that in July. And that turned out to be right. Now the last part of that theory is him also being the first Cryo Archon. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Uh, where the hell is her sister? I haven't read, or maybe it's probably in some other weapon that talks about the sister, or maybe another book. But when I was doing all these quests, it never mentioned anything about a sister. But it mentioned the sister, but it didn't say what the sister's name was. Okay. Hmm, that's interesting. Okay, so she even knew about the Jin's uh like punishments. Oh yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it was the man that she's referring to that abducted the sister was probably Reed Miller, which is, some crazy shit that the doctor would do. Just saying. Oh, okay. So the arrow from what they shot and killed the abyss, it's that's inside the lanterns. Dude, I knew it was like some little magic, and I knew it mentioned it in one of these letters. Or books, same thing. Books, letters. Hmm. Man, that's kind of interesting. Actually, no, let me just sit so he don't start. Wait, did I read this one? Yes, I did. Is there another one? No, no other stuff. Okay, I wonder that if Lovia, which is the grandmother of this girl, well, not wonder that she did try to force a way to create Elysium for the Scions with the other person. But now is the part that I wonder. I wonder in doing so, in trying to do that, that she ended up using the abyss in order to create an Elysium. So the Scions won't face punishment for Celestia because of the fall of Hyperborea. But in doing that, the other people in the Scions was like going against Lovia, even though she was the archpriestess of that time. But then since she was the last archpriestess, and then this girl was born with her sister, then they were the first ones to be moon maidens. And then maybe they were the first one, probably now that I'm also thinking about it, of changing the name Archpriestess to Moon Maiden is to try to go back to the ways of what the Scion was doing and waiting for that perfect person to be born so they could ascend to the Frost Moon. And then they create the Elysium. So the grandmother tried to do it a different way, but in the end, it didn't matter because the way it was supposed to happen is gonna happen. Because now it's assumed Columbina's the one, which that's something else. Because I think she would probably create it, but I don't think it will be for her, like how the other archpriestess basically prophesied. I think she'll create a what you call it, like a place for peace for the Scions, but it won't be for her. It would just be like for the, like the other Scions. Because that's also another thing, which honestly I'm kind of surprised no one is really talking about. Because when you do like this whole entire quest and you meet this girl, she has horns also, like the other Scions. And for whatever bizarre reason, that the Damselette is considered a moon maiden, but she doesn't have horns also. She actually has wings. So it's kind of weird that every other moon maiden or archpriestess has the horns, but the Damselette is the only one that has different stuff. And it's wings out of all things. Dude, I'm telling you, man, she's the Voyager. There's no doubt in my mind she's the Voyager in the story. And she fell in love with Nicole. And then that's why Nicole created that shield when the island was being attacked. And then it was also Nicole that pulled the book out of the library where Flynn stays at the lighthouse. Because Nicole is helping the Traveler, and the Traveler is helping the Damselette. And they never said that the Voyager and the first Angel was killed. They said both of them was punished. So I think the perfect punishment is them being, well, I know that sounds kind of cruel, but like if I was Celestia, the perfect punishment was forever being separated. And if there's a chance of them meeting, then it wouldn't be like a full, how do I explain it? Like it won't be the best of meetings because one is blind, which the Damselette, she has the veil on her face. Even though I did see, but that was a long time ago, of leaks of Damsel Eyes Open, and it has the moon on the bottom, exactly like how the Lindis Eyes is. I'm telling you, that's also another topic. The Lindis is the Crimson Moon Maiden. I'm telling you, bro. I'm, dude, I'm not crazy. I know she's the Moon Maiden. And then most likely, when she ascended to Crimson Moon, she probably turned into Renova. So now Renova is seen as like the Crimson Moon. But dude, I'm telling you, man, the Lindis is the Moon Maiden. Cause you also gotta think about it with um what you call it, with Nubelong when he created the shades. I mean the moons, not the shades. When he created the moons were like the first versions of the shades. And then since the primordial one came and fought the war and they basically slaughtered everyone, then he created the shades. And the shades are literally just like Celestia's version of moons, if you really think about it. Because the three moons was like life, death, like creation, prosperity, power, all this stuff. All the stuff that the shades represent, the moons literally represented also. But then they were defeated, and then shades appeared. And now shades, basically does what the moons was doing originally. So like everything that the primordial one did with Celestia is they like literally copied the exact same stuff that Nubelong did. But he just did some like new version of it, most likely to break fate of Tibet. But that's, something else entirely. But yeah, so even like Irminsul, like if you think about it, this sample device was kind of Irminsul, because created like people, records data, able to like do all this stuff. And Irminsul, the tree that Celestia and the primordial one did, it basically does the same thing. Ley lines connect into it, then it makes leaves. The leaves fall, goes back into the ley lines, goes back into the tree, grows again. So it's like a cycle. Which I know I've said this before, but I think that how Irminsul and the constellations work, I think that when a person dies, their body goes into the ley lines and then goes into the tree, the branch falls or leaf falls again, the person is recreated, and then that cycle happens. But even though I think the bodies are like being like reused, I don't think the soul of that original person goes into that same body. Like it probably goes into a different body. So when the person dies, body and soul is separated, and then the soul goes into Jesus Christ. then the soul goes into the stars of Tibet, or quote unquote stars of Tibet. That's a different topic. But yeah, and then it becomes constellations. And then with those constellations, it's like they're like forever trapped inside this loop of Tibet. Even though body and soul is separated, but they have the most important part, which is the soul, not really the body of a person. Since they have the souls trapped in the skies, making the constellations, then Celestia could do whatever it is that they're trying to do. Again, I do think that they're somehow also trying to break fate, and it's related to the Traveler and the Sibling. But I'm not entirely sure of how keeping people in a prison is breaking fate. But, you know, that's something else entirely. Yeah, honestly, that's kind of basically it. Oh, speaking of Irminsul, I also think, because I saw this video like a long, long time ago. I forgot the person's name. Aru. Starts with an H. Because it's ARU and then a space and then it's H and some other letters I can't remember right now. But yeah, he made a video like a long, long time ago saying that Conria is above the Irminsul tree or under the Irminsul tree. I don't know, one of those. But I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's what it is. I do, however, think that when Conria was destroyed, that Celestia punished King Irminsul, and then they made him into the tree Irminsul. I think that's what the case is. Because if you think about it, what King Irminsul was doing, killing off the Crimson Moon bloodline, and then using the Descender, well, quote unquote Descender, the sibling, not the Traveler. But then of course you find out that they're not the Descender. But to him, he probably thought that they were a Descender. But anyways, using the sibling, and then the sibling absorbs like the abyss, and then him also going into like the abyss route, everything getting corrupted, doing like experiments with the abyss. So I think like the perfect way to like solve that problem without killing him, because I don't know, I could be wrong about this, but to me, I will probably think that if you kill King Irminsul, and he's probably contaminated with like so much like abyssal like erosion and whatnot, that you will probably like spread like even more abyssal stuff. Like you won't like what you call it? Like you won't get rid of the abyssal power. You just spread it more by killing him. I don't know, I could be entirely wrong about that. But that's just what I think. And then I think the way that they like purified him, or quote unquote purified, is making him into the tree. Which technically, you know, that is kind of like a death. But you know, it's not like how Renova came to Conria and like literally destroyed everything, and a majority of people died. Like actually, like physically died, not turning to hilichurls or immortality, like real physical death. But anyways, yeah, I think that's what Celestia did. They made him into the tree to like purify him, and then to also get rid of the abyssal corruption and stuff like that. Man, I'm honestly getting mad tired. I haven't done a stream like this in so long. Especially, I haven't even like fought anything. I mean, I did the daily commissions, but that's really it. Everything has just been like talking. But yeah, I really wanted to just like kind of like let everything out, especially since well, technically no longer tomorrow. Technically, it's later today. That later today, the Zenless Zone quest comes out. So I'm like super excited for that, man. Really excited. I have so much high hopes, man. Like extremely high hopes. Like honestly, like it might be a little unrealistic, but it's just the fact that in the live stream they said like this is gonna be the end of the Exaltus. So like literally the entire year and a half the game was out, like this is like what everything is leading up to. Like they have to talk about Sarah in depth, who the creator is, why the creator did what they did. Hopefully Carol oh my god, I can't even remember the other person's name. Carol, the Proxy's teachers talk about her. Why did she blow up or create the hollow disaster in the old capital? Which yes, I think she did do that. She did not get blackmailed or people are trying to say that she did it when she didn't. No, I think she did do that. She did do the hollow disaster. And then most likely it was probably to kill off the Exaltists and like the powerful groups that were doing like hollow experiments in the beginning. Kind of like a, like a destroy everything from within mentality. That's probably why she did the hollow disaster at the old capital. But yeah, it's just a whole lot of stuff that they have to answer. They just have to. They can't leave anything up for interpretation. I'm trying to think. Oh, well, two more things. Well, one of them is really short. You know what? I could just say it right now. But Alice, I've come to the conclusion, even though it's spreading like wildfire on HoYoLab, that the person she's married to is Varka, which that's insane. I don't even think that's in the realm of a possibility of Varka being Alice's husband. I don't think that. And then also this has been a picture going around of a ring on Varka's finger, which so obviously it's edited. Even when you watch the live stream, you don't even have to do the quest that Varka appears. You could just watch the live stream. There's no ring on his finger. Like, I don't know why people are falling for that. But anyways, that's a whole different topic. However, I do think her husband is a sinner. Yes, I know that sounds crazy, but I think her husband is Vedofenir. I think it's Dancer's brother. I truly believe that, honestly. Because of a couple things. Most of it is theories, because, you know, I have my own theory about Nubalong, how he came back with the Abyss. I believe it was Alice that helped him do that. So if that is the case, that Alice helped him with the Abyss, and then she will also know the secrets of the Eclipse Dynasty, Conrians, which I'm in agreement with this other video that I saw. What was the YouTuber's name? I can't remember right now. But it was his original theory. I just agree with it. That he came out and he said that Nubalong is the father of the Conrians. Like the Conrians was basically Nubalong's like last basically say like a last hope of defying Celestia, which turned out perfectly right because look at what the sinners did. But yeah, that was that guy's theory. I can't remember his name right now. I'm like completely like falling apart. Like I'm like so tired. But like I said, I want to finish everything. I want to let everything out. Like every theory like I've heard that's interesting that I talked about, my own theories, people that I agree with, people I disagree with. Like I want to just let everything out. But yeah, anyways, so back to Alice helping Nubalong. So if the case is that Nubalong did create the Eclipse Dynasty Conrians, then obviously Alice will know that because she knows everything. But not only that, then maybe, because I'm kind of like on the fence about this also, because when I was doing the quest, like the main Archon quest, there was the part with the chess pieces, and when Vedofenir and Revere was talking to each other, they were, well, especially Vedofenir, he came out and he told Revere like something, and then Revere came out and he said that he heard voices in his head saying that like him and Delindus was, you know, basically like not gonna happen, and then he was gonna turn to the dark side and all that other stuff, you know, basically becoming a sinner. And then Vedofenir came on and said that he heard those same voices too, which honestly I think he's lying. But if he is telling the truth about him hearing voices, then it's probably Alice who is talking to him, and that's the voices he heard. It was Alice. But like I said, I don't think he was hearing voices. I think he just said that shit. Because honestly, I think Vedofenir planned this whole entire thing from the beginning. Like he knew the stuff he was gonna say to King Irminsul was gonna get him mad, and it was gonna blind him. But he did it anyway in order to, you know, basically correct the five sinners. So then they have the powers to fight against Celestia. Which also would fall in line with what the Hexacircles are doing. basically defying fate and trying to make their own fate, and like also going against Celestia, but not like head on, like in a fight. It's more of like the magic part of fighting against Celestia, which again is like in terms of fate. So yeah, I think I don't know, man. I just find it kind of, you know, a little coincidental, if you want to call it that. Even though you already know how I feel about coincidence in Hoyoverse games. But but yeah, I find it a little coincidental how both leaders are like going against Celestia simultaneously, but doing it in different ways. Like one is doing it by fate, and the other one is doing it like physically, like literally trying to destroy Celestia. And it also makes sense how Rhine-Daughter is both a sinner and a Hex and Circle mage. Probably the doing of Vedalfonir's, premonition power. That's also another thing. Because his powers is weird. Like, I don't know, like, if I'm right about Vedalfonir and Alice being husband and wife, which I think I am, it will actually be pretty funny. But yes, if I'm right about that, I wonder if both of them like have powers like individually of like defying fate or telling the future or whatever you want to say, or one of them has the power and then the other one kind of gets help from the one that has the power. Like for an example, like if Vedalfonir started getting visions because Alice was giving him visions, or which I doubt that would be the case, but just as like a vice versa situation, which again I doubt it because it would most likely be Alice giving the visions to Vedalfonir. But if Vedalfonir has visions and he's telling Alice stuff about like the future and the hexen circles and whatnot. So I wonder if it's like that, or both of them both has like powers individually, which is working together. Because I also find it funny that Alice keeps referring to her husband as an adventurer, but yet no one has fit a description of who this adventurer could be. So I wonder if she's saying an adventurer because Vedalfonir is like outside Tibet traveling. So technically he would be some sort of traveler or adventurer. Same thing. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, that's like my short theory. And then this one I saw on YouTube. This was Cat with a Blue Hat. Dude, they have been on a roll recently. Like on a generational roll. Like the theory videos that they're coming out with has been top tier, like phenomenal. Like theory crafting at its finest. And the proof with it, because there's this theory that Cat with a Blue Hat came out with, which honestly I really don't know. I'm kind of like in the middle. I mean, it very well could be true. It actually does make so much sense of it being true. But I don't know, I'm not entirely sure yet. But anyways, um, because Cat with a Blue Hat's theory is that Tevet has been flipping, like the world has been flipping upside down, like a lot of times, not just like a one singular time. And one of the proofs that the world has flipped indeed, which this is honestly crazy because I never even knew about this until I saw the video, but I literally screenshotted it. Because this is on the official website of Genshin. It says Tevet, and then it shows like an underline under that, and then it shows like a tiny little synopsis of Tevet. It says, "You have arrived in Tevet, a fantasy world where the seven elements flow and converge. In the distant past, the Archons granted mortals unique elemental abilities. With the help of such powers, people formed a bountiful homeland out of the wilderness." Now, this is literally the most important part, because it literally tells you Tevet has flipped upside down. However, 500 years ago, the collapse of an ancient civilization, Conria, that's Conria, turned the universe upside down. Through the calamity the world has suffered has ceased. Peace has yet to be restored. And then under that it just says, check out the Tevet travel highlights. But I literally never even knew that was a thing. That the official website of Genshin talks about Tevet being flipped upside down. Because I've always heard the theories of the world being upside down, or Tevet being upside down, is the same thing. But no one ever talked about what something literally says on the Genshin official website. That's like astonishing to me. How do so many people have these theories and never thought to check the website of Genshin that literally tells you during the cataclysm of Conria, the world flipped upside down? That's insane. That's literally insane. But anyways, I said all that just to say that the way that the cat with a blue hat thinks about how the world has been flipping upside down is that it was originally the sun on top and moon on bottom. And then the primordial war happened, and then it flipped. And then when Nubelon came with the abyss, because the world flipped, now the abyss was the stars, and the sun was like in the sea, basically, if you want to call it like that, so it don't be like too confusing. Then that's how Nubelon was able to leave Tevet, because it was now in the stars. And then he came back with the abyss, because the abyss also comes from the moon. That's also another thing, I think. And then he came back and waged war again. And then it flipped another time. But before he came back and had that war, that was when the Crimson Moon dynasty was around, like the first Conrian dynasty. And for them, when you read stuff like about like what they were doing and what they believed in, which obviously was a Crimson Moon, they always said that they looked up towards the sky and saw the crimson moon. So, if the theory is right about the primordial war when they won and then the world flipped, and then Conria saw the moon, which is the iridescent moon or the crimson moon, which is also related to the abyss. That was explained in the Archon quest. I'm not gonna go too deep into that because I'm gonna be here forever. but but yeah. So then the sky had the moon, so that's what they pray to. And then when New Balance came with the abyss, and then they lost, the world flipped again upside down. And while it was flipping and going upside down, and the Eclipse dynasty was being established, and the Crimson Moon was fading away, then the moon was eclipsing the sun. So that's why he thinks, or the cat with a blue hat, I don't know if it's a guy or girl, they don't speak. They just have like subtitles of like the theory stuff. But anyways, cat with a blue hat thinks that when that was happening and the world was like flipping over, like while it was flipping over, the Eclipse dynasty was being established, and then when they will look up towards the sky, they will see the sun, but it will also be eclipsed by the moon, because the moon will pass by it in order to go back down, because now the world is flipping over. So now the sun is above the stars and the moon is like in the water or like beneath the water. Again, I'm just using like stars and the sea as like a point of like, you know, when the world flips, it's like top and bottom. So it'll be like too confusing and like what I'm trying to explain. But so yeah, that's why they think that it's called the Eclipse Dynasty. And also, not only that, they also believe that during King Deshret's reign, and when the goddess of the flowers, the angel, was doing stuff with Deshret, that's how they were able to learn stuff about the moon also, because the moon was already up in the sky. So it was like, again, above the stars. But then, of course, like I said, Nubelong, he came and lost. And then while it was flipping, they also saw the eclipse. So that's why when you do, actually, now that I think about it, I don't think there's any place that shows. Let's check real quick. Cause I know when you did the Sumeru quest that just came out, well, it's not here anymore because it was the event quest. But when you would do the event quest, it will be like the two cats on the side, and then it will show like a symbol like above that it kind of looked like a sun, but the sun was blacked out and it had like an eye in the middle. And usually that's like kind of like the symbol of like King Deshret learning the forbidden truth, which most likely the forbidden truth was the world flipping upside down, and now the sun was like back up. And since he was learning stuff from the goddess of flowers, then he was learning like the rules of Celestia and whatnot. Most likely also. That's the thing. I don't think it's in any of these stuff. I'm trying to remember. I don't know. I don't think they show that symbol here anywhere. Or maybe they do. But anyways, the symbols of yeah, and then the Rift Hounds there, because King Deshret was learning about the Abyss. So of course, when you learn stuff like that, you get like Rift Hounds. But anyways, yeah, like with that symbol of like the sun becoming like black and the eye in the middle. I think that's I don't even think this is anything. This goes to the top of the yeah. This doesn't show anything. Yeah, there's no symbols. Oh, actually, now that I'm here, no, these pillars don't do anything. Cause I got some, which I gotta look that up. But I still got some of those like pillar text things that you put in the pillars. Forgot what's it called. But I don't know if it's just extra or I'm just like missing some. But yeah. Oh yeah, even this. Well obviously I beat it now. But when you first come to the desert, you see above this place, like all the way up. It's like it's kind of like the symbol of like what I was just talking about with Deshret. Yeah, it's like he's a like the black sun with like the eye in the middle. And the reason why it's black is because like it's being eclipsed by the moon. Because that's also during the time that the world is like flipping over. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where the hell. Oh, also speaking about this. There's also, oh, maybe it's here. Because in the live stream, they showed Mona, like standing in front of the Khaenri'ah door. Which I still think the Khaenri'ah door. Cause here's my thing about Khaenri'ah. I don't think Khaenri'ah. Well, I don't think the door literally leads to Khaenri'ah. Like once the door is open, Khaenri'ah is right there. I don't think it's like that. I do think that when the door opens, that it will be like the abyss, and once you go inside the abyss, Khaenri'ah will be there. That's what I think it is. But I could be wrong. But anyways, yeah, in the live stream it showed Mona standing in front of the door. Which honestly, I don't think they're really gonna show anything. I think they honestly did that just to like, you know, get people talking. You know, basically kind of show, oh look, the door's here, and we recognize it's something important. But, in all realistically, I don't think, like, they're gonna show anything. I think they really just showed it just to show it. Hopefully I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But, I doubt it, honestly. This is not it. Where the hell is this place? But anyways, I wanted to go to the door, because I wonder if, this symbol on the door kind of looks like the same symbol with... Is it? I don't think it's down there. You know, let me just see. Like I said, I don't think it's down here. But yeah, I want to see if the symbol kind of looks like what I'm describing. Man, where the hell is this thing? No, it's definitely not here. No, because it just goes in a circle like that. And then this is the what? Yeah, the pyramid right here. So it has to be in one of these. Where the hell is it? Dude, I swore I marked it before. But, I wonder if, I just took it off. Because that's the thing, I believe it's also near a teleport. Like, it's not that far off. Maybe that's why I also didn't mark it. It's definitely not one of those. It has to be one of these. Oop. Damn, I don't know where though. I think. Well, let's just see. Yeah, it's not this, because this was a secret, like, treasure place. Yeah, through that door was that, treasure place. This might not be it either. Man, what the hell is this shit? No, this is part of it. Stuff with chest. Damn, bro. I really should have marked it. I don't know why the hell I got rid of it. I'm pretty sure I did mark it before. No, it's definitely not up there. Dude, this is driving me insane. is always the stuff that you're trying to look for you can't find. But then when you're just running around randomly, you always find it. Nope, this is something completely different. Actually, what leads to that? No. Yeah. That's like the other pyramids that's connected to. Oh my god. Dude, where the hell is this thing, man? Damn, I like literally cannot remember. Yeah. But anyways, it's somewhere here in Sumeru, around this side, with that door. No. Wait. Hold on. Could I be wrong? Could I be? No, I think it's still near the other places where I was just at. I'm going backwards. It's this way.
Try and stop me!
Yeah, because this is the stuff with the Ruin Guard. Yeah, this is when you go into the Ruin Guard's arm. Oh my god. Dude, where the hell is this thing, man? I don't know where the hell this shit could be. Bro, I genuinely don't remember. Hmm. Is it here? I don't think so. It can't be here. Oh my god. You know what? Hold on. Let me just look this up real quick. But anyways, like even what I was saying from before, because I know I just completely just stopped just to see about the Deshret symbol. Um, Even though again, it's kind of related to what I was talking about while the world was flipping over, like it eclipsed, and then that's why it looks like a sun, but the sun is blacked out. Again, the same thing with the Eclipse Dynasty symbol. So, but anyways, once that fully, like, like the world fully, like, went in a you know, like in a full turn when the sun was up and the moon was down. Then then the next time it flipped was Conria, the Eclipse dynasty being destroyed. And then when that happened, the moon again went on top, being like where the stars is and where the sun is in the abyss now, or in the like beneath the sea. That will also kind of make sense, especially when you do the Natlon quest and Mabuka punches the abyss and then it creates the hole in the sky and then there's moons like above it. Or even when Kanlabina um what you call it, when Kanlabina opens the moon gate and it's outside of Tibet, but it will be like above the stars, which again I don't think that was a good idea to do, because I'm like extremely like doubtful that Reverie would just stop. So he's gonna come back like way stronger. And since he's outside of Tibet, the only confirmed sinner that's traveling outside of Tibet is the Foul. And the Foul is the strongest one out of all the sinners, like fighting wise. So, yeah, that's all we need. Reverie coming back at more than like 50% because he will probably train with the Foul. Or even if he is still at 10, 15, 20%, like there's a chance of him coming back with the Foul, and the Foul is way stronger than him, and he's 100%, and the Foul had the power of the void inside of him. Dude, like the amount of chaos that's gonna happen in I'll Cry when Reverie comes back. And again, like I said, I'm pretty sure he's coming back with another sinner, not just by himself. Even though, I think the doctor is helping him also, but that's something else. But for a chance for him to possibly meet the Foul and two sinners come back to not cry, dude, it doesn't matter who the hell joins the fight. I don't think we're gonna stand a chance. I don't even think Danslip himself could stand the chance of fighting or helping us fight two sinners. Honestly, that's just my opinion. Although, I will say, Danslip is extremely powerful. Because I think he's probably like the willpower of the primordial one. I think that's why he's so like driven to like go out and kill the sinners. Because the whole thing what I said earlier about body and soul separating. Because there's also been this theory going around by Ashikai that Wanderer is the soul of the third descender, but the body is the body of the third descender is child. Which honestly I do agree with that. So if that's the case, then the primordial one also probably did something like that. So the body of the primordial one could be Danslip. That's why he's so goddamn strong. But even with that, I still don't know if he's like he still has the power. I mean, I could be wrong. Because, like I said, Dansliff is extremely powerful. And I'm pretty sure the stuff that we've seen so far is not even like 5%, honestly, of his true strength. Like him holding open the gate of Columbina so she could throw Revere out. And him fighting and not long with us. And he's doing like that floor slam with like the blue flames. So, yeah. Oh, speaking about blue flames, real quick, because I remember, which honestly I don't know why people stopped talking about it, but there was this theory when that quest came out that because when that quest came out, then this showed the drip marketing of Skirk, and then for Skirk, her because usually for every drip marketing you would see the constellations and the faction they associated with and where they stay at and a whole bunch of other stuff. But for Skirk, it didn't show anything. And like the stuff that it would show, the stuff she's connected to was like broken into pieces. That it kind of almost looked like Dance's marketing drip, which I still don't even understand why they did that marketing drip at the beginning of the game because he's not even playable. But that's a whole different topic. Um, but yeah, it kind of looked like the same. The only difference was Danceless was intact and it was like grayish and black. But for Skirk, hers was like blue and purple and it was like broken into fragments. So everyone came out with the theory that the Abyss has their own version of like the seven archons basically. Because even in, if I'm not mistaken, let me check real quick also. Because I actually have Skirk. I know it says something about seven shifting serpent or something like that. Seven, no. Where does it mention that? Oh yeah, there it goes. That's like her like quote unquote vision. Because you know, if you go to these other people, it has vision. But Nuvela is also different. But yeah. Anyways, I wonder if. Well, yeah, technically she does have a vision, even though she is abyssal power herself. But anyways, yeah. So everyone thought that would be like the abyss version of like the archons, the seven shifting serpent. But then, yeah, everyone just stopped talking about that, which is honestly kind of crazy. Because I think people still might be like onto something about that. Because what if there actually is like some type of like again like evil like archons or whatever you want to call it, and then she's one of them with Cryo. Like she disguises her abyss power as Cryo. Then Arlecchino would be fire because she's connected to the iridescent moon. The iridescent is in the abyss. Again, that's the whole entire like Archon quest story. When you're taking the moon marrow from that and then you give it to Arlecchino. So now Arlecchino is literally like the full-fledged like well not a full-fledged moon, but she has the full strength of kind of like a moon maiden, you could say. Um, but anyways, so she's kind of like the, I guess you could say like the abyss version of fire. So now that just leaves the other five elements, which I've been thinking that Dansliff could be possibly he could be either Animo or he could be um what's it called? Hydro. But more than likely probably Hydro because like his whole thing is like justice and that's kind of like the whole point of Hydro, especially like with the Archons and even like Nuvalet himself. So if he has like the body of the primordial one and that gives him power, and then he just also has the power of like the abyss due to like New Belong, which I'm honestly in agreement with that guy, and I still cannot remember his name. It's driving me insane. But yeah, so he basically kind of has like the powers of Celestia and the abyss. So if he was to represent something, and it is like some sort of part of like the seven shifting serpent, or something else entirely different, um, I think it would be Hydro related, just because him seeking justice of Conria and him going out and basically doing like what Nouvelle's trying to do, like judgment towards, even though Nouvelle wants to do it in a courtroom, but him casting judgment on the seven archons and uh Dansliff, him casting judgment, but not in a courtroom, just like walking up to a person and like killing them. But yeah, him casting judgment on um the sitters. That could be it. But but yeah, so that was basically like the whole entire video for Cat with a Blue Hat. That they think that the world has been flipping over upside down like multiple times. And right now in its current flip, it's the moons that's above the sky, not the sun. That the sun is inside the like inside the abyss or beneath the sea. Which is a very, very, very good theory. Because the facts that they prove with it, like I just explained, like the Eclipse Dynasty, like while it was turning over, um, like even the Natlon stuff, and the damsel that opened the portal, and there's moons above the stars. So it's like a whole bunch of stuff. But the last thing I want to see is just the Conrian door. That's it, and then I'm gonna end. Bro, why this thing isn't? Oh, there it goes, Conrian door. Okay. Bro, what? Oh, no way. Is it really? Oh my god.
Sand is the natural and
Hold on. I think, which way does this person go? Wait, is it here? No, that's not it. Oh, the treasure hoard is there. Oh, where the hell am I even? Dude, I swore it was like somewhere all the way down here. Why did I think that? I didn't know it was so high up. Unbelievable. Oh, this might
Rev the
actually be it.
engines!
No, this is not it. This is Kiara's boss, yeah. Okay. Okay, let me just... Because I know the guy spawns here. Let me just do this and not just walk around. To confuse the hell out of myself. But yeah, I'm just... I swore there was a place that actually does show... What you call it? That it actually does show the King Deshret Eye. Is this literally where it is? I feel like this person is taking the longest way. Is this actually where it is?
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same.
Oh,
Except we call that light
it is.
hope.
Okay. Dude, I swore it was at the other place. Why the hell did I think that? Oh no, I should not have done that. Oh, she didn't die. Sure, okay.
Try and stop me!
I'm surprised she didn't die. Oh yeah, all this stuff is also related to Connery, of course, because the Ruin Guards. Yep, there it is.
Full throttle!
Okay. Yeah, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just go up that wall right there. Oh yeah, yeah.
Try and stop me!
Oh god. Oh yes, it does show the symbol. Well, it's not entirely the same thing. But that's the same one with King Deshret. Just in the middle, like where it shows like that circle thing, it would be just like replace it with an eye. And then that would be the same symbol for Deshret. When he got cursed with forbidden truth. And the 2 points, like that one and the one up top, was a little like shorter. But yeah, that's basically exactly the same thing. But you see how it's supposed to be like a sun, but then it's like all blacked out because it's showing the eclipse of it. But yeah, that's just basically it. Dude, that took me forever to figure out. I still do not know why for the hell of me. I thought it was like somewhere over here. Yeah. Yeah, that took forever. Oh yeah, by the way, when you go here for the first time, there's a luxurious chest. Um, maybe here, I think? Like right here. And then you also get a secret achievement quest. Which that one I don't remember what it's called. But yeah. Oh yeah. Like I said, I don't think when this opens, Connery is behind it. I think it's the abyss that it's like in a void, and then once you enter the void or the abyss, then you reach Conneria. But we'll just wait and see. But yeah, as far as them in the live stream showing Mona standing like here or somewhere around here, looking at the door. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get any real lore about that. I honestly think they're just baiting us. So, you know, anyone seeing this, you know, don't get your hopes up, because I doubt they're gonna say anything, like anything real in terms of the lore of this. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all the stuff I think. That is an extremely long video. Like I said, I haven't done this in so long. But I'm kind of glad I did do this, because you know I kind of just let everything out. You know, put everything on the table of what I think. So yeah, well, I mean, we'll see. We'll see if anyone sees this and has their own opinions on it. Or who knows, someone will see it and then you know, say you know, this guy's a madman. You don't know what he's talking about. This guy's crazy. Or people would agree. Just gotta wait and see. But yeah, alright, I'm done. I appreciate anyone who stopped by or, you know, see this in the future. Because I know this was extremely long, so I doubt someone will probably see the whole entire thing. Or maybe like in the distant future, like if everything goes good and this kind of becomes like a actual full-time thing, then you know, maybe people will go back to this and see all the stuff that I said. But anyways,
journey has its
nonetheless,
final day.
I appreciate
Don't rush.
anybody stopping by or stopping by and, you know, seeing all the crazy stuff I said. Again, whether you agree or disagree, you know, I appreciate.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
Bro, I appreciate, you know, and anybody. So, yeah, like I said, that's pretty much it. That's like everything that I think of. I'm trying to think. Maybe some possibility I left something out, but I doubt it because I went into so much detail. Like literally, basically almost point, I can't tell. It just says 9 hours. I don't know. It's pretty sure it's been more than that. So maybe near 10 or whatever. But yeah. Yeah, that's basically it. I'm probably not gonna stream on YouTube tomorrow. Like, I'll probably just wait for the Zenless Zone update to come out, and then I'll just do it on Switch. But a very, very small chance that maybe I'll do something. But if I do, I'll probably just do like something simple. Like probably some Divergent runs or Currency War runs. I don't know, just like simple stuff, nothing insane. Or maybe I'll just do the side quest because I gotta do that also. And then also do the nymphs. I don't know. So I really don't know. We'll see. But like I said, more than likely, I'll probably just wait for the live stream to go up. Well, not live stream. For the update to go up. And then I'll live stream it on Twitch. So yeah. I'll definitely be back soon. You know, I'm gonna try to do, you know, at least like 2 or 3 a week on YouTube. Because, you know, I gotta try to like balance it between YouTube and Twitch. Because I'm not able to multi-stream. So, it is what it is. I mean, it's fine. I'm not complaining or anything. But, yeah. Alright. That's, yeah, that's it. Okay, I'm going to end stream and go to sleep because I gotta get ready for later. Because that servers is probably gonna be up like at 12 o'clock, so it's gonna be like an all-nighter, and that quest is probably gonna be mad long also. If it really is the end of the Exalted.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth.
We'll see. Yeah, alright. I'm done.